allegiance not from us. We came for blood. We are the break the system, never budge. Kill the lawyers, kill the judge. No allegiance not from us. We came for blood.
Well, the WePlay Academy League is starting to reach its conclusion, right? We're now all the way in the playoffs, Hugo. The last time you guys saw us, we were here taking a look at the gauntlet stage. We were trying to see these teams that would realize their potential of making this playoff run a reality. Obviously, from that gauntlet stage, we had Spirit Academy and Astralis Talent both battle their way through, and now they've joined the likes of Big Academy and fnatic Rising here in the playoff stage. I've got Hugo B. Byron with me. Hugo, I'm going to bring you in, right? We obviously got to cast through the gauntlet stage together. I want to hear your thoughts on like how that went and how you think it's going to transition into these playoff matches.
Yeah, for sure. Let's get some highlights up and check out some of the crazy games that we've had these last few days. Right, a little break before the action continues in the playoffs. But yeah, we had some excellent results. Right, Astralis, another season where they don't want to lay down and die. I think one of the coolest parts of the Academy League that we were talking about is the rise of some of these rosters, or at least some of these organizations that have been in the league from day one. Astralis and Furia were both in that category. Right, they were some of the inaugural teams to the WePlay Academy League, and despite both of those initial rosters bombing out couple, 2-3 seasons in a row in last place, the improvements were there. Furia made a run last season, Astralis made a run last season, rather the season before, and now in this season, both of them made it to the gauntlet. Obviously, only one could make the run through. That was Astralis, definitely well earned in taking down Na'Vi as well in a very close bo3. And that's another part, we had such competitive games across all of the gauntlet. Only one match went 2-0, and even then, both games went to double digits, and in fact 28-29 rounds each. So very competitive games across the board. As you said, Astralis and Spirit coming through. I think the latter of which is the biggest upset, the biggest surprise, right? Spirit, who not only pulled back a 14-11 game to avoid getting 2-0'd, stomped on dust, won it out in overtime at the end of the game, and then did basically the same thing to the Young Ninjas, who absolutely fell apart when it mattered most. Something that the Ninjas have been known to do, right? After stomping online seasons and running wild in BO1s, once they hit those crunch time play-in gauntlet matches, sometimes in seasons only having to win one BO3 to qualify to playoffs, they fall apart, Harry. It's really hard to see for the Swedes, because we know they've got the talent, we know they can do it against other tier 2 teams outside of the Academy League, but when it matters most, when they need to step up here in WePlay, the Ninjas fall apart, and Spirit were more than happy to take that away and run through to the playoffs. I think Spirit are definitely contended to take the trophy for the first time this season, but they're going to have to get through fnatic and Big, and boy, are they no sleeper rosters themselves.
Yeah, so we kind of talked about these gauntlet teams, and let's take a look at the squads that were already in the playoffs. I'm going to start by talking Big Academy, who managed to top the group over in Group B. It's a squad composed of some faces from all the way back in Season 1, right? It's this team of Process, Sin, Sky, Aqua, and Hyped. Hyped coming in a little bit later, but I think he was always like a good player. I think he joined around Season 3, if my memory serves correctly, but it might have been Season 2. And then obviously right. Process also made that swap over from like Season 1 Process, where he was actually in fnatic Rising, joined this squad, so that's kind of cool. And I think he did a lot to elevate the level of this fnatic as well. This fnatic squad was one that in their debut season in Season 1 with very little time to prepare really impressed us, right? They had some cool pieces to this roster, but it's swapped up a good deal since then, right? We don't really have many of these reoccurring characters. You do have Banjo and Pepsaw in there for fnatic Rising still, but then we've got like some kind of other faces creeping in from the inaugural seasons of when this squad came over. But yeah, originally I was talking about Big, just to go back to it. They topped their group 11-1. They were kind of hands down the top squad from those group stage, right? Over in Group A, things are actually a lot closer for fnatic Rising, isn't that right, Hugo?
Yeah, for sure, right? You know, they still came out 8-4. It was a very competitive group with 3 teams running it down 7-5, the same score, and that much was certainly you know, shown in the gauntlet with how close all of their games were for these rosters. So yeah, fnatic just inching out a win there and going straight through the playoffs is something like a team. And I'm going to go back to the Young Ninjas because I just think it's such a good talking point. Like, if they were in the group, they'd probably go straight through the playoffs given their form. In fact, you want to talk about Big. Young Ninjas were the only team able to even take a map away from Big in this entire season. Big went 11-1. Their one loss, a 16-3 defeat on Overpass to the Young Ninjas, the same map that they got eliminated on in an embarrassing performance. So it's kind of crazy to see these head-to-heads come through the way they did. But at the same time, yeah, Big definitely looking like, you could argue maybe the best form of Big that we've seen in the Academy League. And that's something huge, Harry, gargantuan to say, considering Big have managed to make the playoffs of every single season so far. They have not dropped the ball once. And yeah, okay, they haven't picked up a trophy yet, but keep in mind, Mouse NXT have always been the gatekeepers, the guards to any team wanting to lift the trophy and hold their heads high. That's now finally denied. Mouse NXT getting grouped in Group A gives Big the opportunity to finally pounce on 5 seasons of work and take a trophy. The question for me, Harry, is do they have it in them?
Well, you know, this is meant to be their golden opportunity to do exactly that, right? No Mouse NXT in their way, so you'd like to think that maybe this is the shot for Big OMEN Academy. But here's our playoff bracket, right? These are the matches that we're going to have. As you can see, double elims, so they're kind of our second chances in a way you can, you know, excuse having a slightly slow start to the playoffs here and try to battle back in the lower bracket, but it's not going to be easy. That first matchup, fnatic Rising taking on Astralis Talent.
Ooh.
That's the one that's coming up in just a moment. And then we're going to follow that with a little bit of Big OMEN Academy taking on Spirit Academy. I think that is a banging matchup, so you defo want to stick around for that. Going to be very interesting to see how the kind of grizzled veterans of the Academy League in the Big Squad, as odd as that is to say, are going to fare versus a very resilient and tenacious young Spirit Academy squad. Very excited for that matchup, but let's kind of home in on this first one, Hugo. fnatic Rising taking on Astralis Talent. I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, for sure. I actually really like this new fnatic roster. I say new, they were obviously in last season. I think, you know, fnatic making changes off the back of, you know, not the best run here. WePlay, you mentioned this earlier process was in this team from Big now in season 1. That was the best season fnatic had to start, right? Like, they got straight through the playoffs. They looked really good. That was the one where Regali looked like the best player in the league. He looked unbelievable. He's never quite looked the same since, I would say. But there's at least comparisons to be made with other teams with players like Aqua, who looked unbelievable in season 1, took over in-game leading eventually, kind of dropped off individually. You know, things like this, it's hard to maintain that consistency, especially with constantly shuffling rosters. But for fnatic Rising, at least, I like this roster. It's sad they don't have Regali anymore, but boy, do they have a whole bunch of talent. Depression, he's a big talking point. A lot of people will have heard his name. This guy's a real talent. And even, Harry, a bit of a representative from our own little island. It's Volt from the United of Kingdoms coming in to perform. He played well last season. In that season, fnatic got top 4 again. First time in you know, with 3 empty seasons in a row. So cool to see. What do you think of the Britland player here in this, fnatic team?
It's very, very cool to see Volt here, right? Kind of formerly from Coalesce fame. That's where you might have heard of him from. But yeah, you know, then went on to play in that Fanbit squad, which was essentially the Coalesce team. But, you know, it's super cool seeing him. He's another player that we have like a kind of tenuous link to, much akin to Demon and Navi Jr., where we pugged with him. We've played a few games with Volt over the years, just matching up against that guy, and he's cracked. So, you know, credit where credit is due.
You have to beat the headshot machine of Harry.
I mean, you know, we did wreck him, but his teammates let him down when we played, so not his problem. Yeah, dude, no, like Volt is a very, very talented player. I definitely watch out for this guy. I think there were a lot of good pieces actually from that old Coalesce team, so it's kind of cool to see guys like Volt still finding his footing, getting some experience as well, like grinding through an Academy League. I think is pretty good for like a fledgling up-and-coming UK prospect, right? It's a bit of a uncharted territory in a way. So I think, you know, maybe it could give him a bit of an edge in terms of meshing a bit with the international side of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, even just looking at like an organizational basis, obviously Fnatic, people relate them to Swedes because of the old rosters, the main rosters, but it's a UK org, right? And that much has been represented, I guess you could say, with you know, ex-Fnatic rosters in the past couple of years. Alex, Muya, Mezzi, right? Lots of good UK talent has gone through this team, so it's cool to see Fnatic, you're bringing it back home as they should, and picking up a Brit for the Academy League, you know. So I like that. I also would like to make that comparison to Mezzi, right? I think it's a very generous comparison to make for anyone. But this Mezzi alone, you know, he played in UK teams a little bit, but at the same time went very quickly, very early in his career to gain a Legion, to play with Europeans, and I think that was a big part of why we saw such an astronomical rise, right? Like, you know, not to get into the whole UK CS conversation, I'm over it, but it's the attitude difference of playing in a European team, playing in a tier 2 team that is better. It goes a long way, and Mezzi talks about it fondly, and I think that is only going to help you grow as an individual, as a player from the UK, joining a very mature EU team. And I think you can make that comparison for Vault inside of this roster with players who have played seasons of Pro League, Harry, right? Like, we haven't even really touched on Pepsor or Banjo. These guys have got experience. Yeah. They are not sleepers. They have been in that main Fnatic roster for a season of EPL. They know what they're doing. And so we're going to get right into things. And it's ancient.
Just to build on that 1 second, as you know, we have this little warm-up phase. Just going back to that like season of Pro League that Banjo and Pepsor got to play. If you remember, the Fnatic Rising squad, actually, the Fnatic squad, it was just on the main team. Bloody hell!
They got out of groups.
It ended up being an actually like a good run from that team. Now, don't get me wrong, right? You could attribute some of that to guys like Alex being able to call a good game, guys like Mezzi being able to like fill voids that maybe get left open. But these guys were able to play versus tier 1 competition, and I do think that's very important to bear in mind. That kind of exposure is it can't be like understated enough. You know, it's a lot of experience. You learn a lot, even if it was just for 1 season. You know, it's much akin to how you'll see some players come into the Academy League, and from season, you know, let's say like season 3 to 4, that they've stepped up massively, right? Just from having an extra season's worth of experience. So yeah, no, I think that's a very legit point for Banjo and Pepsor. For Astralis Talent, you know, we kind of spoke about these guys most recently because we saw them in the Gauntlet stage. But if I were to pick players for you to keep an eye on here to kind of judge how Astralis Talent are looking out of the gate,
do it.
You know it's going to be Fessa. I basically speak about this guy every time the topic of Astralis Talent comes up, maybe even when main Astralis team comes up, because honestly, I think this guy is really a star for the future, and that's kind of the story we've been pushing here throughout the Academy League, because Fess's numbers have been incredibly consistent, and usually it's like in games where he does go a little quieter, Astralis really struggle as a result. Like they need this guy to perform, and thank goodness he's a very consistent player. And so the games where he does fall silent are few and far between. Past Fessa, I would probably look to Breezer, right? Yes. I think this guy on the AWP, sure, he can have some games where the impact isn't like sky high, but he very rarely gives you a game where he doesn't do anything or is problematic. You know, he's just pretty reliable, I would say. Kind of second, third place player in terms of this team, right? Like often up towards the top of the board, and he can be very oppressive with his AWP. He's super mobile, right? Like very irritating to play against. We've seen him go blow for blow with some of the best AWPers in the league. So I do think that's going to be a very, very cool one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, his CT side on this map is really, really nice. Like that duo is perfect. It's the duo you're going to hype up really every game for Astralis Talent, but I think especially on a map like Ancient, Breezer is someone to look out for. And even on that T-half where Astralis is starting, it's their map pick. The one thing that I really enjoyed the other day when they played Na'Vi in a BO3, they opened with Ancient. They had, I was just going to say their T side, their mid-rounding was so nice, man. They had a variety of calls. They weren't predictable. They had a lot of top red control, and they kept messing with Na'Vi's rotates. Like, this is something Fnatic need to be aware of on this CT side. Like, you're going to have Mr. and Altex messing with your CT spawn while Fess is looking for B picks. So, yeah, they're just all over the place, and they adapt really quickly. So I think Astralis on this map alone are really, really good. But Fnatic have not only had all these days off to prep, to watch their opponents, but, you know, they know what's coming in. They're warm, they're ready to go, and they got to put their money where their mouth is after a phenomenal season online. Right now, we're just waiting for a fifth Astralis member to get back into the server. No worries.
Mr. out of action. But yeah, no, I'm really glad you brought up the kind of red control point, right? I think definitely keep your eyes out for guys like Altex getting all annoying in the backline there. What do you make of the in-game name Depression? I think that's pretty based.
You know, there's been better, there's been worse. Yeah.
I like it. There's a lot we can do with it, and he didn't spell it Depression. Like, so he has some kind of plausible deniability there.
Yeah, he has no idea what he's saying or doing. That's totally an accident. Mr.'s got a PC issue we've had relayed, so that's fine. That's fine. You got to get it sorted. Don't want to be playing 4v5. But it's fine. Get those delays out early at the start of the day, and then we have a smooth day ahead of us. Of course, folks, if you are just joining us, this is the playoffs. This is a double elim GSL bracket to go through and win that grand share of $100,000. A lot of money as well for these young players, right? 45K for first place. Ain't too bad, Harry. You'll take that every day of the week. And we're back in. We're ready to go. Astralis T-side start. They have the spawn smokes. They've got the lineups. I think Breeze is already about to throw one to top red. I love these. Got them for every single spawn. And so let's see what Astralis want to do with it. I'm guessing B, but that's just because it's ancient.
Oh, Depression ain't messing around, man. He went straight through the top red smoke. But that does leave him a little further away to actually rotate in and help B. As a result, you've really got to hope that these double dual Berettas, these quad guns inside of the B site can hold back the Astralis Talent ranks. That's a clean opener for Pepsaw. Maze is going to come in with his dualies. Thus far, they've done good damage, right? I think a kind of, 1-for-1 out of the sight hole with low HP on Breezer is actually a good result for Fnatic Rising. And Astralis Talent don't even want to commit into the B play. They don't like what they've seen. This could be their route out here if they get this kill onto Volt in mid, and he is going to get overrun.
That's a really nice turnaround for Astralis. They find the player, they chase him down. Nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. Banjo finds out the hard way. They're getting flanked, but that's a missed shot, recovered well by Depression. No kit, however, it's dropped back at the B bomb site. 1v2, plant for CT. He's actually found it in red, rather. He's got a chance. Smoke kit. Mrs. heard every tip-tap, every footstep. With that plant, does Depression realize they're right behind him? No. Spam from the Glock, and Astralis take that pistol. Nice round out of them. They don't overcommit. And again, that's something that we talked about in this pregame, something you're going to see on the T side. Astralis, they went for a B play. They got into the site with a double entry. They still left, knowing that Fnatic would pull full rotation, and they did. So a lot of room got given to Astralis there in middle, and they were more than capable of taking it. Heavy rifles out in the second. And I like this. Fnatic going to eco. Rare to see on CT sides nowadays, especially on a map like Ancient. But they're going to pull full pistols, flash a mid play, and buy up in the third.
Yeah, Fessa either about to make some money or die to the USPs. He's got support, though, and so mid will be held. Just a little cash injection there, and a quick 2-0 for Astralis Talent now. Now we've got this investment coming through for Fnatic Rising, but as you kind of alluded to there, right? More common nowadays to kind of see that CT force in the second round and then go for a buy in the fourth if worse comes to worse. It just gives you a lot more to work with, right? The buy here for Fnatic Rising still has more than enough bits and pieces to win this round. But let's go listen into the comms and see if they can do it.
Lang. Bring her, 2-1. Fader ham.
Mærkelig Molo.
Bare kom væk.
Ja. Kommer nok til at sidde nogen heroppe, zigzag.
Ja, det tror jeg også.
Jeg kan flash ud midt her.
Og lige peak tempel, eller grønne, Alex.
Der er en, der stepper en dark. Lad mig lige flashe ud midt her. Kan I ikke strafe midt nu?
Men jeg tjekker lige
Jeg
tæt
tror
her.
måske, han sidder nede bird her.
Vi har tæt kill.
Kan du
Ja.
ikke prefire Dark?
Jeg kan flash
Står
midt
Gekla
her.
Dark?
Er I klar?
Ja, vent lidt,
Nej,
vent
midt er
lidt.
clear, midt er clear.
Er de bombe, Benja?
Ind i
vinduet.
Vinduet.
Okay, jeg prefer ham bare med bombe.
Ja.
Fuck det.
Jeg er med dig, Alex. Om 2. Hvad er der 2?
Hold ham,
tæt.
og
Jeg
så
har
clear
en Molo.
venstre.
Ja,
Hold
jeg
ham
holder
til
ham,
højre.
jeg holder ham, jeg holder
Clear
ham.
venstre.
Du kan Molo, Ben. Okay.
Det clear til
Jeg
højre,
flasher
oppe
mod
her.
lang her.
Vi har
clear.
cave.
Jeg prøver
Det
lige
kan
at
godt
spamme
gå
nuben.
Det er Benja, der er Molle.
Vent lidt. Peaker det her.
Har vi nogen nets?
Det er bare retake.
Der burde være en noob med 100p, og så en
Ja.
lang, står bare off-angle. Eller kort.
Bare hold lang for mig her.
Kan du ikke
Hold
Molo?
lang.
Men jeg er en Molo lang.
Molo lang midt.
Sving ud og kig venstre, jeg kigger højre,
Kig
okay?
venstre.
De er kort, de er kort, de
En
er
lang.
kort.
Dyb, Ben.
Noob.
Nuben clear, langt
Hej,
ud.
sgu da.
Okay, syg.
Sander.
Hvis jeg er klar på ryg. Jeg ved, vi var alle var der.
Benja er lang. Tæt CT, Alex.
Ja.
Ind med, Benja. Tæt. Ind med, Benja.
Ind med.
Hvor?
Baglinjen.
Bare gem dig, lad mig spille første.
Victor har etteren for dig.
Wow. So that was a little 3v5 there out of the Astralis Talent squad, and I'm glad we got to listen into them for it.
Yeah, they're always hype, man. These guys have good energy. Like we haven't really. We've heard some teams tilt. We've heard some teams, or even if not tilt, just go quiet, and that is basically the same thing at times. Like the Na'Vi comms weren't too inspiring, but the Astralis ones always are, even when they're down. Like they're not blaming each other. They're nice try, go next, come again, and yeah, a 3v5 like that is only going to pump you up. Boy, oh boy, Astralis are on a roll.
Yeah, and I mean, even, I don't speak Danish, so obviously take it with a pinch of salt. But I even heard like little comms of, AWP on off angle and stuff like that, right? Those are kind of words that translate across fairly well for English speakers, I'd say.
Yeah.
When they're saying AWP on off angle, like it's not that hard.
Maybe
to
that's
figure
Danish.
out.
How do you know, Harry?
Yeah, not that hard to figure out what it meant, is it? Checkmate, Danes. But it's super cool that they even kind of communicate across like little ideas like that, right? I think it'd be very easy to keep your hunches to yourself in those kind of chaotic 3v5 situations. But even passing little nuggets of gold like that across, and it helped them get the entry as well. So, yeah, no, the Astralis comms always sound very clean. They never sound like they're getting flustered or sad.
Oh, mid
They might
push.
get eco'd though.
Oh,
Well,
team
not
kill.
eco, but wrecked by USPs.
Volt really one of those ecos, man. He had bloodlust. A TK and a kill, but he can't get the gun. They're holding the back, and he knows it. He's going to try, but unfortunately for him, Viggo's ready and waiting. 4-0 for Astralis. Almost all the kills. In fact, all the kills. Nice tap on the way out for Breezer. And this is the buy for fnatic. They've got to win it. They've got to start strong. Eyes on depression, right? Like, regardless, we talked about how his astronomical start to this entire tournament back in Season 1. And then he kind of dropped off a little bit, or I say dropped off, he just didn't really, he didn't play as well as he did in Season 1. There's a lot more free than I bet to get away with some madness. The level has improved massively over these 5 seasons, but they finally replaced him with depression, and let's see if it was worthwhile. Fessa gets pop-peeked down B. Nice early play for fnatic, running through a smoke on Astralis, and Banjo's holding it. That has not gone well. 5-on-2, surely not going to turn this one around, are they?
I don't know, Hugo. You never know, right? That's the beauty of this. But no, I mean, it should be a safe round, especially with Depression sat back in CT with the AWP. And that's the thing about Depression, you never quite know when or where it's going to strike. But when it does, it's devastating. Out from CT, they've flushed out the A plate. And so, fnatic Rising are on the board.
Well, it didn't take you long, but I don't know what I was expecting.
You think they're gonna give me the named impression and I ain't gonna?
Yeah,
I ain't
that
gonna
was
do
that was
something with
classy.
it?
That was
and
classy.
It's tasteful. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
man,
tasteful is the right
respect
word. Yeah, respect. Well done. Got away with words, Harry. And Pepsor's got away with peaks coming down B. I like the aggressive start to the round for fnatic. They're not scared off by Astralis' 4-0 lead. Happy to take it to them. And Molly is not combined with a deep Molotov, only a deep smoke. So Breezer was up ahead of it, but they flash him out. And Astralis have to recommit to mid with utility. This is a nice just trade of nades for the two rosters. fnatic have used a lot of nades though. Pepsor, again, down B, causing problems. 2 kills towards Pocket and Lane. And even now, Volt getting flashed for another mid-fight. fnatic are hungry for apples. Depression going over the top. But that smoke is still down. Oh, he actually got a smoke shot. He might have had a gap there. Mister's found Volt and Donut. That's the only opener that Astralis have got. They've got to do something with it.
Oh, okay. Okay. fnatic Rising really want to try and get Donut back under wraps, so they've rotated this AWP over to scope up on it. But this has given a little bit of room to Astralis Talent. Now, they do have to go all the way back towards T-Spawn to get that bomb. And that can be a little bit awkward here. This is going to leave Mister, a little further away, having to run the gauntlet all the way through Spawn, meet up with his teammate over at B. But right now, even with this mid-push coming in, timing's going to be everything. I don't think they get to lane in time to stop this bomb crossing, although Mister is sneaking it now.
Oh, this is so weird.
1 kill, though, gets you into the B site, Hugo. And that's pretty tantalizing, ain't it?
Perfect util. They've flashed out maze. They're going to get a plant at least. They know the chance of a player being here. It's the double flank that might throw a spanner in this round. Breeze is going to get aggressive. Bomb not really for long, seeing as they're coming from cave, but if he can hunt this kill, he can clear CT and turn back around. Needs it here, needs it now. Breezer sees the shadow, and he hits the shot. Back to cave, they swing, and Breezer closes. Astralis clutch out yet another round. How do they keep doing it? Despicable scenes. Was that a 2-on-5? Close to, if not exactly that. 2-on-4 at least. Blimey. They've had a 3-on-5, a 2-on-4, and they've broken fnatic mentally, if not economically soon. One more gun round will do exactly that. Crikey. Good grenade. But again, Fess is not sending it too hard. He will leave. Been spotted coming up B ramp. Astralis on a default now. They need to care aggression, and so they've got a door player watching for this ramp push. It can come at any point in the round. Vigo's aware. Vigo's ready. And with more mid control now from Volt, while it's very susceptible to getting split from either side, if he picks one, Depression can hold the other from top red. And he's even going to move in to try and assist. No more smokes, though, in middle. And that elbow is harbored by fugitives. Volt's stuck between 2 Ts. He's going to get away with 1. AWP and the bomb here. Resmoke comes in. That's massive, though. And he can actually sneak back out. Meanwhile, Maze gets aggressive, and he mows up at least a kill. Lots of damage to Fessa. Astralis down a man, but I'm not counting them out yet.
Yeah, they look like they want to try and take some space over here at B, but my one worry is based on whether or not Pepsor can find this timing onto the bomb as it crosses. If he drops that lane, it's going to be a disaster. Instead, he swings the wrong way, and now he's been shot in the back. There is a route into this B site. They don't realize that Astralis Talent have already made it so deep up the ramp, and Vigo pushing long. Stolen another man out of the round. Just Banjo left. It's a good flash to set him up for the peak. But now you've got to find yourself 2 more, and you don't have any more of those magic flashes to make it happen. Out on the long side. Miss shot for Breezer, but my goodness, there we go. Nails them both. Breezer with 2 quick flicks makes it happen.
A 2-on-4 and 2 3-on-5s Astralis have picked up in this game already. I'm going to keep count because this is getting out of hand for Fnatic. They have to be able to close these rounds. Breeze is nailing fools to walls right now. Look at this one. Ugh, gross. Sends shivers down your spine, in fact. And yeah, right time to pause, Fnatic. You are being bent over Astralis' knee and getting your bum smacked. That is dirt. Let's hear how the vibes are. I hope they're good.
Sub. Smoke deep, I'm only close, and then flash, okay?
Yeah.
Flash off that wall.
I cannot smoke. I tried, but it's maybe bad.
Be fast out.
I'm flashing.
Can you flash?
They smoke might be
I'm
heaven
not
fast.
taking that. Yeah, could be. They missed the donut smoke.
I think they're playing outside B just.
I'll come.
Calling heaven. On bottom mid.
They
Flash
take it in here. They take
I
it in
can
here.
flash mid.
Can you come with me, Pepe?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it up.
One is bottom mid.
Can we rotate 3B?
They're taking mid.
Yeah.
Get a
I
third
can
KP.
molly and flash.
Philip, go post, yeah. Do you have hope?
No. I'm
Alright, let's
behind.
push down left side then.
I can sit in the smoke. One mid.
I'll come.
Peeking.
Push left side.
That's the
I'm
alert.
wide. Come peek with me.
I'm sitting in the
I'm coming ramp.
One minute.
Don't see him.
That side dead.
I'm walking.
Can go window.
I'm walking
You guys
now.
out I'm holding Q.
Up here.
One
I have him wait.
Yeah, he's peeking.
One more.
Nice.
Peek.
Yeah, I'm peeking. I can flash in front of
Heaven
you.
one.
I'm flashing in
Two.
front of heaven.
Go.
Flashing.
I think they're running A.
Boom.
Don't shoot donut. I think they're running window.
2 window. Bomb
Oh.
dead. One more window.
I'm in, I'm in.
That's
It's
safe there.
CT.
Ryan, I think it's safe
One
there.
dead I'll window. take. I'll take.
Let's
He
go.
was
Let's
good.
go.
He
Let's
killed me mid window. Like in
Matthias
red.
is in main.
Nice.
Good
I knew
job.
it, man.
AVP
Nice one.
somewhere there.
Let's go, boys.
Good job.
Well, Fnatic close a man advantage round, and that's got to be a little reassuring for how this game has been going already. But comms look clean, focus is still there, and no one falling apart just yet. Take those smoke shots every day of the week. Pepsor holding strong as the top performer for Fnatic right now. Experience reigns true. And maybe a bit of a faster B1 for Astralis. The money's not great. 2 pistols, 3 AKs, and already just left to 1 single flash. This is going to be their best bet.
Yeah, they're swinging a ramp. But Depression always looming over him here with that AWP scoped up. Pepsor's held the line. Bloody and gory up at the top of ramp. Oh, and Depression's nailed another. Pepsor good for 2 before Fessa falls. And there's Fnatic rising in with a third. The B site able to stand on its own 2 legs there, having that third man early, holding Depression with the AWP. You know, that certainly went a long way.
Yeah, it's just a low econ round, really. It's no smokes for Astralis. They're pretty methodical with their executes when they actually commit, or they walk in, late round where there's not going to be 3 players from Fnatic ready and scoped up on ramp when they're caught in tandem with not a single smoke. Of course, the AWP's going to be there, picking players out of thin air. Jumping through the mid smoke, though, and Volt, bit of a highlight reel, 3 kills. Depression's going to come in to clean up the job. Fessa may hit a dig, but there shouldn't be much more for Astralis. I like the one-way in mid as well. Fnatic playing hard to get, and this site should be the same. Jiggle spotted, boost over. But I don't think Breezer can find this angle really without falling off the top, and he might even get peeked by Temple. Oh, only a tag, that's awkward. But Fnatic don't need to run into this bomb site just yet. But they will. Easy done. Eco over, and 4 rounds to the 6.
Just going to petition it early whenever Volt gets a multi-kill. It's not a highlight reel, Hugo. It's a highlight eel.
Eel?
The R is silent because like Volt and like eels is like electric eels. So there's like a kind of link in there.
God, that is tenuous, but
how
all right.
How many volts in an electric eel do you
A
reckon?
lot, I would say. What's your best guess?
120.
It's going to be way more than that. 600 volts.
No.
Yeah, up to
No
600
way.
volts.
The electric eels is straight walled and 600 volts? That's like enough to half charge a Tesla. Over here in mid. Man of the hour getting stuck in again. Mr. Volt.
Vestas again climbing up B. It's not gone well this time for him. They know what to expect. He's going to be doing that a lot, looking for solo picks. But he is dead. And Volt picked in mid as well. But luckily enough, 2-on-4. And this is a great position for Pepsor. What a ballsy play. He's going to hear them coming. Freebie holds the shot, takes 2, and takes 5 for fnatic. Love that for Pepsor. He has been very aggressive down the ramp. That's one step further. Perfect move.
The nature of the game is somewhat changing in these last few rounds, right? You can kind of feel it. Fnatic rising and taking more liberties. They're getting a bit more aggressive. Starting to feel more like a horror game for Astralis Talent. They're always having a fight. You know, people who are like jump scaring them in really deep positions. You've heard of Children of the Corn, but what about Children of the Maze?
You got some good ones today.
Here's a little B play up through the ramp. Pepe, Zora, and the Maze Man. Oh, Maze mowing them down. And now Pepsor's even rapping. Oh, okay. It's a nice little take to the grave for Mr. Right. A one and done before he's gone.
I got one for you, Harry, you can use.
Yeah.
When Maze gets a quadra kill, you can call it, oh, it's a Minotaur for Maze. You know, you get it? Like Minotaur, like because they're in the maze. You get that one? Is it funny?
Yeah. Although it is pronounced Minotaur.
Minotaur, I don't believe that.
No, but it's like Minotaur. Like, you have to go American on the end.
Oh, okay, all right.
Minotaur.
Minotaur, gonna hit the Minotaur a kill. Flashes out mid, Fnatic fighting. Volt blinding. Oh, he can't see a thing, but luckily no one's there to punish. It's an A-walk for Astralis. They've got a player lining up util. Execute smoke coming in. Depression. Oh, he's in the right place this time. He's been on B a lot, but he is sat back in the temple trying to stop this cross. They've mollied him. It can be very hard to see through that, but he still finds a kill before he gives up the site. A retake round for Fnatic, and things are looking pretty good.
All right, that's going to spur you on even more. The 5v3 retake now looking to take shape for Fnatic rising. 2 in Donut, 3 through CT. Doesn't mean they got to worry about main, but they've got enough manpower to try and clear this. Breezer boosted and Vigor with 1 before he's finished off. Breezer can't quite hold the line, and Fess is dead on the swing. Depression holding the angle. Looking real clean as this guy since the big greens come out.
Yeah, that's a Breezer with a spray of someone who's been playing AWP only DM today. Not ideal, but yeah, shouldn't have been winnable anyway. Nice round for Fnatic. Just perfect round, perfect play to get one and leave. No need to leave an anchor to die on the bomb site. They've had a variety of moves on the CT side. It started pretty dire, but Pepsor's gotten more aggressive towards B. The orb's been floating. It's played all 3 locations. Volt's had mid a lot. I'm surprised that Astralis have given him this much respect. The util's been really good though. Like, Fnatic have had a lot of support with often 3 players running smokes down in the mid area. Pepsor again's pushed the boat out, but they've heard it. Lurking in the murky waters, Pepsor gets 1 and even survives. That's a robbery. The pirate Pepsor drops anchor, steals the booty, and gets out.
Oh, well, Mr. on the receiving end of Volt. That might just force them into this B play, and the results are not good out of the gate with Pepsor successfully holding the line with another. Suddenly the odds of winning this one starting to slip away from you. That's a clean shot out of Ultex, but he's going to need 4 more, much to the tune of that one, if he wants to win this round. Okay, Ultex shooting folks he can't even see, but there's Depression. Once again, you think you've gotten away from them, but there he is.
1 more left, and these low economy rounds for Astralis Talent have not gone well. They've not had many of them, but yet to field any results on the ecos, on the force buys. Again, could go for a quicker B. Need those smokes to go in, though. This time they have that option. Util into mid. Breeze are going to be popping them flashes to get out. Good flashes.
Okay.
Volt's super blind, as he has been many of these rounds. And that's more like it. I was waiting for a quick mid take for Astralis, finally disrespecting that player who's taking mid every single time. Banjo's got full A main, though. But if they still wrap through Donut, he's kind of left to his lonesome. There's no one there lurking his position. They fully left B. A bit of a gamble for fnatic, a read gone wrong. As Astralis climb up the ledge and head towards that B bomb site. fnatic are trying to make magic happen, but this might leave them in the dirt. Bomb plant going to come through with ease. And there's still this lurker that they have to clear, and they won't. That might be the round off that kill.
Yeah, Mister's in a really good place. Oh no, he thought he was in a good place, but the Maze of Depression pushes him over in top mid, and he's boxed in. Now they're running into B, 3v3. Got to clear Fessa from the cave, and Razor's even here to help down towards ramp. This is a gnarly crossfire to hold on to. And they're going to check spawn. Perfect timing check for Breezer. There's the half brought to a close. Astralis Talent getting on the sertraline as they finally beat Depression.
Yeah, it's a good heart. It's a very good T-side, right? It could have been a lot more with a 6-1 lead, but by the end of it, you're pretty happy. You broke the momentum streak of fnatic by the end of the half. You got a very good T-side in Astralis' pocket, but it's good to see fnatic not roll over after what could have been, been a very bad game with those 2 3v5s and that 2v4 in the first 7 rounds of the map going against them. But they hold strong, Harry. And now we swap over. What have fnatic got to show on the T half? One set of util, players looking towards that B bomb site. And we're getting in.
Det er ikke noget af.
Der er ikke noget rampe. Kommer noget B. Smoker.
Flash over midt. Flash over.
Rolig.
Jeg er fucking hvid, bror.
Jeg flasher cave. Ude. 1. Mere. Endnu mere udside.
2 sides.
Okay.
Her er langt, gå langt, gå alle langt, tror jeg.
Kom.
Du vil gerne fight langt.
Holder rampe
Bare
så.
nu, de shutler bare.
Hold til lån.
Cave nu. Der er en, der er fucking
cave.
low.
Bare vente, lad mig søge her.
Ja, står og holder rampe.
Cave. Dildo og cave. Okay, jeg havde Glocks, mand.
Volt. Shock me like an electric eel. Baby Volt. Turn them off with your electric feel. Nice shots, man. And as Astralis said, Glocks. I say that about USPs.
That was a really good Danish.
Yeah, I've been practicing my nuffe. Sadly, he's not in the league anymore, but nuffe.
Rip Nuffy.
Rip nuffe. Not noffy.
Banoffee.
Nuffe. Benuffe pie.
Here we go. Right.
Look at his stack.
Speaking of...
Cheeky.
yeah. Speaking of pies, we got a big stack of deep dish inside of this bomb site. And well, fnatic Rising taking a bite of the pie.
My.
They're loving it.
Wow. A slice for everyone. Almost. Maze is on that keto diet, but everyone else grabs a kill. And that was clean. 5 on A and no casualties with all those crossfires. fnatic. All right, we got a game here. This is Astralis' map pick. They have to start strong with the rifles.
They're going to try and lean into an A play again. Oltex really will have his work cut out for him here. That smoke not going to do him too many favors. They're already ahead of it. First man found by the man back in Temple. And now he's called for a rotate. His Donut players moved in to lend a helping hand. Oh, hang on. Mister's already knocked out of the round. So Donut gone as fast as he arrived. And now the plant, fnatic Rising in a 4v4 with the bomb down. These rotates still a long way away as well. Astralis Talent don't really know what's happening over at B, and so they didn't have the resources to pull players around. They're even getting churned up on the attempt to rotate through middle. And so this is a done deal. That's the first rifle round for Astralis Talent, really falling on dead ears. And even though they get out with this two-man save, it's still so far from ideal. When you're CT side, when you need to kind of get some rounds on the board, you know, you're on the back foot like this, you really need to hit the ground running in a bonus round, but like, you know, sorry, versus a bonus round with your first rifle. If you don't, this is lucrative as hell for Fnatic Rising, right? They're banking up cash now. They really didn't have to put a lot into this round. They just played with the, you know, the bonus weapons from their anti-eco. And for Astralis Talent, they're now broke, having to, you know, buy some pistols. They can try and force this, but it can dig you a hole very, very quickly, right? Putting all your money on the line now, if you lose this one, all you've done is delay that eco. All you've done is push it back around. And so suddenly, you know, we could see like a 13-7 scoreline before the next buys in for Astralis Talent if they don't win with this force.
Good trade from Volt. There's still many more men in middle, though. Breeze is just going to maul too. They line up for him on that spray. And now Fnatic have to do their best Astralis impression. Pull a 2v4 out of nowhere. Crunching that B site. Silent. Oh, Fessa doesn't know they're already up. And he gets headshot, but Pepsol goes down as a result in his depression. Without the AWP, in a clutch, can't do a thing. 8 rounds to Astralis. They won't get rid of the bonus, but they will follow up right after. Better late than never. Still plenty of money for Fnatic, but that's a step in the right direction for Astralis. With Fessa still having a quiet game, still bottom of the board, bottom of the server, in fact. It's activate now or likely lose. Up ledge, that's smoked by Fnatic though from T-spawn. They don't want Astralis to peek them from middle. Oh, through the smoke, Pepsor, he is a madman. If he doubles it, if he goes right through, he's got kills. He's got multi-kills, perhaps. Oh, but he gets stuck in the corner looking for a gap. If he was 1 second faster, Fessa's back would be turned, and that would have really tilted Fessa. Getting double smoke walked, that would be annoying, but he holds on. Good timing check. A 5-on-4 for Astralis. And on a map like Ancient, 5-on-4, woo, very hard to break back through if they just tuck in, and they are doing exactly that. Mr. leaves middle. They 2-2 each site. Mr. plays for info. And Astralis are doing this very well right now. Oh, they've read this so well. Mister's even left middle. They're so confident that no one's going to take mid late. And even if they do, there's a player watching for a lurk. Right now to B play, and it's very loud.
Yeah, Fessa baiting them in, trying to set his teammate up to win the round, but it's never even needed. This man tucked in at Cubby, still not even known about. And even though Maze has made it out in middle, he's a long way away from winning the clutch, too far removed from the bomb and the B bomb site. He's left saving.
That's a sick round from Fessa, man. What's that, 3 kills? Just slaughters them coming up B ramp. Good sign. They've given him the AK, right? They've set him up.
I mean, he is a headshot player.
Yeah, and true.
Honestly, you know, I'm kind of, you know, this is a bit armchair.
None of you
hang on a moment. I'll hold that thought.
Smoke.
Let's listen in.
I have no money. Flash, I'll walk ramp
Just kill him in cave.
I see behind you here. Just run through it. Bang.
Nothing cave. Nothing cave.
Did you push me?
Fully smoked.
They smoked. I'll search after. Just make sure they don't pick me from heaven.
Yeah, I'm holding it. He smoked
and
A.
one will come with me, yeah.
They're playing passive.
Yeah, come with me as well.
Heaven's
I'm
gonna peek from heaven.
Can you be ready there? I'll try to kill him here after.
He's probably sitting window. Nothing heaven.
Jump
I think window left side.
Jump spot.
Yeah, the bomb pick here. I drop you the bomb. I'm gonna jump spot window.
Backline.
Deep long. Don't see him.
Backline. I come up here and peek.
They're not playing mid.
Yeah, I have the good peek.
I think it's one window, 2A, 2B. One donut.
Let me try to peek him out. Can I get them, Matthias? I have a lineup. You wait a bit, boys. I'm trying to peek him.
They're scared of window now.
He is there. He is up here. Let's just search towards window.
They're
They're 3B,
scared
they're
of window.
3B. Let's run in window. Ready?
Yeah, he's in donut. One is
Yeah.
donut.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, peek. I see him. Right side, left side. I killed two.
Donut, nice.
Oh,
We just
There's
run A,
A.
just run
One
A.
more donut.
He's alone A.
I'm falling
He's
back.
alone A.
Two
Come on.
CT,
yeah.
two
I'll
CT,
take you.
Come.
two CT.
It's 3A.
1 HP.
Two CT.
It's
No,
fine.
I thought I
Yeah,
killed him.
Oh, what a mess. That's a mess, Harry. That's a complete mess. Oh, it's nice to hear Banjo talk. Of course, the quiet Finn in the back. You can always pick out a Finnish accent. But yeah, that's awkward. Team killing there. Kind of worth it, but no kill finish towards Altex. I don't know how he lives here, pulling out the USP as well. 360 into the tap. Sickening. Harry, you're sat back. You're leaning in your armchair right now. What have you got for me?
oh yeah. So Fester is a real headshot player, right? But he hasn't had many headshots this game. Now, as someone else who's also a big headshot fan, even though he's had 11 kills, 12 kills, it's still concerning to me. Right now, he got a couple of headshots with that AK round when they rushed up round. I think that's how he builds back in. Serious, dude. It's all his style. He loves being clean with the taps. You know, you don't even want him 10% uncomfortable, or else you might get less out of the guy. And with how important he is in the Astralis Talent games, just something to keep an eye on. Mister over in mid, traded after one. Professor, give us something nice. Well, spray down Pepsor over at Cave. Ooh, he even tries his hand at the wall bang. That was close. No cigar.
Oh, Vigo, knife out, just pulled his gun too late. Gets headshot and Maze runs right back. Because of the headshot, that death cam gave no info to Astralis, and so they've fallen right for it. They think the bomb's going B. They've pulled out of the A site. They've put 2 on B, and Banjo's got all this room in middle. Going mid is dangerous, but they don't want to send the bomb solo A main in case someone's there. But Altex, his timing to peek mid is just a few seconds later. And fnatic, they're in a very good position. They can get a plant in. Meanwhile, Fest is getting curious. He doesn't like the silence, and that's made the penny drop for Astralis. The Kroner's on the floor, Harry, and they're incoming.
Oh, but hang on a moment. Banjo's made it interesting. Breezer coming through the CT smoke with his AWP. Might be able to get the drop on this donut, man. Fesser's even wrapping through main, but these two CTs are worlds apart. They need a clean opener. Fesser might be the man to get it. He's spotted one. There we go. May's knocked out of the round, so it's going to fall to Banjo to try and clutch this one. Needs one kill on the man defusing. Needs to get him off of that bomb now. They're still sticking it. And Banjo, while he might have got that first man, he doesn't stop the diffuser. And so Astralis Talent, they tie this game up at 11-all. They're well and truly back in the swing of things on their map pick.
Yeah, I love the body block. Get down, Mr. President. That's perfect for Astralis. And, you know, even though Donut's a great post plant because you can jump, you can fake, you can throw nades super free, and it's very hard for CTs to kill you, stopping diffuses is also very difficult unless you plant in the center of the site, and that's so dangerous. CT's easily able to just position as far away as possible. You could see Breeze's, only the top of Breeze's head was visible from the left side of Donut. But you're right, this has been a nice recovery for Astralis. They pulled this game right back into their palm after what was very scary in the early half. After not only a long streak in Fnatic CT side, but then the pistol, the conversion, the bonus. It got worrying, but Astralis have held on very well on their map pick. Balanced is the game.
Yeah, not uncommon to see these kind of closed up matches really slow down in the pacing, right? As Fnatic Rising are going to try and milk every one of these rounds for all they're worth. They're also hoping that with enough time, Astralis keep giving them fights early in the round, right? And finally they'll be ready for one. But Astralis aren't giving them what they want. They're taking it pretty measured as well. Woo! Ooh, that's a nice dink.
Oh.
Not if you're Vault. That actually sucks if you're that guy. But the Vaults have been grounded down in middle.
Nice.
Yeah. And now Fnatic Rising are down in a 4v5.
Yes. Yes, they are, Harry. 4B, though. They just have to exec. And Breezer, unlikely he flashed this angle. He's probably going to get at least one. He sees his shadow, jiggle, jiggle, and he hits it. Molly
Jiggle,
down,
jiggle,
he's
they
surrounded
fold.
by fire. Yeah, nice one. They're running up anyway, they got no choice. 20 seconds, you could save. But right now, Maze is deep in cave. Maybe they want to use that. Spam is pretty tasty. Oh, they run down the orb. Plant allowed. 15 seconds. Astralis, careful. They're getting reloads off, but they do manage to fight in time and trade out that 2-on-1 in the B site. It's going to be 12 first for Astralis. They take the lead back. Five in a row now. First lead Astralis have had since the first half. Since very early in the game. Oh, big mid-exec. Oh, but through the smoke, missed it, even though he's blind. If that lands a second earlier, it's a different story. But still, the story written by Fnatic as they come out from ledge as well and get a 2-for-1. Altex catches them dropping in. Works out well, 3-on-3. Fnatic will leave mid to go grab that bomb. But they've got a lot of untaken space if they want to go B. A lot of angles to clear. So they'll send a faker over there in Maze. He's got a molly, a flash. And look, Astralis have fallen for it again. They've peeled out. They've at least got that cross from CT. And there's no smoke for Fnatic to actually make it in. So Maze has got to do something... well, enough to draw another player out of this A site.
Yeah, he's going to have a big play here, right? Sending the faker alone through the jungle. Going to have to become a legend of the league in this one. Molly's out into that A-bomb site, displacing the man at default.
They're leaving.
They're going back. They're going to try and join up with Maze. They're saying to him now, all right, bud, you've been given a bit of room here. Take some space. Try to hold on to that B site till the bomb can get in. They've got to time this to perfection. It's a long old run back to that B bomb site. But as long as Maze holds the line, Depression's able to be knife out the whole damn way. That is a very nice idea there out of Fnatic Rising, right? Knowing that would trigger a full rotation when double mollies come into the A-bomb site in a 3v3, you're assuming that's the A play. Helped out even further by the fact they got that opening kill. And now it is just Altex left standing. 1v2, wondering how this went so wrong, how they could have been blind to this one. Tap on the bomb. He's sticking it. It's the full commit, but running up ramp, Depression gets the better of him. Fnatic Rising tie this up at 12-all.
That is his best play, though. Sticking the bomb, 1v2. Not really many other options. Hoping they, whiff a wall bang or call his bluff like you often do on that first tap. But that's a really nice fake out for Fnatic because it's not like they even just sent one player on A to try and sell it. They made sure it was two players with utility to lob enough that Astralis were fully convinced. And Maze hits that crucial kill on the rotate back into B. If he dies before Depression gets there, no way they win the round. So huge impact from Maze. And Fnatic now break the money of Astralis very late in this match. They've got full mid, but that's only because Fnatic are giving it away. And again, Maze is selling things that Astralis don't want to buy.
Oh,
careful.
Any more for Mist R. Oh god, Vigo's flanked A main with a USP, and he's taking the fight right away. It's clean. will get traded after one, but for a USP to have got a one and done there, you're more than happy. Now they run at Banjo as well. Maze is doing all he can to put some walls up between this retake, and now it's down to the 1v1. Breezer needs a clean dig if he wants to win this. Trading out the Deagle, 2 bullets to try and make it all count. 2 bullets to try and win this eco round. And up in the air, Maze deleted. Breezer, 1 millisecond to make that shot happen, and he lands it like it's easy. Astralis pull up with just Eagles, and they win the round.
Oh my goodness, that's sick. That's so sick. What a hard shot to hit for Breezer, and that's a full eco, Harry, a full eco. USPs, the Eagles, and the dirtiest closer you'll ever see. Look at this. Don't try it at home, kids. You won't be able to if you wanted to. Oh my god, that is going to kill fnatic this late in the game. To win an eco like that, in that way, ouchie. Breezer has put Astralis on his shoulders in that round. Mr. Smoke Spam's been good before, and is going to be good again. Perfect. This is getting scary now. Volt, again, dead through the smoke. Poor guy. That's twice Mister's found him. And suddenly this game gets very worrying. fnatic do not have utility in this round. They've bought up out of necessity, but they can't really make a double molly round work. Man down, and as we've seen in so many of these spots, Astralis 5-on-4, they slink back into safety. They give up middle. Vigo spots CT spawn to make sure they can't wrap, but he doesn't need to overcommit here. Oh, he's got the lineups. Resmoke on OMEN, perhaps, yeah. Re-peek and spotted by the bomb. Gets the kill, though. Another player is wider, but Vigo's not in a hurry. He's got Fessa here for support. Missed shot. Oh, Vigo almost re-swang. Could have equaled things out for fnatic. They're going to try and do so towards B instead.
Oh, Pepsaw trying to thread the needle. Oh, hello. He spots the long man, but is he ready for the sight player? AWP on Breezer. Combat AWPing needed. Hard fire on the gun. Needs even more fire in the heart for this one. That's a clean kill. And now dancing around the pillar, just being a nuisance, just being irritating. Ultex coming in to help out. And Pepsaw, you can't win this. They're either side of him. There's the swing that'll seal the deal. Astralis Talent just starting to break ahead of fnatic Rising here, right at the closing segments of regulation.
And again, it's what we often credit Astralis for. It's like in these clutch situations, in these 2v2s, like they're so good at not over-facing and knowing when to re-peek and when to not. From Vigo, not facing in red there, to Breezer, buying so much time, getting his 1 kill, and just tucking and waiting for his teammate to come in. Like, the team play is really there for Astralis, and you rarely get players getting greedy and getting hungry in the late round, and that's something that, is very hard to stop for these academy players. Oh, I say greedy. Well, there's a bit of greed. Running through the smoke. Mister will give up 1. Meanwhile, a spam came through to take out Vigo. Altex will get some vengeance, but they're still down by a man. Astralis don't want to get ahead of themselves. This game is not done, and B has been taken. But it's all a fake out. Astralis aren't falling for this.
Yeah, they're not. They've stuck to their guns.
Oh, dear.
There is this lurk out of Maze. Ultex, though, it's a staunch defensive red. Call it corn staunch, as he's bested Maze in the head-to-head. Now the plant down. Flashes over the top of this A bomb site, but fnatic, even though they've got that plant, they are boxed in. Fess is wrapping mid. They needed that fight to go their way, and it will. Just Breezer left at the end of this one, and even though Astralis Talent never fell for that fake B play, they had their pieces in the right place. fnatic are still able to break their way through that heavy A-side lead.
Yeah, Breezer needed to hit that shot, right? It was a perfect call. Astralis had seen so many fakes, and Fessa had that B lane wrap, so he knew there weren't like 4 players there. He couldn't hear them. And so it's a good call for Astralis, but with Breezer missing the crucial cross shot, out of A main, you don't get many more opportunities. Fnatic's got their smoke down. They've already set up post plants, and yeah, they're going to convert it. Nice round for Fnatic. They get fed a couple of openers, and they make them work. They don't waste that opportunity. Even though Astralis knew what was going on, they just couldn't stop it. 13 rounds, close game here. Astralis' map pick on the favored side, but with no money. Only the saved AWP and a hero M4 around pistols. This is pretty rough for Astralis, in fact. You could argue that Fnatic are, in a sense, favored right now just with the money and how this game's going. If they win this one, Astralis have to play for OT. It's not a pretty position to be in.
Yeah, you know, there is something to be said, though, about hero gun rounds on Ancient. I feel like you often see these do a lot more damage than they would on other maps, right? And I think a lot of that comes from some of the kind of angles you're able to work yourself into on the back of the info that the pistols get, right? Things like top ledge flanks, right? Quickly getting stuck in, getting some kind of usage out of your gun. Right now, they're fairly passive, set back in the B site. That's a nice opener from Vigo's Deagle. Fnatic Rising can't afford to let this opportunity get away from them, and getting smoked off at the top of B has really foiled their plans. They wanted to accelerate the pace there, and now they've been forced to respect that smoke. Vigo, there's another from this Deagle. Why not go for more? He's shooting for the stars in this one. Just Vigo challenging for Cave, and even though Maze is bested and there's still been time for Rotates to come on over, Orp joining the ranks of the B-hold, Mister waiting over at long, gonna remove another from the ranks of Fnatic. This is starting to get a little bit wild. This was just 2 weapons here for Astralis Talent, and they're now sat a man up. This cave flank really should seal the deal. Banjo's gotta go huge, and he's spammed out. There's the pistols around the hero guns, walking the success in for Astralis Talent, 15 to their name. And, you know, Fnatic, they might have had an economic edge. They might have had more firepower, but all of that can be forgotten about now as Astralis move on to map point.
5 pistol kills. The 2 guns don't even do anything. There was some damage, there was some spam, but it's all the pistols. An awkward team flash as well for Banjo entering the B site. He gets full blinded, and that is, yeah, Fnatic. Not only did they lose all those crucial early game rounds, those 3-on-5s, those 2-on-4s, but they've lost to 2 extremely low economy, one basically full eco, and that round where the guns don't even take shape. So that's just devastating for Fnatic, and Astralis have been given a red carpet to walk over their map pick. They've just got to finish the job while Fnatic are down right now, 15 to 13. And Fnatic on both sides of the map. At least Pepsol's out in pocket, but Fessa looks curious. I like that spam as well. Shooting through the wall gave Fessa the info that Pepsol was there. It confirmed to him. He heard the tag. He knew that swing was coming. 5-on-4, full lane. One guy outside the door and Fnatic taking mid.
Oh, Fessa's looking for a really tight angle here, and they're not so tight. He kind of leaps into the AWP and has given up an early trade at least. Vigo even taking this little spot here. That's kind of juicy, but Little Ugly still gets a dink off before all is said and done. Are they ready for Maze? Deep within the B site, all the way down long already. Breezer on the receiving end of that AK. And so now for Mister and Altex, a man down in this retake. The cave flank has often been good for Astralis. This time, though, the result isn't there. Mister might just have to make a play to save this AWP. He's going to run for the hills, get the hell out of there. It's a good thing he's saving it too, because it's going to be the only route you have to have one in this follow-up round.
Yeah, you can't doubt Astralis in the next round with almost nothing. They've done it multiple times, but that was their best bet. That was their big opportunity, their big chance. And Fnatic have kept this game burning on. Clutch kills from Depression with the AWP as well. Catching Fessa jumping out. It's such a habit to jump out of a bad position, but also the arc of your model when you jump like this is so predictable. And like you said, even far more visible when you're flying through the sky on a headshot angle. Awkward one there. And now Astralis have to do what they've done before. Their first time out all game, they've not really felt the pressure. As soon as things got hard, they had comebacks in both halves. So 2 M4s, an AWP, a Deagle on Vigo, which I don't doubt. He got 2 in that eco win. And fnatic trying to make this game go bonus play, trying to send us to overtime on map 1 of the day.
Heavy V-lean right out of the gate for fnatic Rising. They might try and take this fast. This is a real change of pace. You were not expecting this in round 30. fnatic Rising, it was ballsy to make this call right to all in B. High risk, high reward, but they've got the latter so far. Mr. Full blind. That was a teammate's flash. Fessa hangs him out to dry. Breezer with the no-scope through the smoke, but there's a second man he's got to try and locate here. And they just keep re-smoking him in CT.
This is rough. Run boost. Yeah. Oh, and it falls. It's a dribble. What do they do now? They're going to try it again? And it's bad as well. Astralis, this is done. Overtime, fnatic, a full B-rush, like you said, the last thing anyone was ready for. And it was one guy at long with a pistol. Astralis were not set up for that round, and fnatic, what a flex to take us into overtime here in map 1 in Astralis' pick. A game where if fnatic take the first map, they're poised for the 2-0. Don't get me wrong, Vertigo's the next map. It's one that Astralis have been known to clown on, but it's also been a home staple of any fnatic roster throughout every season of the Academy League. So yeah, it's just off of picks alone. If fnatic steal this map away after some of the trials and tribulations that Astralis Talent have put them through, that's even more credit due. All these low econ rounds, all these 2v5s, and fnatic is still here to play. Ooh.
Okay. Gonna try and send the AWP into that. Depression gets there just a little too late. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ultex is causing them a bit of a problem here. I don't even really think this was meant to be the A commitment. They kind of just got stuck really trying to trade that kill in main. And it forced 3 of them to their deaths. Now Pepe Zora has made it deep down long, but that flash really does body him. Vigo not taking it personally at all there. Those full 20 bullets were necessary.
Yeah, just double tap, make sure he's dead. You never know. Maze is here. He's a little late though, and good kill, but no chance. Surely on 9 health, a nade on Altex could end this one. Pistol Breezer just wants to finish the job, and he will do it rightly. 16 for Astralis. They notice their missed opportunity in regulation. They want to make up for it here and now. Breezer still had a phenomenal game, and he's actually been joined as well. Even though Fess has still been quiet, had a couple of rounds, everyone else has you know, popped off on these eco rounds, especially people like Vigo. Breezer's clutch. Altex has been solid on CT side, had quite the recovery.
Mid's getting taken. Pepsaw late lurking B, gonna try and keep these options open. It's clear that fnatic want to try and abuse this rather heavy-handed rotate that Astralis have if they start getting faked on at A. They've really made an effort to take this B control. They have also got a player over towards top red. This is gonna build to try and be a B play. 3 strong here for Astralis Talent. This fight as well is a hard one for the AKs to win. That Molly's nice to have displaced the AWP, but now they've lost Volt over in top middle. That kind of forces them to commit to the B play. They no longer have mid, so they can't go back. They can't change their mind here. They've got to fight into the stack. Pepsor might have given a route to get this bomb down, but they don't know about Vigo, who's super deep up the short side. Now they've discovered him, and Pepsor has swung out, dealing with both players over at short. Pepsor's doing all he can to get this one over the... Oh my god, that's fast! Breezer, wrist play breaking flick, and up through ramp. Altex is in with the closer. Breezer has come alive in these last few rounds. What was that shot? You know, the Deagle a couple of rounds ago to win the clutch was nice, but that fast flick into Cave is really the kill that helped take that round over the line.
He looked dead. He looked absolutely dead with that peek coming in from Cave. He hit one earlier like that, but that's one step too far. Look at this from Breezer. Pepsor saved the day for a moment, but this... Oh... Ugh. Grime time
like,
for
even
Breezer.
In slow-mo it looks quick.
Yeah.
It's insane. That was like a 2-frame flick.
My goodness. Astralis, they're pissed, man. And they're here for vengeance. They might just get it. A 3-round CT side would be solid. Especially considering their initial T side and even how it started. With the momentum of 3 rounds in overtime. Dear oh dear. There's spam. Close. Gotta watch out though. Festus getting shot right back through it. May as well leave. He's got smoke behind him to escape through. In no hurry. Smoke on the molly. Mister's kind of caught here and don't. He could jump out, but he doesn't know that they're double peeking him right now. He flashes and faces, looks for the fight. Volt's there. He's good for it. That flash didn't work either. He got stuck on the top of the cube. Vigo's going out through the smoke. He's got to win this round right now. He's got a multi-kill. He gets one. The second AWP still strikes. Altex, low HP, who's picked it up, gets a kill on the cross, leaving Breezer on an AK to flank middle, but he's being held by an AWP of their own. Oh, the adjustment.
Fresh and eating lead down in Donut, and now May's dead as well. It's just Banjo left up in this one. First man failed, and now Altex with a miss flick on that AWP. Ooh, this is on the wire, but the nade comes over the top. Breezer might have died, but after time, it's the martyrdom effect, man. Throws that nade in and puts 18 on the board for Astralis Talent.
You can see fnatic are feeling the pressure. They're getting antsy, right? Like that adjustment for depression, walking a step further, caught him with a unready scope. Then Maze flicking left and right between Donut and Main. He only has one place to hold. He's got cover from everywhere else. He needs to just stick to his guns and hold that main spot, but he looks away as he gets peeked. Really awkward timings there for fnatic ultimately, but that's what costs you a round. Astralis keep clutching them out, man. They've been doing it all game, and this should be the beginning of the end. One more will do for the Danes to take their map pick in this series, and they're heading B. Oh,
yeah, plenty of chances, plenty of opportunity to try and get this one over the line. Fnatic Rising, they kind of dropped the ball early on in their CT side half. It wasn't till the late game that they got activated. Now we need to see something a little better, a little cleaner, and that's a good double from Volt over in mid. Astralis Talent, this first attempt at closing the game out has not gone how they wanted it to. Just down to 2 players left standing. They've got lane, but that's all the real estate they've been able to grab. They don't really have a lot to go off of here to actually launch and execute, and double swung from the ledge. It should be the close. Vigo doing what he can to hold on, but the AWP was bearing down upon him. So there's 16. Fnatic Rising take the first, moving on to this CT side.
yeah, look like Astralis really wanted mid in that round, right? From Breezer running and gunning up through the lane with the AWP to pushing through that one-way smoke in middle for Astralis. They know that Volt's been close playing it every round of CT back in reg, but he played a completely different spot there under the ledge behind the boxes, and no one even looked there for Astralis. So nice adaptation, but is he going to keep taking mid? It's such a risk. Astralis are again running at it. This is how they close their T-side half with an eco win or with a force buy win, rushing out mid, forcing a respect, and they've done that at least. Volt's tucked into red. But a 50-50 angle is a pretty good spot to be on a map like Ancient. Pepsor, got to be careful. He might get spotted here. The repetition of regulation rears its head once again, and Fessa was expecting that exact play. Volt also goes for the info and gets punished. This is it, folks. 3 kills away. Ready to end this game and take us to map 2.
Yeah, they just got to stick the landing, right? That can be the hardest part. Banjo trying to clear out red, hasn't committed to the full clear, and now they hear this running around. They can hear the B rotate. Mister's getting all this info. fnatic Rising don't know about the man in red room. They never cleared it, and it feels to me like Banjo commed across that red was clear, because Depression isn't even considering that someone could have been hidden on that left-hand side. Now the smokes go into the A side of the map. Depression, the one responder on the scene, needs to call for rotations. Astralis are moving into an uncontested site. Fess has nailed that shot onto Depression's AWP, and with Mister still not knowing about in the red room, this should be a done deal for Astralis Talent.
He's trying, he's buying, but he's lying to himself if he thinks he's going to win this. Maze comes through CT, and they are right behind looking for the knife kill. Vigo just takes the shot when Maze runs away and keeps it clean for Astralis Talent. They take their map pick in this playoff series matchup. They want to run through that upper bracket of the group and go right through to the grand final ASAP, baby. We'll see if they can. That was a damn good game for Astralis Talent, despite the recovery arc for fnatic in both halves, and the fact that they held on against such ridiculous rounds from Astralis. It does come through for the team that won the more clutches, that won the more ecos, and had some just incredible CT rounds in there as well. What a game, Harry. What a way to start the playoffs. I think we truly got our what we deserved here at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it was tightly contested, right? There were a lot of highlight moments there. You could see the pressure getting applied to both teams towards the end, right? It was no longer a sure victory for anyone. And that's why I think it was even cooler that Astralis Talent didn't break too much of a sweat. They didn't even let you losing that first attempt at closing the game out, disrupt the mindset, get in their heads. If anything, it felt like it pumped up someone like Fessa a little bit more. He kind of had a lot of impact in that final round of the game, right? Considering it had been a pretty quiet map by his standards. Yeah, really nice scenes for Astralis Talent, right? Once again, showing us that they've really worked on getting a bit of depth behind this squad in terms of the ideas they have, the things they like to call. I think whenever we would see them on the T sides, they came in with a good breadth of ideas to rack up enough rounds to make that a game they were able to close out. CT side of things, it was very, very clean. They had good rotates. It was something that fnatic were able to exploit a few times, but even then, once Astralis kind of wisened up to the fact that they started getting faked on more, they would leave people behind. Someone to hold off some of these like late lurk exec rounds. Yeah, really, really nice, and also reassuring that we didn't need some monstrous game out of Fessa, right? It was more Breezer up top of the board. Vigo, you mentioned him having a lot of impact in those eco and like low economy rounds that Astralis were able to win. This was a very impressive Astralis Talent. fnatic Rising, they certainly delivered as well, but this is one that's going to hurt a little bit, right? Knowing that if they just got on the CT board a little bit earlier in that first half, they could have ran away with this map.
Yeah, on the bright side, I don't see fnatic falling apart after that game. Like, that hurts to lose in that fashion, but it's their map pick coming up next. It's a great map off of the numbers. It's one they've been farming on all season long on Vertigo. So I'm reassured that we might have a 3-map series as things have gone ever since we've hit the BO3s in 4 out of 5 so far. So that's a nice feeling at least. But yeah, I also think Altex's CT side was phenomenal. I echo your point on Fessa not having to go crazy, but Astralis still winning fairly comfortably, at least once we hit overtime, is a massive reassurance with this roster. Obviously, it did rely on a lot done from Breezer, but notably, this guy's often at the forefront of opening fights. He was 0-2 in opening duels this game. He didn't even really take them. He was more of a clutch AWP in this matchup at least, so that was cool to see. Numbers are up on your screen now, and yeah, all good. Hey, look at Pepsor, man. This is the OG of the Academy League, remember, not the team, but the original gamer, of course. Here from season 1 all the way through was Pepsor, and even joined up on that main Fnatic team for a little minute there. 29 kills, looking damn good. But that's us done here for this first map. We're going to be back, of course, with the second. That's going to be Vertigo, the map pick of Fnatic Rising, one that Astralis will meet them there on, of course, one of their favorites when it came to the BO1s in Season 3. So we'll see if that can repeat itself, or if this is going to be a 2-0 for Astralis running through the playoffs. Stay with us. We'll be back in a minute.
Well, we just saw the Astralis Talent squad there long out a victory over fnatic Rising on Astralis' map pick of Ancient. Now we get ready to go to the proving grounds of fnatic Rising over here on Vertigo. Hugo, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one, right? Obviously, it's a map that Astralis themselves have played a hell of a lot, so they've got a lot of ideas there, but fnatic have looked really good on this map throughout the group stage in this season.
Yeah, 4-1 is their record. Their only loss being to Big in 29 rounds. And again, that's Big, who went 11-1 in their own group. So it's a pretty tasty scoreline for fnatic, which gives me faith that this game will bounce back, that it will go the distance. It's also one that we saw played a lot by the main fnatic team at that Pro League season where Pepsor and Banjo were standing in. So they have that Tier 1 experience as well. It's always been a comfortable map for fnatic. It's one even going back to Season 1 where Regali was farming on as well. Back then, everyone was playing Vertigo, let's be fair. It was the Vertigo Academy League. That's all we had. And, you know, Astralis have lent into that as well. But I have faith that fnatic can pull this game back and make it a 3-mapper. You've got to hope they're not a bit crushed after that loss and the way it went down. The comeback only to lose in a flawless overtime, bodies being shot, knives being considered. Astralis are feeling feisty right now, Harry, and if they can find this upset after a run through the BO3s as cleanly as they were, the only 2-0 of the BO3s, beating Na'Vi pretty heavy-handedly on the 2 maps they did take them down on, this is a scary Astralis team right now, Harry.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I think in some sense of the word, right, with Overpass waiting in the wings as a third map, even though it's a map Astralis have played a good bit and they've got a couple of wins on, it's one that for the most part they've had a fair share of problems on, right? Yeah. So I think in a certain way, as odd as it is to say, despite this being fnatic Rising's pick, despite it being a really good map for this team, a part of me is worried that this might actually be Astralis' best chance to close the series out is here on Vertigo, right? And I know that doesn't bode well for like what we're talking about there, but I do think that they could surprise fnatic a little bit just with the sheer kind of, you know, we talked about how like the depth of Astralis has improved. Well, they do have a lot of ideas on Vertigo, right? And that's going to go a long way if they're able to you know, keep that first half competitive, put up a pretty good CT side, and then move into the T half with only a little bit of legwork to do. That would be phenomenal. I think that's like the best way, because when we get to Overpass, it is a lot more in the air, and I would then give the edge to fnatic Rising. Yeah. So it's kind of one of these like rare situations where if we go 3, I think fnatic probably win it out. I think Astralis, if they do want to, you know, they kind of need to strike while the iron's hot in a way, right? Riding high on the back of a map win, coming into a map that they themselves have got a lot of playing experience on.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good proving ground for fnatic, right? Because they were the team who qualified straight to the playoffs from the group stage, but they were only 1 win ahead of everyone else. The other 3 teams, Na'Vi, Spirit, and Astralis, who were right behind them there. So, you know, they've got to prove it. They've got to prove why they were here in the playoffs straight away. And to reverse sweep a series, given the way that first game went, I think would be quite a statement for fnatic. They are the favourites, the bookkeepers' favourites. You know, there's every reason why they should be able to. And I agree with that assessment of Overpass, but the only worry is, you know, Astralis have just been coming in hot into every game they've played here in the BO3, so there's always a chance that they just ride the momentum out and go through and close out this series in 2. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see for the answers to appear themselves, but you know, if Breeze is going to keep up what he's giving us in Game 1 of today, I've got my eyes on Astralis, definitely.
Yeah, you know, and I think as well, like, it definitely wouldn't hurt to get even more mileage out of Fessa, step up alongside the likes of, like, Breezer and Big O, who have been looking really, really good. I think that could give you a nice little way in, right? Yeah, you know, the one thing that is obviously concerning, you touched upon it already, but you said, like, this is where the kind of fnatic Rising guys who went and played on that fnatic main team, Banjo and Pepsor, they have a good deal of experience on Vertigo, right? So they've not only got a lot of ideas tried and tested through their play in the Academy League, but they've also got inspiration from the top level, a little strap book, you know, provided by someone like Alex from their stint there. So yeah, you know, you do kind of have a lot to fall back on either side of the equation here. It wouldn't surprise me if this ends up being being another close affair.
Yeah.
You know, like a full 30-round game, I think, is very much on the cards. And I think we're going to be really into the nitty-gritty of this when we kind of get to crunch time in terms of deciding who closes it out.
And I agree with that, going the distance, like being close. And so what that means is this game is not only hard to predict, but it's going to come down to these clutch rounds, these eco wins, who's winning the money game, who's pulling off 2-on-4s. I think those 2-on-4s, 3-on-5s a lot harder on Vertigo to get away with, just with how CTs play, how much they like to retake and give up bomb sites and play util to deny plants. Very hard for T's to clutch out those rounds. But in terms of winning ecos, like Astralis did multiple times on Ancient, if they start doing that again and start, you know, getting freebies as a result, that can tip the scales when it comes to 30-round games. That can push you over the edge. Walk up A here for Fnatic. Astralis have already spotted it, though. They know what's coming. Good flash. Oh, the scroll wheel gets him killed. Vessel, not what you want to see, but his team have flown in to finish off the job. Nice taps for Breezer. And wow, despite how bad that started, it ended pretty well.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a bit of a classic pistol round out of Astralis Talent on Vertigo. They love leaning heavy into an early ramp fight, right? And I think it makes a lot of sense, if I'm being honest. I like that they dedicate so many resources to A as a part of their protocol for CT pistol. It makes a lot of sense because you can send 3 players A to play off of spawn, but if the mid player or, you know, the guy going B hears those footsteps over the, or, you know, not going over the bridge or coming back, then you can very easily, you know, shuffle that stack around. And more often than not, you do get dealt those fast plays up ramp. So having the numbers there is an absolute necessity to deal with it. I've just seen so many Astralis Talent games start like this, where they just kind of triple peak ramp, win the pistol as a result. Now they're going to farm up some money, make some cash over here in mid. Yeah, they lose Mister. Sucks for him, but everyone else is fine. Money made on Vigo, and he's going to retrieve the A1S right at the end anyway. Now we have the investment for Fnatic Rising. They wanted to bring these AKs out immediately. Now's the time to show us why.
Yeah, we've had a lot of that today, haven't we? Full ecos from the second. Let's see what Fnatic have planned for this gun round.
Yeah, there is an AWP in
Wait,
play.
kill him on after.
The molly mid.
Want to see what that does, Hugo.
He used his molly DP. One gap.
Yep.
They
I
haven't
think
thrown
they
anything.
should be playing 2B. They should be playing 2B.
They're playing standard.
Can you check the whole
I'm
laser
holding wood.
before? Let's go back,
Yeah, I
Philip.
can.
Go back. Philip only has one flash. Philip, go back.
Going over Utah.
Okay. Get bomb. Maybe if we have a flash, drop it to Philip. Legit.
One
Like,
a day.
yeah, continue.
One
All
more.
the way. All the way.
One
Yeah.
more.
B.
He's
Just
like,
playing
yeah.
triple lighting.
Yeah. We do execute or pop.
No, pop.
Okay, I'm ready with. Drop me one flash,
I'm up.
Matthias.
But there's
I think
one.
he left.
I'm ready with flash.
Continue, Seb.
Yeah, I'm going. Two guys.
Let's go. We can go. Ready, go.
Flashing once.
Flashing.
Flashing
No
one more.
wood. Flashing. I'm only
No
down.
window.
One mid, one mid, one mid.
Be clear.
I'm along window. Flash,
One.
I'm down.
One window.
Oh,
Down,
please
down.
retake.
The fuck happened there? That's really.
Great question. What did happen there? I've got
that
my
what he
expert
said?
analyst on the sideline, Harry. Here,
I don't think that's quite what he said.
you want to quote it?
No. I mean, well, if it's a quote, you're not even saying anything bad.
True.
No,
I guess.
this was really nice for Astralis Talent. I'm winning around like that. You know, I'm hesitant to refer to it as a bonus because they had an AWP, which they did end up losing. But you know, they also had a few players still running Famases, still playing SMG into that. It's just really, you know, it's a big sigh of relief when you win that first rifle round as the team playing bonus. It really is like one of the best little feelings you can have early on in a game because you know you're going to get off to a good start on the back of it. They do have to repel this like B partial buy, run up through the ramp, and it's not gone incredibly out of the gate. Mister is in some danger, but he's going to try and run down the bomb planter. Him getting the plant down as he dies is actually not that bad for Astralis Talent. They can just get on the bomb now and actually win the round. So, yeah, I think in a way, you're kind of glad that the bomb went down and that you were just able to hop on it for the sake of, you know, yeah, they get the money. They get the $800 from the plant, which is going to help them bring AWPs out, etc. here. But they had that cash anyway. You know, they had that money available regardless of if the plant came in. All it meant was you didn't drop the bomb at B and then have to play this really awkward 3v2 with no map control anywhere else all around the bomb, right? I could have seen that getting out of hand, especially with an A-lurk on the cards. So thankfully, the round was just laid to rest from the get-go, and now we have a chance at the AWP v AWP fight over here. It's actually not at this side of the map. It's holding down mid for Astralis Talent, so Depression maybe has some open sight lines up ramp, unobstructed by the enemy AWP.
Oh yeah, he's gone wide. That's nice on a jiggle. Pepsor didn't realize how close Depression was, or rather, Breezer was. Depression, meanwhile, still deep peeking. And over the smoke, he can't find a thing. Astralis are not offering up a way back into this round. They're playing in the smoke. Very dangerous stuff for Fessa. But he might just tuck in here, and, you know, you often get 1-for-1 here. At least, especially with Viggo baiting for him. He can not only get some shots off, but warn him that they're coming. And there's Viggo helping out, but Fessa fired. Now they know he's close, and they swing with the AWP. Good shot. Viggo can just leave if he wants. He doesn't have to die on this hill, but he seems committed, convinced even. Smoke dropped, and he uses that to escape. It's Altex who gets spammed out at the B site. Meanwhile, that might send fnatic back.
Breezer. Oh, full blind,
save.
but Mister has his back. He says, don't worry, bud. Get down. I've got ya. And now Breezer allowed to reposition. Okay, another miss flick. He's a little, little twitchy, but they're going to boost up over the top. And they are in danger of getting spammed through that smoke, but Maze is out of ammo, out of bullets, out of chances, pushed all the way back to Tetris, going to get finished off. And so Astralis still keeping it flawless here on this CT side.
They're feeling ferocious.
5-0 lead. They are, Hugo. You can practically feel the heat through the monitor.
Yeah, it's a worrying sign for fnatic. It's a very worrying sign. They know it. They get ahead of it with the pause. That's not often done, right? A lot of teams leave it till way too late to call out their first pause, but fnatic know that the lower bracket is waiting for them. They might drop into that pit if they don't win this game and take us to a third. Where, yeah, I agree. Maybe they would be favored on that third map, but still got to get there. It's their pick here. Currently, T-side is being fruitless as Astralis are just bailing out all their teammates. Nice double setups on both sites right there. With Breezer roaming mid with the AWP, he's even got a spawn in this round. He can get aggressive, take a deep fight. Depression doesn't have his AWP, no money for it. Maze could have bought it for him, so maybe deciding against. Bait and switch and mid. Again, another double setup for Astralis. He's just so good. As long as your first play gets spotted, it's unlikely they're going to check Fessa in the corner. Mister's committing, though. He gets mollied. Meanwhile, Viggo dies, one of the two on A, leaving just Breezer on the AWP on sandbags. Not a pretty position. It's forced that mid player to run away, and they will check for Fessa as a result. Good clear for Pepsor. 5-on-3, a round that fnatic cannot afford to mess up as they group back for the A ramp.
Yeah, this is still where Astralis have concentrated the bulk of their resources, though. Right? They've kind of they've lent heavy in towards this A-hole. Now, with Breezer having just scoped down ramp and seen nothing, he said, guys, it's not A. It's not A, they're not ramp, but in reality they are, and so Mister goes walking right in to this late A play. If you're Breezy, you can definitely justify hanging around, trying to slow this round down, but he's pushed up short. Pepsor runs at him, and it's the sheer pace on that one there that kind of wrecks Breezer's time with the AWP. Altek's going to be left saving, and fnatic rising, takes them 5 rounds, but they're up on the board finally.
Phew. Just happy to see him win something here. I was scared it was about to steamroll out of control. That CT side on Ancient, back on overtime, was flawless for Astralis. And they were feeling it. They were shooting bodies. They were full of confidence. fnatic will not let that flame live long, though, blowing it out, putting their first on the board. forcing a save. And there's a bit of money at least to rebuy for Astralis, but 2 rounds in a row for fnatic, and suddenly they are set up to get their freebies, to redeem their ticket, their coupon code. Orbs out both sides. Oh, wow, what a drop for Breezer. That is crazy. Goes right down on B stairs. No one there, though. Oh, the spam for Volt. It's perfect. Fessa, who's not the first time he's pushed all the way down ramp, has been picked up, and it's only Ultex wiggling mid. He's just gone wide. He's going to get caught surely after one. No! Double up for Ultex. Maves was not ready for that. Off angle, works wonders, flips the script, puts Astralis up a man.
Volt trying to make a play. This guy loves a bit of vertigo, so keep an eye out on him here. Up through the short side, Vigo dead. And now Banjo's going to grab this bomb. It's looking like it's going to end in another one of these A takes. Astralis trying to consolidate, Matt is trying to reinforce this side of the map. They've doubled up here again. Breezer even starting to lean away from that deep B control. The retake at top ramp's been spotted. Gives over that first kill for free. Ultex is going to trade, but now he's in this side of the map alone. 40 seconds as the smoke goes down. Either side lobbing one in, and Ultex trying to play around it. Will be on the receiving end of Banjo.
Oh, maybe.
This nade is big. It's going to stop the plant. Boom! Banjo knocked out. And now just Depression, 1v1 versus Breezer himself. And on the smoke fade, Depression gonna hold the line. Even gets out with the AWP upgrade and puts a second round on the board for the rising fnatic players.
Yeah, that's nice for Depression. Doesn't panic, doesn't sweat, just sets up, sees the smoke fading, and knows he's gonna get given the fight there. Going for the plant would have been his way to death. Maybe even more nades. Molly, he doesn't know. Nice try for Breezer. Love the lineups, but gonna miss his one chance with the AWP, and that will put Astralis on eco. 2 rounds in a row. What do they got?
Der var 2 midt og 1 B
Jeg kan
tidligt.
booste, Mikkel, hvis du vil.
Hvad kan det? Lad os bare spille dobbelt lige på mod dem her, Frank.
Højst AV. AV zoomer.
En midt, han så mit fødder.
AV stadig.
Jeg sidder bare
Der
sand og gemmer.
boldlister nok et eller andet sted
Jeg
hen.
sidder bare sand på midt og gemmer, drenge.
En lister
Jeg er
af.
nok inde i gul, en eller anden. Hvor lå hjørnet med? De tager med nu.
En til spawn.
1 B.
Jeg sætter mig hernede, Frank.
Ja, godt det. Vi tjekker ind til gul. Jeg prøver at holde begge sæk.
Der er ikke noget.
Prøv at spam gul.
Ikke noget med.
2 tæt, 1 tæt og 1 off fra os.
Ja.
Gutter, kom med mod A, så kan vi pigge alle sammen, eller hvad?
Ja, der kommer en midt.
Ja, kom med, Mikkel, kom med.
Nej, for fanden timing, mand.
Han løber op, han skal løbe op, han
Hold lige på.
Hvad er der?
Okay, pig på mig. Hvor mange flere penge, når du dør? Eller hvis du ikke dør?
Ja, det er det.
When Fnatic are winning flawless anti-ecos, you know the game has changed, Harry. Nothing with the Deagles for Astralis. Now they've got to do it with the guns instead. Volt having a very good time of things up on A ramp right now. Top of the server. Or rather, one behind Mister. the check for Banjo. That's sweaty. What a clear. Altex on the wood, gone first. An untradeable kill.
Yeah, rough opener. Altex has been a bit of a tank as well, so it's a pretty substantial player to lose. This mid-reagro's coming in. There is still someone waiting around here. They're hoping to trade this at bare minimum, but
yeah,
that's no longer an opportunity. They just pulled that second man out of there, and so Mister is sent into his death. Vigo and Fessa have now got to hold down this A side of the map alone, and while this is happening, Banjo is about to get the info that B's clear. In just a moment, Fnatic Rising are going to be made aware that everyone else for Astralis Talent stacked up over towards A, and so that bomb can make a swift rotate back around. Yeah, it's starting to happen now. Banjo's taking a lot of room, a lot of space here. And even though Volt was caught coming back, sorry, but Fessa looked aware of it. Still going to be a fight that Banjo's able to win.
Oh, they run at him, jump at him, fly at him, but a 2v4 on a retake round. Gonna have to go big mode. Vigo gets a double. Nice shooting, but the trade is there for Fnatic, and Breezer without his primary weapon. He's going to have to move through the unknown. 1v2, and wow, Maze pops off with those clean headshots to convert it for Fnatic. Yeah, Astralis got that realization. Even though Fnatic walked back on leaving ramp, they had a deep PK and they saw there was no one there. So that's why Fessa looked so ready for a player deep B. Like, why would they be rotating? The gamble was good, and then suddenly it wasn't. They must have some info. They must have some space. And Banjo does a very good job of not only getting that space, but not overstepping and hunting CT spawn. We've seen players do that before. Back to pistols for Astralis. And again, this game is leveling out very quick. Their last eco was empty of success, and this one starts the same. Another pick from Banjo to B, finding Altex, looking for even more as well. All right above him. Oh, he falls in, but good adjustment as Banjo opens up this round. It should be as easily closed down.
Okay. There's one D coming out over towards B. That's an AK retrieved. Might look to bring that back into the fold over at the A site. Astralis Talent grouped up double at the short side. They're going to try and play a bit of a staggered angle. There's one kill, but a lineup over at short. Volt in with all the glory, and it's left to Vigo in the 1v3. They're already getting that bomb down. There isn't too much he can hope to do here. He's close enough to justify giving it a bit of a look in, and that's a clean shot, but needs even more than that. A second man over at short, a third coming up the ramp side. Vigo learns about the first. Oh, that's spam damage, but he doesn't quite finish the job. Depression gets out of there by the skin of his teeth, and that's a tie game now at 5-all. I gotta say, it's great seeing Volt look this good. I mentioned our kind of tenuous link to the guy with how we've matched up against him a couple of times in matchmaking and Face It. And I tell you what, the platform where we meet him might change, but the map never does. It's always Vertigo. This guy is a big Vertigo fan in his free time. And I think that's reflecting in the scoreline right now.
Oh, well, he will eat a nade for breakfast this round. But still, looking to dish out a full English on the site. Dead after one for Altex. Banjo continuing to crack open this bomb site. Mister did make it behind double. They won't be aware. They won't be ready. And so he pokes his head up with a flashbang. But again, the trading for Banjo is picture perfect. If Mister peeked a bit later, that flash would have had time to actually work. Banjo blinded, gets the shot. He just saw him before it popped. 2-on-3. Still Astralis have a third player behind double. This is crazy, and still Mazy as he fires back. Banjo needs to do it all on his own, and with no bomb, he should know that Breezer's right here over the wood, and Breezer walks in with a pistol. Is that a miscom that he's low? I mean, he's 60 health, and Breeze has pulled his USP in the clutch, a very reliable AWPer, but seems like someone must have made a call there. That's a surprise, and one that will let Astralis down. Damn. Banjo coming in, pulling strings on this B site right now. Every round he's finding openers. 6 in a row for fnatic. And these ecos, while the last one was a little bit closer for Astralis, not holding out hope. Banjo, don't do it again. Surely Altex has learned his lesson. Oh, Fessa. Ah! Run! How?
Does he hit the flake? Oh! Oh, okay. Well, Volt, very unlucky, but don't worry. Maze is here. Gonna hold the line. Gonna deal with that ramp fight. And they even find the short player as well. Lovely little openings to invest you in this A play. Missed up more damage, but all the kills coming up for Fnatic Rising. And with just Fessa left, there was the chance, that was the one opportunity, and he misses it. Sails right on by, and that's 7 now for Fnatic. 2 ahead of the Astralis Talent squad as they've really turned this one around. It was a 5-0 lead for the Danes early on. Quickly forgotten about now.
Yeah, it felt like nothing could go wrong, right? But, you know, it's kind of what we hope from Fnatic, having the depth, not being a team that, you know, would tilt, even after the way the last game went, probably wasn't too fun to play. But man, they're looking like a different squad entirely on this T-half.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I haven't liked a lot of the re-aggro moves from Astralis Talent. I think they've caused more problems than they've solved. I would love to see them, you know, even if it's kind of counterintuitive when you're a man down like this, when the whole protocol is, okay, let's at least take space, you know, try to get a bit more info so we can better guide the stacks. You fully understand, like, the lineage of Counter-Strike thinking it's coming from. But I think currently it's been problematic because Fnatic Rising, the moment they get a man advantage, they're slowing right down, they're grouping, and they're waiting for that re-aggro to extend the advantage even further.
Well, here's a 4v5, but one that they've got to push back in. That bomb's been planted, and yeah, with a 3rd kill.
Like, that was just desperate. That just, I don't know, man. Like, that's not a... When I think Fessa, those aren't the moves I envision. Like, that was a desperation. I'm going to run at the plant. I'm going to try deny the bomb plant. And really, like, when you're doing that, the kind of best you're hoping for is a 1-for-1 where you delay the plant a little bit. Now, that would have given more time for his teammates to rotate in. That could have been impactful. You know, they could have gone for the 3v4 retake. But all in all, you know, I didn't feel like it came from a place of feeling comfortable or believing in that retake. You know, that is a very desperate play to make, and I think it's a kind of sign of the times when your opponent has strung 8 rounds together. They're the moves you feel pressured to do.
Is there any hope near the end of the half, or will it be a bit of a shambolic CT side for Astralis? AWP battle, yet again, not really had the head-to-heads. Depression's got a B spawn as well. All we've really seen is Banjo picking through smokes, but a quick spawn peek and nothing to be seen. Altex again, on top of the wood, crikey. It's a good spot, but it's one that has not done him any favors this game. Solo Biancas often have problems. Seen Altex have very quiet games from this bomb site. Banjo peeks it wide. He might find this kill. Jump spot. Gets a couple of shots out of Altex at least. Gets a reaction. Flash is now being used for Astralis to try and confirm B is not to be worried about. And they are right. But quick peek down ramp. That flash doesn't do it. It's going to be Depression finding that another pick up on this A site. And don't tell me another re-peek's coming. Could be the death of him. Breeze is trying to cover that short cross. But the paranoia that they're walking up on you is at least alleviated by his teammate down bottom ramp, who's full sending, by the way. Oh my goodness, doesn't clear his corner. He got a kill and a half. Volt on 4, maybe poised to do something in this round, or Astralis, but look at Pepsor's position.
He's hit the perfect timing here. Oh, even playing the trigger discipline. He's telling that bomb to come back to B right now.
Whoa.
Over the top of Khan. He does have to play his cards, and that will see him sail down the river. Ultex dead after the first. Just Maze left in this one. 15 seconds. Trapped over at Tetris right now. Breeze is set up over at Guardian, but he will miss this cross. The bomb will make it into the site. Yeah, that Molotov sat pretty on it. Gonna lob that in now. Try to disrupt the bomb planter. Oh, it's wasted loads of time, but the Molly's gone a little deep. The plant still comes in with a second left, and so Breeze, he needs to win this round by fighting. Swing on the left side, and it's a clean shot. 3 in the round.
Dude.
A hat trick for Maze, and 9 on the board for Fnatic Rising. 9 in a row.
Yeah. Dude, Maze has been crazy. Banjo's had all these B picks, don't get me wrong, but Maze has been clutching out these B rounds at the end after Banjo dies. Breezer walked with the molly, or he ran with the molly. You don't need to. If you stand still and throw it, it's going to land on default. He threw it too far. It went behind default. I think if he lands it, he probably just wins the round to time alone. There's not a lot of options for Maze there other than to plant wide fork on. That's really awkward. And you can see the pressure's definitely getting to Astralis. They've even called a timeout on Fnatic just to really iron out this last round and get double digits on their T side after a 0-5 start to this map. What an excellent recovery from Fnatic. Everyone's had their moments. That play from Pepsi was nice. It got a bit awkward because his team rushed upstairs without him being ready to take that kill because he was getting rushed from behind, from middle. But yeah, it's not the end of the world. Maze clutches it out with a very nice shot. So this is it. This is a final chance for Astralis to either get back on the board after a 9-round streak or Fnatic to continue their domination.
All right, lip of the smoke. Breezer opens. Even more damage done, but the nade combo with the AWP peeking sees the advantage, quickly squandered. Astralis Talent back into a 3v3 here. Vesa pushed up aggro at ramp, but he is vulnerable to a short swing. Depression is there, waiting on the other side of the top. Trying to get out ramp now. Vesa might miss this window of opportunity to peek. It looks like he has. Full silent for Fnatic Rising. They do this a lot. They know they're going to get mid-round aggro in these sorts of moments, or at least they have. Luckily enough, it looks like Astralis Talent are just going to wait this one out, and I think that's going to do them very, very nicely in the grand scheme of this round. They're not going to sacrifice a player pushing. They're going to play reactively. They're going to see what Fnatic Rising do to them.
Creepy crawlies. Mister's sweating right now. Tucked in as tight as he can. They've got 2 mollies. Both of them are primed right now. Out they go. Mister's got to give away his position. And it's so awkward being stuck here behind the smoke. They even nade him down half health. They're going to clear him with 3 players. No chance. Vesa got to dance over this site box. 10 seconds. There's a chance to stop this plant. But there's cover from the back of the site. Both players on default now. Vesa tries to run him down and he almost does it. But 6 health the difference. Volt clutches it through. And Fnatic take a 10-round T side on their map pick. 10 in a row. That is phenomenal. And yeah, already Overpass feels inevitable with a game like that. Astralis are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that is just super rough. You know, it'll be a real testament to this Astralis squad if they are able to come back into this now. You know, 10 in a row, you feel the effect of that. You feel the impact. It's not a mystery. It's not like a little, 5-6 round streak, something you can write off. 10 in a row means, as much as they were playing good, you might have misplayed a couple of moments here and there. And all this is stuff you're going to remember as this game rages on. 1 minute 30 seconds. 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 1 minute 30 Not left with a lot of room or a lot of chances are Astralis Talent. They really need this pistol round to go their way.
Smoke's down, but full stacked on B, a fnatic. They're going to have to run all the way back with this util and make it work. Don't want to waste it yet. Maze is just jiggling. He knows he can't really do anything without his squad. And in they come, the Merry Men marching through Elevator. Astralis still play on default, and I love this with Glocks. It's so effective. Flash over Elevator, though. Those two short players blind. One looking into the wall. That's great cover for Mister. And Altex will help out despite being flash first. Hits 2 headshots, and Fessa runs off default to end it. That's a good pistol for Astralis. That's a nice start, considering they were all right in front of that flashbang, but yeah, fnatic make a gamble. It doesn't work out. The B stack avoided, and yeah, one thing I really like is just pistol rounds in the Academy League on Vertigo. They seem to be all very similar towards A, with very deep control and post plants, and the T's always win it. It feels like when they do that. There's a variety of ways you can do it. Young Ninjas also won to make it look pretty. Full ramp peak with no flash, though. They run boost round and they run at the MAC-10s, but there's enough rifles here to keep this clean, in fact flawless. And suddenly Astralis, they taste victory again.
Now, victory always tastes sweeter when you've really had to work for it, and they have. Right, this investment for Fnatic Rising, if they immediately pick this up, go back to where they left off, still could end up being a pretty one-sided affair. Astralis Talent, meanwhile, if they win this, suddenly, you know, that scoreline is closed right up to a 9-10. It would force an eco out of Fnatic Rising. So there is still a path available to the Danes to grind this matchup out. Damage exchanged over at ramp, but in the end, it ever so slightly tips the scales in favor of Fnatic Rising. Util still getting lobbed back and forth, but this is something that Astralis Talent actually kind of hold the ground on right now, is their Util, right? They come into this running their bonus round, so they've still got a lot left. Meanwhile, because of all the spamming through this ramp smoke, it's forced a decent chunk of utility out of Fnatic Rising. I don't want to use too much. They're going to be left with nothing in post plants. That molly's missed. Meant to go just a tad deeper to actually find its way out onto short from ladder room. Ooh, this is a little awkward. The miss molly and then like one smoke up ramp, plus the fact Vigo got spotted leaving. It's almost too obvious at this point to Fnatic that this is the B play. They've put everyone over on this side of the map. Early on, the trades go back and forth. Depression still here as a third man to hold the line. Only going to respond with one. It comes down to this 2v2 to decide whether or not Astralis Talent can close the gap, or do Fnatic get back to their winning ways here on Vertigo.
Yeah, it almost went very wrong, but Depression overfacing. There's no util for this retake. They catch 2 players crossing together and tag Fessa through his teammate. It looked good for a moment for Astralis, but even without the grenades, even without the kit, Fnatic have the time to get this stick off. Fessa, is he really going to call their bluff on the tap? That's a ballsy play, but it's all he's got. Smoke stick, 10 seconds, and Fessa, I don't know what he can even do here. He's got to insta-kill and then spam that smoke. Out he goes, and Maze flicks back to find Fnatic as 11th, or their first on the CT side. It looked good for a sec, but Astralis just walk out of their post plants when they're being faced by Con.
Yeah, right. The kind of decision to just run back across from both of them, and while neither player is kind of looking towards Connector or CT, it is a little rough. I think it's just because they know there wasn't money in that round there to have everything. So they assumed there weren't kits in play and wanted to play around the time, just full delay the 2v2. You know, it could have worked really nicely if they both made it back to Tetris and down ramp. The fact that Fessa ended up getting tagged crossing and his teammate died, well, that really sailed him down the river. Fessa's taken top ramp and was ready for that sandbag swing. The one-way smoke was kind of a dead giveaway that it was coming through. So it's a nice opener here for Astralis Talent. And make no mistake, right, with only 2 players surviving last round, Astralis Talent can still break the money of fnatic Rising now. Their window of opportunity hasn't quite closed on them yet, and they're looking to deliver on it. Breezer with this AWP keeps this in the advantage of Astralis Talent. All 3 players inside of this A site for fnatic Rising. Astralis learn about a second man moving over. They don't know where this third is. They are still walking into the stack. They are still walking into all 3. They've seen 2 now, and they might start to realize this is feeling a little harder than it's meant to.
Yeah, it's probably a fake out. They're probably just running back to make fnatic split into 1-1, and that's fine. 3-on-1s on either site is perfect for Astralis. The paranoia has been pushed into fnatic's brain, and Banjo, who has had an excellent game, has got to go even further, 1 step over to do this alone. Or he can wait for Pepsel to flash him. He is coming in through elevator right now. Smoke is down. Banjo's still here. There's the flash. Up he... Oh, not up. He goes out. He goes wide. And Pepsel traded after 1. Altex has been so solid in these post plants. He was the secret second player for Astralis back in that last map. There were, there were a lot of players having impact and having good numbers, but despite Breezer taking the reins, really, Altex was so effective. And in the pistol post plant, in that post plant, double kills apiece. Been holding it together here for Astralis. 3 rounds the difference. You can never stop believing, especially when you got full eco on the other side. Hey, took a belief. fnatic have got it. They've bought a kit. That's the only thing they've invested in, just in case things go very, very right.
I think they're all about to die in a kind of blaze of glory. Oh, hang on. That's a lot of damage, but Fessa should be able to complicate matters. His teammates are getting challenged over at ramp, but now they've held the line with a couple. Banjo, it's not as safe a passage as he might think it is. Oh, we saw Fessa there.
Hello.
That info don't go both ways. Bomb's down in B, so there's no winning the round, but you can make it expensive at least. He does have the kit, and there's only 1 man at B.
No, he's on damage control right now.
I know, but imagine if he knew there was only 1 man at B.
Yeah, Harry, if he
now,
did.
he did drop the AK a little far out on the ramp and then threw the AWP off. And so now, getting that gun back...
Good luck.
That's going to be a problem.
Yeah. That's awkward, but hey, getting rid of the AWP is honestly worth it.
They're all looking for it. They're like, guys, where's the AWP? You said ramp. You said ramp.
That's worth it. That's what it's a full eco, and you take some money out. You're playing the economy long game, and that's what it's all about, Harry. Not only building up your own cash, but denying your opponents. Just those little extra, those little bonuses, the sprinkles on the ice cream. And now we're into Fnatic's team speak.
Tempoet ud
Jeg
også.
ligger bare med tæt her. Det ligger nok one way om på sand igen.
Jeg ved midt. Jeg kan godt være pop.
Ja. Kan du lige selv holde det? Benja?
Jeg skal nok holde.
Jeg har lagt den på en dag.
Nice.
Hvor er du syg, Midt. En kran. Mest kran.
Kan vi ikke bare lave sorg og B? Kan vi ikke bare lave sorg og B?
Nej, vold er god.
Jo.
Blå B. Ja, det er nice. Bare lave sorg og B.
Sorg, det er A.
Ja, en mere.
Ikke nogen pop. Er I klar?
Nej.
Nej.
Benja, du skal gå over mod. Jeg kommer med mod Alex.
Ja, det er fint. Bare flash, Frank.
Ja,
Ikke nu, Mikkel.
ja, flash her.
Flash også, Frank.
Flash også. Jeg kommer med her. Jeg ved midt.
Jeg kommer og flasher for en enkelt gang, gutter. Kan I chille på B?
Ja, jeg måler op. Giv mig lige din smoke, Alex, så jeg kan sætte.
Bare lige stop. Fuck det.
Nice. Lad os lige sende Alex op.
Måske lad Frank få info.
En med.
Jeg
har også midt.
Jeg lægger bare lige sæt. Jeg lægger intro her.
Jeg læser ud midt til
Tælle på mig.
Nice.
Sidste er nok også. Det er et af røven der.
Jeg skal lige lidt kon.
Cool.
Sindssygt, gutter. Fuck, hvor den tilbage, Frank. Kom nu lidt.
Oh
yes. Nice, Alex også.
Is this happening, Harry? Is it, are we in the current moment? Is this going through? Are they going to pull it back? All these questions and more.
Hey man, I mean, they're making it look doable, aren't they? And there would definitely be something to be said about that, from going 10-5 down, turning it around like we're almost at a tie game. And really, we will be at a tie game. There's nothing here for Fnatic Rising. They're going to have some Deegs. Could even buy another kit if they wanted to really go full wild. But it still isn't the best chances to win a round. It don't take a genius to work that one out. So if they do fall, suddenly all tied up. This comeback well and truly underway. And Fnatic's fate would be left hanging in the balance.
And again, they have so much room up A, but it is a B execute with a late lurker. Fess is going to be backstabbing. Only pistols, they will get drawn out of position, but Fess is just mauled 2 on the boost on the A site, and everyone else is dead at B. Easy said, easy done. Anti-eco goes nowhere. Or rather goes everywhere.
No,
it's the eco.
everywhere.
It's the eco that goes nowhere, Harry. Oh, nice tap. I think that's his first kill or half, though, for Volt.
Well, good thing he's about to get his second, eh?
What about his third?
Good thing he's about to nail Ultex over here in Spawn A. Make it... Oh, hang on.
Hello.
Hang on, no one's in the site.
Excuse me?
No
Guys,
one's in the
B?
site.
Guys,
there is,
B?
there
Guys, go B?
Oh,
Okay.
thank God. Breezer turned around and realized.
Woo, if he had a kit, though, no kit, no chance. If he had a kit, ooh, mama, maybe. I like that because he realizes the reason when you see like one player defending a bomb, or sometimes no one, is because at a certain level of CS, there's the expectation that, you know, they're going to be saving. You know they're going to be saving. You know they're playing for the money, and so you're going to hunt. And so that goes both ways. Volt knows they're hunting for him. He knows he has room. But, whew, careful. Careful, Astralis. Don't get ahead of yourself. 11-11. This is crucial now. Fnatic have a 1 round and a half. They need to double it.
Oh, the boost is being held. It's always so rough. Like, if you boost up and no one's holding you, man, you're cushy. You're all good. Everything's fine. But if you boost up and someone's there, you're taking a dink at bare minimum as your head comes up over the top of the box. If anything, I think Mist is actually very fortunate to still be alive in this round right now. Woo! Bloody hell. May still wants to fight. Undeterred by that AWP shot rallying past him. There's also the short player Volt. Still floating around the place, still quite far ahead of the pack. He doesn't really have a lot in terms of like assistance here. Right, no one's going to be chomping at the bit to help him. But it's a good angle to at a bare minimum try get a one and done from. Gonna push back in, he's seen an arm, but he'll take a leg. Volt will make it out up the short side as well, so still able to offer up some resistance as this A play comes in.
Oh, it's just trading out. Maze is still on wall, though. They don't know. They might not be aware at all. He's going to get shot back under his hand, and they try and plant. Pepsil's going to go through the smoke to stop it. Molly misses, goes in deep. Astralis, this is weird. They're stuck in the site. Breeze has got to hunt the short kill. Great timing, bad shot. Vigo misses his flick, and Breeze has got to do the impossible, the phenomenal smoke stick on the bomb, and he's looking for the players jumping at him. Just time being wasted for the defuse. It's perfect for Fnatic. A nice try for Astralis to get that plant, but Maze, that re-aggro on short, the third guy on wall, was not what Astralis expected. It forced a bad plant out of them, and it lost them so much map control in the post. 12 up, Fnatic finally get through with one, but of course off the back of a streak from Astralis, they're not struggling to buy. Anyone's game.
Flashes at ramp, trying to hold back Astralis Talent. He's waiting at the sandbags. Something about him here, man. He's always good for a kill, it feels like.
What?
Oh, that molly.
What? It was spreading into the smoke.
Yeah.
I think he would have still lived in it, but he panicked. He ran back down.
Yeah, it looked like when he moved left, he got far enough over to stop taking damage for a second, even though he had to go real deep.
Oh.
And then they boost to add insult to injury. Astralis Talent, now's not a time for a crisis of self-esteem.
That's one salty wound, all right. It's stinging, ears ringing. And a 5-on-3 that fnatic should have in the palm of their hand. Orb, peek. Massive kill. There's a second player swinging. Breezer misses his shot. That was his chance. Still trading, but it's going to cost you. 2-on-2. Fessa runs through a Molotov. Oh my goodness, 20 seconds. They're going to run at the planter, but Altex gets time to get off as that nade goes in very deep. Too deep. But a flick back for Banjo. Doubled up, closes the round, and wins the clutch. The guy to open B all T-side long, closes A when they need him most. Spicy.
Mate, I can't believe that is how they find 13. Like, that is just a wild scene. Going up and over in a 1v2 is risky enough, but to nail a spray transfer from default all the way over to short, that looked uncomfortably easy for Banjo. Like, it makes me nervous that he was just able to do that to Astralis Talent. Makes them nervous too, because they can feel that they're having these opportunities to keep the lead up, that they're having chances to grow this scoreline and run away with the game, but they've been shut down in both chances now. In post plants, real opportunities with things going their way. So now it's back to the drawing board, back to more ramp control. That's going to be little team nade accidentally there as they get blocked at Crane.
Happens. Ooh, Fessa. Only guy they got to worry about right now is Volt at Sandbags. Since he got his first kill in that eco, he's come in with a few more impactful frags, so first kill of the half, woke him up. Gonna get mollied now though, has to smoke it, was already holding one, ready for that. They have a re-molly, but he gets flashed out. That's good support from fnatic. They get him back to safety. Astralis still want this A site though, holding for boost peaks, they've seen it before. They can run and execute with 2 smokes, a molly, and a flashbang, but that is all they're going to be able to put together. And again, they have to fully clear short. This has already been a problem. Volt smoked his behind. That's good. He's got a lot of room now on short to try and stop this, to try and get a multi-kill. All the rotates are peeling through. Pepsil's taking that first fight. Bomb drop, double kill. Volt helps. He gets 2 of his own, and this has come crumbling down. Going to try and grab the AWP and escape, but Volt will not allow it. Here to end it. Oh, gap. Vigo knows he's being pushed. He should have this. No scope. Oh, but he looks back up. Awkward timing. And fnatic find 14. This is looking fantastic right now. A bit of a streak late in the game after Astralis tried to pull their massive comeback. And fnatic doing what they must to win this series, trying to end it all on Overpass. That was the goal. And it feels more achievable than ever.
Yeah, I'm actually having flashbacks to like early season Astralis Talent on Vertigo, where they would just become so obsessed with getting up a ramp, they kind of forget their other elements here, right? They kind of forego some of the depth that we spoke about, and they get very obsessed and homed in about taking this ramp control. This round, though, the results are nicer out of the gate. That early pick meant that Fnatic Rising were caught shuffling bodies around the map, and so it's an early 4v3 on a low econ round for Astralis Talent. There's a gun here to be retrieved for Altex. He would love this AWP, but he also doesn't want to give up the element of surprise. He's just missed that timing on the default player crossing, so Banjo should have this one for free. Oh, hang on, the shot misses, but Altex doesn't realize that silencer has just saved Banjo's life. Now it might have to fall into a last-minute adjustment, an A play. Bomb getting planted, a post-plant can be set up where there's an AK dropped at ramp for Mister to grab. Everyone's armed, everyone's dangerous, but they still need to get this one over the line. They've had plenty of plants in A. They haven't converted most of them. That needs to change, and it's got to change now. Fessa doing it single-handedly will make the change he wants to see in the world. There we go, 12-14 as Fessa puts up the hat-trick to deny map point to Fnatic Rising.
Dude, the Galil and the post-plant as well, the worst weapon they had, and he just hunts, he just farms, puts himself up top of the team, and keeps Astralis believing and breathing in this game. And now Fnatic have to watch out that their money's close to getting cracked open. 2 MP9s, no orb for depression. Mid-ramp smoke. It's going to get Astralis a lot of room here, but again, the pressure's still on. Re-nades, re-mollies. Will miss inside of that smoke, and Viggo gets caught by an MP9 up close. He had no teammates by him. He was trying to sell this fake. Bomb is in spawn, by the way. Bit of an error for Astralis, and the flash peek for Fnatic is going to give them full info. A is clear, and they know it. They can start shuffling rotates to B, as it seems like Astralis is just going with over a minute on the clock, looking to commit. That molly will cool them off at least for a moment, but this is a desperate round. This is a panicky, shaky round for Astralis. Walking back to A might be their best bet, but look at the amount of space that's been taken. Volt even has Maze to bait for him on this close corner. If Astralis don't clear this corner, they're toast.
Oh, they're toast.
Yeah.
They're toast. They're brown bread, man. They are gone. And now with Maze in at the sandbags. Not over yet. There's 2 slots on every toaster. And here's the next guy. Maze just playing the time now, just being annoying. Fessa, he's going to need to cross to fight this. And I can assure you, Banjo's not going to let that happen for free. Even moving up to the top of ramp, they want to try and double swing this. Fessa, that's clean. Now the 1v1. Just Maze left to beat. Can he do it? The sandbags man dancing around. 10 seconds. Fessa holds his nerve. Right now, time's becoming a problem. And Maze is going to seal the deal with the swing. 15 for Fnatic Rising as Maze does not let up.
What a roller coaster. Dude, Maze has been clutch as hell in this game. His score may not be up there with the players like Volt, with players like Banjo, but he has been so clutch. Oh my goodness. Whether it be converting post-plants, Altex style, or he's pulled off, 2 1v1s in this game already. A 1v2, I think, and a 1v1. And this is what we said coming into the game. In a match this close, it's all about those swing rounds. It's all about if you're winning ecos, if you're pulling back 2-on-5s, if you pull a 1v2 out of nowhere. That's how you win this matchup. Viggo, relentless, still pushing up A ramp with no fear, but maybe he should have some. Although right now he's got a chance at a 1v1 before those Ellie rotates come in. Short players re-aggressing. No surprise to hear that it's Volt. Getting hungry, like the wolf. He's got a teammate by him. The timing as he swings out, so do they. Depression trade to kill, but down a man and only just grabs that gun. Not sure how much ammo's in it. Enough for a kill at least, but Deeg will end his round and Banjo is too far away. Astralis might just have found their 13th to once again attempt to take us into overtime.
Yeah, they're giving it all they've got, right? They're always good to throw these few rounds in to really go that 110% towards the end of a game. Or Astralis Talent, Banjo, worlds away from this round, was left saving very early on. You can't play the Banjo if it's in a different continent. And so now, I mean, Hugo with the money broken for Fnatic Rising, but I mean, like, not even, this isn't like a little broken. This isn't, okay, let's eco and buy next. You know what kind of territory they're in. They're on where you would normally force buy this round, take another eco after, and then look for an investment after 3. But for any maths whiz kids in, you know, who are watching right now, you'll note there aren't 3 rounds left. There's only 2. Wait, so really? Taking this eco now, yeah, they're going to have something in the next round, but it's not going to be M4s. This is kind of dire here. This is a really, really rough spot to be in. They might need some heavy lifting out of Banjo and his hero gun. He's up at close ramp, but he is dead immediately. And now the USPs, hang on, they have been blowing the M4 back into the site. All right, Maze is now armed. It's getting juggled around between these site players. Astralis looking to leave. That nade's going to delete the A1S again, but there's a new man to pick up the cursed gun.
All who shall hold it shall meet a fate worse than death. Overtime is that fate, and Astralis are trying to walk their way there through ramp. Gun stayed at B as well, looking likely to be double saved as they hear the util pitter-patter on the other side of the map. Luck for Viggo, got to turn around though, and he does just in time. 2 players left at B. Once they figure it out, they may as well hunt the gun. They don't have much to lose. Mr. was already attempting it. We'll find out that Pepsil's got the rifle down bottom B, and they look for the AK, but they can't find it. Is it off? Yeah. That's almost the perfect position to play that gun, because now it's just fallen off the map, and Fnatic can't find it. Astralis absolutely going to hunt these kills with at least 1 more player. Fess is going to drop the rifle, and they're going to go for Depression just in case he did find an AK. They don't know for sure. Easy does it, 14 rounds, and I can't believe it. Overtime rears its ugly head again. Fnatic can't let us get there. They can't give Astralis a way into this 2-0 series. They need to end it right now and take us to Overpass. But their money, like you've already poised, Harry, is not in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, bro, just look at the investment. Like, this is what you ecoed for. You asked for this.
Yeah.
Like, you got a bunch of FAMASes and MP9s with 1 good gun around them. It's not going to be easy, but then again, it was never going to be easy here in the WePlay Academy League playoffs. You're only left to play up against the best of the best, the most potential going, and so you've got to show that you're worth your metal now and close this game out with next to nothing, or else this is going into overtime. Up through the short side, Volt holds on. Fessa here, looking for this opener, but the MP9's going to win that first fight now. A second man peeking from the back of ledge, helps out Depression with that A1S. It's a lovely little bait and switch over at short. They knew the trade would be attempted, and they had a piece in place ready to deal with it. That is masterful manipulation of the opening for Fnatic Rising, and it's left them in a 5-on-3. Oh,
5-on-2 is getting worse before it gets better, and this is crushing for Astralis, who have pulled this game all the way back from a 10-5 half on the T side. All for what could be nothing. Now, a nade for Mr. could finish a kill. Volt is stuck on boost. That's a very common nade spot. We'll see if it goes in. He's holding it right now, but it might just be the short side instead. Oh no, he's going to kill Volt. He's going to kill Volt. 2-on-3. Don't tell me Astralis is going to do all they did on Ancient in these 2-on-5s to pull this game back. This surely can't be doable. They run through the smoke. A kill comes in, and the closer is there for Fnatic. 16-14. They've had enough of waiting around, and they sprint that smoke to end the map and take us to a full bo3 series, avoiding overtime, avoiding devastation. And my God, wipe the sweat off your brow, Fnatic. You had to work for that game.
You see, Pepsor just celebrated so hard, he sent his camera flying off the desk. Like, that is a real feel-good moment. You have no money heading into round 30. Overtime's on the cards. Astralis are believing that it's going to happen. They're believing they're going to take that to bonus play and turn it around in OT. Well, it doesn't happen. The SMGs do it. It's elation for Fnatic Rising, as now we look ahead to Overpass, right, as the third and final map in this series. We had an OT game to open up, a full 30-rounder here on the second. Overpass though, locked and loaded, ready to come. And I think after all of this, fnatic have got to be in the driver's seat now. I know this still is a super competitive game, but they're the ones riding high on a victory. They're the ones heading to a map that they've got, you know, decent playing experience on. They had time in that main fnatic roster as well, on, you know, Banjo and Pepsor, and we know that guys like Alex love that map and have a lot of ideas there. And it's also one that Astralis have kind of wavered on in recent times. So it's a little concerning here. Astralis might be in one of these positions where, who knows, that might have been their best chance to win this series right there, and it just slipped past them.
Yeah, and on the back of that 2v5 as well, they almost closed. Dear, oh dear, that one's really going to sting for Astralis. Yeah, I'm a little worried now, but also fnatic, hey, you know, the story is worth buying into. This fairly new team who made top 4 last time with this roster. You know, the squad who came in first inside of their group. I think you always want to see the top of the group actually hold it together and make a run where so many teams couldn't in past seasons. And given how big are looking in top form as well on the other side of the group, on the other side of the playoff bracket, it's all the more pressure for fnatic to keep this streak going and get us into that upper bracket matchup. But right now, Astralis have to dust themselves off. They got about 10 minutes before that next map to see if they can recover and take us through on Overpass, a very shaky map if you look at those numbers. So it's hard to call. I don't think just the head-to-head and the matchup, the previous results in these maps are going to tell the full story here. It's not one fnatic is super experienced on, but losing, you know, 5 out of the last 6 games on any map is not a good stat to rest your head on if you're Astralis. So let's hope they've really come prepared for what is going to be a 3-map banger. Also, Volt popped off here. That, you know, you kind of called it coming into Vertigo. You said it was his home ground. You said it's where he spent a lot of his time. And Harry, you were dead on. 26 kills, had a phenomenal performance. Also nice to see Fessa step back up after a very quiet map 1 where he was, you know, he had some rounds, but it was really coming down to the rest of his team. So yeah, respect to those 2 top performers in the server, and we're going to have some more performers. Who knows who they're going to be in map 3? It's Overpass. It's the finale to this series, the opening match of the WePlay Academy League playoffs, and it's coming up in just a few, so stick with us.
Astralis Talent versus Fnatic Rising. Set to go the distance here, Hugo, right? Going all 3 maps. It's been a very, very close affair, right? From an overtime victory over on Ancient for Astralis Talent, and then Fnatic Rising just barely edging out Vertigo at 16-14. We've had the full 30 rounds and more across the first 2 maps. So now, as we get ready to settle the scores on Overpass, can you give me your thoughts on this one, Hugo? Are you kind of looking at Fnatic Rising as the favorites now, like I am?
Yeah.
Or do you have some second thoughts on that?
No, I'm jumping right on it. Like, you know, I think it'd be silly to doubt the possibility of it being competitive, but if we go through that weird, like, triangle of death, X beats Y, Y beats X, X beats Z, or whatever, it's kind of weird right now, because while Astralis, 5 out of the last 6 games on this map have been losses, for Fnatic, they've only played it twice with this roster, right? Twice with this core. They've won it both times. You know who they beat on it? They beat Young Ninjas, the team that we call the best Overpass team in the league. Maybe somewhat put the question mark, put under the microscope yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before, when they lost to Spirit, got wrecked, but that felt like an off game, an off day for them. But regardless, that's a legit win for Fnatic over the Young Ninjas in the regular season. So, yeah, if you want to tally that up, if you want to put value on it, I think you could. And I think Astralis pulling that game all the way back and losing in a 2-on-5 that they almost clutched out, I think that hurts your mental, and it's going to be very hard to you know, pull something out here and actually win the entire series and keep running through the top bracket of the playoffs. Keep in mind, it's not an elimination game right here. We have double elim playoffs, BO3s, all the way along, so Astralis will still have another chance if they lose, but no one wants to be 1 loss away from you know, elimination. They'd rather be 1 win away from the grand final, which is where the winner of this game will find themselves in that upper bracket match, taking on the victor of Big v Spirit, which is our second game, coming up in a couple of hours, or just after this one at least. So yeah, I'm going to go with Fnatic. I think they looked really solid. I think we had other players stepping up. Volt had a great game. Banjo on the T side was such a nuisance towards that B site on Vertigo as well. And yeah, even though we had the quieter players of Astralis step up in map 2, is it going to be enough? I don't know. I feel like Fnatic played the better team game, which is surprising given that's what we often attribute to Astralis. Even when their individuals aren't going crazy, they're playing good CS, they're playing together, they're trading, they're flashing, their comms are clean, something we hear a lot as well. So yeah, Fnatic favorites definitely, but Harry, in map 3, with games this close, who the hell knows?
Yeah, right. I mean, that's something I think we can get behind. Do you think we're going to have as close an affair here? Do you think it's going to be another one of these, like, full 30-round affairs?
No idea. No clue.
Idea.
Probably not. Probably
Okay.
Off the numbers, like, Fnatic should win this. It would be a statement, you know. It would prove their group stage run was legit. Not to say it was a fluke, but it was very close in between every other team, as I've said earlier. Only 1 win separated them and 3 other teams. So, you know, you put respect on Fnatic's name, prove that they're here for a reason, prove that last season was, you know, not the only one they're going to playoffs in a while. They're here for a reason anyway. I want to believe in the Fnatic run right now, and I've been repping Astralis this entire way across this tournament, but I think it's finally time that we pull them down a peg. Let's see if they can make me eat my words, at least cook them before you do, Astralis, as we get into map 3 of the series and get to see what the hell is going on.
Right, knife round. All over and done with, and it's Astralis Talent picking up the dub.
That's big. Actually, I'm going to pull a smoothie. Whoever wins knife round wins game. GG. Astralis win the map. Only a bit of irony, but CT Overpass, man, it's pretty good. TBH, Harry. It's how we saw Spirit take down Young Ninjas, right? They went like 9-1 up or 10-1 up and just shredded them. So many maps or so many games on this map on CT side start dominantly and get very much out of control.
Yeah, I think Overpass is one of these maps that also has like probably like the biggest disconnect between how the pro level plays out and how like just straight pugging does.
Yeah, sure.
I think like a lot of people they really like Overpass as a map to play, but then it's like when you're actually watching pros try to play it, it can feel so one-sided, right? Like you can sometimes even see like 13-2 halves get all equaled up in a second half of play. Now those are still, you know, relatively speaking a rarity, but happens on Overpass more commonly than it does on many other maps, if not any other map in the pool. So yeah, let's take a look at this one, right? Fnatic do have a rougher side to start on this T side. You know, pistol round really goes a long way here when you're trying to get a kind of minimum roundage of like 5. Getting 2 or 3 for free on the back of a pistol is beautiful. It does a lot of the hard work for you. It's a fast out monster to open this one up, and the B site only have 1 man here. They've moved in for free. Fnatic Rising have got that bomb down in a 5v5 post plant already, and they're now rushing down this 1 player on the CT side of things.
Again, aggressive T post plants and pistols, name a better duo. It's what we've been seeing all tournament. Fnatic are really sending it into CT spawn. Is it even a heaven plant? It's not, it's default. This is a crazy call for Fnatic. I don't like it. They've got no one playing the post plant but Banjo. He's got to do it alone. The cover from upper is lovely. Hello, look down. Depression didn't see Breezer hiding in the pit. And Breezer still should have no chance with 10 health. For a second, that got very worrying with 3 Fnatic players trying to run heaven, but I'm glad someone cooled it off and sent players back out CT. Having a player in heaven is very good, but not when the bomb is default. They had to rely on Banjo there, and he didn't drop the ball. So Banjo, the T-sided player, again stands tall and puts Fnatic a pistol round in their pocket.
Banjo making some money, really making sure Oltex was dead. I was going to say, there was still another player down in water. Breezer almost had a chance to make things interesting, but just too many targets, too little time. And a 2-0 for Fnatic, as now that reinvestment's going to come through the pipeline. Astralis Talent bringing the AWP out right away. Breezer's taking it glass cannon. That is kind of scary when you're up against the bonus round having the glass AWP, right? It can feel great. He has taken it over towards long, so let's see what he's able to do with it.
Lad med den sådan.
Ikke noget, der piker. Kan jeg sætte mig op, fordi jeg har ikke... Altså, jeg
Ja, gør det.
Så med. Det sidder igennem.
Det er nok lurk, det der.
Ja, lægger af kombo nu. Lad os lige over UK.
Trækker for langt.
Det er ikke noget.
Kan vi køre til lot setup?
Ja, så ikke.
Det er hvis du er smuk. Victor, kan du ikke smoke mig? Ja. Pas på kort her.
Gros nu, bag mig! 1 OP, løber af. 1 OP, kom ud kort måske.
Det kan du gøre, Mikkel.
Sådan til kort.
Jeg er helt upside.
2 peps her afsted.
Ruller truck her.
Det er ikke LS, det er okay. Jeg venter lidt på jer.
Ruller over mig. Jeg er ikke noget kit.
Nej,
Hvis ikke Mikkel får en, så...
Jeg løber.
Godt være en i toilet.
En tæt mig. En tæt mig. Jeg kom op. Ja. Jeg er mod lang.
Han er toilet! Den clear ikke det der. Vi har en smoke.
Jeg smoker bombe.
Er det ham der er low?
Tak, 1 OP.
Jeg dæffer. Jeg holder bare.
Toilets.
Nej,
kom igen, venner.
Ja, så fucking heldig, man.
Not even close, baby.
Woo! That was some anger. That was some anger at the end. Yeah. That's a first gun round for you, right? No kits on the retake, not what you want. Pain. And Harry, this is suddenly a very good sign for fnatic, right? We talked about the possibility of steamrolling a CT half. It's not just a pistol. It's not even just a conversion. It's a first gun round. And now more freebies to come off of it. fnatic have been eating their spinach. They're getting stronger by the second. Straight from the can.
Clean. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh god, this is how these rounds can go sometimes, you know, a little separated on these peaks and suddenly it's gotten a little bit wild. That kill's alleviated a lot of the pressure, right? That's actually given you a route to kind of safely win this one up against the pistols. You're going to get the plant in B. There is this monster flank arriving quickly, but Mister should get found out by Banjo, and indeed he will. So with just Breezer left standing in the clutch, in the 1v3, smoked off at Heaven, is going to have a hard time getting involved here. And there's that 4-0. fnatic rising, keeping it flawless to open up. And we need this response out of Astralis Talent. If it doesn't get going soon, runs the risk of never getting going at all. Because, you know, when the tough get going, the going have already gone.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Nade combos or just nades? He was lining up something nice there, but did not commit. 2 kits at least this time for Astralis. Won't have any of those awkward 10-second sticks and smokes. Fessor, man of the hour, man of the moment. Quick killing Con. Hello, they let him go? Surely not. The AWP is providing cover and the bomb goes tumbling down the stairs. Bit orky here for fnatic. They can flash all they want. They've still got to get past. Fessor holding mid. He hasn't left. Pepsor will put him to bed. Boost up, finds nothing. And bomb is retrieved to head back down towards lower, but Astralis are 1 step ahead.
Oh, that re-smoke. Awful timing on that. If you wait for it to fade, you're going to have about 18 seconds to actually get into the site. Pepsor was feeling some pressure to get involved with that AWP. And with the bomb now dropped on short, with info gained, and with nades slowing down this take, it's just a save called out from fnatic. It's a bit of a non-starter round. Very awkward in mid with how they lost the bomb early. And they were never able to recover past that point, really. Spent so much time, you know, having to traverse mid, get the bomb back. That a little bit of utility goes a long way. And that's how Astralis find their way on the board.
You'll take it. You'll take what you can get, especially if it allows you to actually keep guns up in this round. Alternative could have been pretty worrying. Perfect chance for Breezer to show what he did on Ancient, right? A little quieter on map 2. But over past CT is an AWP's paradise. He's got another mid spawn. He's going back for it. Oh, flick missed. He was blind. They're running him down. He's going to scope up, try and commit, and another miss. They're getting closer. He's got a rifle by his side, and both of them bound out in time. Long getting taken. There's already a 3rd player there that Pepsor's probably not ready for. He's in a fight, wiggling and jiggling. No way he doesn't get that kill. That looked dead on. Vigo stands strong. 5-on-4 for Astralis, already trying to pull an early recovery in this game. Oh, that's nice.
Okay. Lovely little boost up. Good little gimmick to equalize this round back into a 4v4. There is long re-aggro. Fessa playing deep on the right-hand side along. Could be in a bit of danger, but he's going to spot that jump up. Oh, dear. They've dealt with depression. Easier said than done. Flash going to wreck Maze, but doesn't fire off. That info flash doesn't give over the info that Astralis were hoping for. Good restraint to have not played your cards too soon, but they still lose Maze crossing. Now looking for a plant, and hello. Volt has equalized things. 2v2. Bomb down. Both players wounded for Astralis Talent, and Volt left in the clutch. That's a clean shot to the first man. And now just Fessa left to beat, who's rounding the corner at CT, hoping that he gets swung, hoping that Volt gives him this fight, but it isn't coming to Fessa, so Fessa's got to come to him. Moving over bridge, Volt's now got that info. Even going to get the reload off. How long a fight does he think he's in for here? Fessa just can't find the kill, and eventually has to get moving, start running, and that gives the info across to Volt. That is a very measured 1v2, but it does the job. It gets it over the line. Very put together from Volt in the hot seat.
Yeah. To be fair, he had 4 bullets. He definitely needed that reload. That was getting scary, but he hit a nice little burst on the AWP there. Perfect pre-fire. And just, I like, you know, that was very calm. And very calm for a 1v1. Doesn't overface, gets spotted on bridge, doesn't re-peek it when Fessa's definitely ready for that. Just wastes more and more time until the pressure's on Fessa. 5-1. Clutch round for fnatic. Back into the B-bomb site. Gotta watch out, Maze. Reaggressed Orb on an angle he thinks he's just cleared. Breeze is not going any further. He's going to let his SMG walk in instead, and Maze needs to turn back his head. Ooh, just about. But they ready for the orb. Oh, good tag.
How was that not a headshot? That's
Metal.
kinda crazy.
I think it was a headshot. I think it was metal.
Oh, right. Yeah, of course. Soaks up even more damage. Yeah, because actually 71 or whatever is like a hell of a lot. Or 81.
81,
damage.
yeah.
Hell of a lot to have done on a wall bang. Woo!
Oh, cheeky.
Okay, Maze getting a little bit wild with it.
Maze is making a fan out of me, dude. He started very slow today. I wasn't really sure, but he's played some great rounds of CS. Very quick decision making. I have enjoyed watching this guy. fnatic going for an A hit now. Maze is still B with the orb. Is he going to throw it out? Or no, he's going to bring it back up. Save it for later for depression. Fessa, oh, they walk out long. That's not pretty. Fessa gets a freebie, but that's just a clean trade back for Volt. Dinks him through the box immediately. And that forces a save. Astralis are too deep in that B side to consider.
And dude, here's my worry, right? I don't think Astralis have the mental game to get back in right now. I think for a team that's always been really, really good at keeping the spirits high and keeping their brains in check, you know, like and their emotions throughout a series, I think this one has actually been a push too far. You know, the fact that second map went the full 30 rounds and then versus a low buy, they end up losing 16-14 as opposed to getting that OT. I think that was a really bitter pill to swallow. Now, maybe if they'd came into Overpass here and been lights out from the get-go, you know, they'd put up the early rounds, they won the pistol, they got the conversions, I think that would have reinvigorated them. But the fact that they've been getting kind of dominated versus a T side of Overpass, it is really making me concerned. And we even hear the frustration in the comms that we're going to listen into now for the fnatic squad.
They just
Monster.
smoked. They didn't molly. I'm
No
coming.
molly. They mollied late.
I'll be stack.
They don't know about me.
Are you ready
You
here?
want me to come back?
Come close.
Yes.
No, you
You're
stay there.
close.
You
Yeah.
stay there. Be
Yeah.
ready, Pepe.
I'm ready.
Ready?
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
Smoking.
Flashing.
Flashing.
Pillar up there.
Flashing
One
pillar.
short. Nothing monster.
One is
Boom.
bridge. One is bridge.
I don't see bridge. He wants water.
Water dead.
Barrels.
Barrels.
Barrels though.
Barrel still.
Dead.
Barrels dead.
I
might
take
take up.
lower. Yeah.
I don't then.
One lower. One
I'm only
Behind
short.
you. Care short.
Underground,
Underground.
I jump water after.
I'm hiding lower.
I can
I'm
hit
baiting you all. He's
Con
on short. Run away.
Pretty good boys.
Could be at lower. Watch out.
Clean motherfuckers.
Actually, nice pepper.
Thank you.
Intrigard.
Oh, fuck, my arm is hurting so fucking much. It's so annoying.
Sick entries, mate. Straight from Sweden. Swedish
Go
style.
lads. Okay, let's go back to playing slow again.
They both
Did they say they were sweating?
Yeah, it's hot, man.
Yeah,
I don't know
I'm
if you
sweating
got the
too.
memo. Yeah,
Don't
that's
worry,
a vibe.
it's bloody boiling. I feel that. And Pep Sor I relate to on a spiritual level. Not because he got 3 entries, but because he says, guys, I'm baiting you all. And I liked that.
At least he is the common courtesy to tell everyone.
Yeah,
that.
exactly. You know? Way worse when you find out the
You're
hard
more
way.
of a ask for forgiveness than ask for permission kind of guy.
Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, I am nervous, Hugo. You know, even when we listened into the Astralis Talent comms, Fests are kind of screaming out about how they're really lucky on the other side. That doesn't bode well, you know. Also, they're kind of getting wrecked, aren't they?
Yeah, that also. I think, yeah, can't really argue with the numbers. The numbers are good, Harry. And they're getting gooder.
Considering coming into this, we were saying like T-side overpass really hard for teams to get going on. You know, always a tricky one. And we're at a point where fnatic are 4 kills away from winning out the half at bare minimum is certainly reason to be concerned.
Yeah, they're just going to hit B now. They've lost their A control. Maze at least pulled 3 players up top side by getting that kill. And so fnatic have a lot of room in B. Oh, that could have been it for Altex. He had a great position, but Volt goes all the way through default to clear him and gets traded after his death. It's worked wonderfully. Fnatic are in the site. They just need to get that stick in, and they can convert this one with no kit. You see that kit, Harry? It's fallen into the crack. It is irretrievable.
Oh, no.
And the other one's in heaven. Astralis, I'm sorry, they don't know it. The call is kit bridge. This round's already lost, mate. They're not going to do it. With that kit in that position, it will be the make, it will be the break, and the bullets will help out as well. Fnatic find 8-1 on the T side. Astralis cannot catch a break, and this speaks as to why we saw Fnatic as one of the only teams to manage to take down Young Ninjas on Overpass, the best Overpass team in the Academy League. They joined Spirit in a very exclusive group. Eight 1.
Yeah, you know, Astralis, they need a little victory to open up a route to a big victory. You know, like if they do want to turn this around, it needs to start soon because they need to have that second wind. If they kind of keep this mindset up where it's kind of going round to round, just hoping that eventually you win one, everyone's a little angry, everyone's a little down in the dumps, the synergy isn't quite there, the comms aren't as clean, the peaks aren't coming from a place of you know, like security and substance. Instead, it's more desperation in a lot of these moves. It is kind of like a losing mentality that you end up getting stuck in moments like this. And it's even harder when, you know, you are an academy team, you're a young squad, you don't have that composure, that experience to draw upon. And it's not like they've taken many a time out to give Modi chances to weigh in either. So not really using the resources available to try and untilt this situation. They're hoping they can brute force a way back in, and that's not a bad case for it. Double pick over at Monster, and even following up a trade onto Depression at this point. Maze, he's just looking to make it an expensive round at least. Out through short, he should be dead. And so Astralis coming in with a second. There is still a ways that they could turn this around at 7-8 the half. You can't count them out of it just because it's been pretty dire straits so far. It's still going to take a hell of a lot. You'd be surprised how much winning 1 or 2 rounds here and there can reinstill some belief.
Yeah, it's not there's not an unlimited bank on Fnatic right now. One more gun round will do it. Suddenly you're on eco. That's how the game's changed. Put them on pistols, maybe taper Fnatic's aggression off. You see, they're running a lot of variety of paces, but every now and then Fnatic will just, he saw him, Maze, he saw him. Every now and then Fnatic will just run a B rush, and they're gonna feel less inclined to do that if Astralis start, winning rounds and stopping B pops. Forced to play a bit slower. Give room for Breezer to work his AWP. Fnatic do have long, though. Only 2 on top right now. Mr. holds for a reboost after Fnatic round Astralis round one of their own. Oh no! What? Vigor was lining that up, and before he even fires a bullet, Banjo headshots him. Like, first 2 shots, dead. Okay. Reasonable. 5-on-4, and running out of chances here. Breezer, he knows he's been seen. He's getting out of there, changing spot. Good angle to grab one and escape. Oh, he even hit the leg. That's so unfortunate. That was a collat damage, not a kill. Oh, he would have gotten out otherwise. But luckily enough, Festa's still in the site, still causing problems, still finding solutions. 3 kills in a blink of an eye. Banjo, 20 seconds to get weird with it. They're already behind Truck. He just doesn't know it. They don't know either. He's in the site. Quick kill, but there's the trade. And Easy does it. Astralis find a 3rd and try and pull this game back into contention. I don't know, though. 7 rounds, Harry. Would you still be believing even if they manage to split the half?
Even if they get 7, you're going to be really hard-pressed to win a game with 7 CT rounds. Like, the kind of feat that Fnatic have done here of putting up 8 so quickly is really, really not at all the norm, right? That's kind of the problem, is it's like, even by getting the max rounds you can, Fnatic have still done brilliantly in this first half, and there's absolutely no taking that away from them, no matter how good you do yourself. Your potential is capped here. So I don't think 7 rounds is enough, but it's certainly, for my money, the bare minimum is what I will say for Astralis Talent. They kind of need a flawless end to this half if they do want to turn this around.
Oh, Banjo keeps up his entry work as Fnatic try and claw back another difficult round. Util's going over the top, but retake set up for Astralis. A flash does work. It gets Banjo deep, or Depression deep rather. He can get that stick on Truck. Banjo's on default, but he is gone in the instant. Depression in a clutch. Smoke is well timed, but he is being flanked on short. He still flicks back, swaps out, goes next, and goes towards the bank. Depression with a clutch. 3 kills and 9 rounds. This T side will not stop. Oh dear. Astralis do just look a bit crushed right now. So many 1v1s offered up. And Depression takes them all. Hero AWP into a force buy. Oof.
And I just love the pacing of Fnatic Rising. Like, Astralis back on Vertigo, it was kind of similar. You know, they really want to try and get involved, try take space in rounds where Fnatic are going slow, or they've got a man down, or, you know, they have less weapons like here. But oftentimes, that's exactly what Fnatic want. You know, they hold, they wait for these exact gunfights to give them the means to an end. They've done a lot of damage already in this one. Doesn't bode well for squeaking a force buy past them. This open con might have a chance to strike here. Breezer, he's whiffed a lot of these shots, man. You can kind of tell the pressure's getting to him as this game's gone on. No longer these fancy flicks that we had earlier on in the series. Instead, it's far uglier. And with him and Fessa dead over in con, that's the entire top site hold broken apart. They're the normal two faces. Now, there are a few more guys reinforcing here, but it is just with these Deagles, so they've got to be clean. Winning the first two fights is going to go a long way, but they lose Vigo over in Toilets, and Volt has made it out into the B site, even winning the fight versus the one full HP player. So just missed her now. 1 versus 3, walking this smoke. That's him knocked out of the round. And 10 on the board for Fnatic. A monumental T-side, really. They've already done enough. 10-5, yeah. That's already like a God-given T-side, you know.
Yeah,
so,
it's even, you know, we had 10-5s on Vertigo, but this isn't Vertigo. You know, this is something entirely different. And it could get better, Harry. It probably will. With more Deagles coming out. I feel like I've seen Astralis on more pistols than rifles this game.
Yeah, mate. Now, the level of kind of clutch this is, it'd be like, you know, drawing a 20 in blackjack, doubling down and getting an ace to find 21. Like, that's literally the kind of level of feel good you're going to be at on the back of a T side that's this strong on overpass. Oh, Fessa! Come on. Deeg highlight moment, 2 in the round. More where that came from. Whack-a-mole over in con. Depression does rotate in. Hitting that with the AWP is not easy. Second man now rearing his head. And Depression, he needs that. The Deagle's going to find it. And he'll trade out off the AWP onto the AK. Altex left up in the 1v2. Not an impossible 1v2. Not with the bounty of weapons dropped over in mid. He's got a pick of the litter as to what gun he wants to close this out with. I'm assuming he's going to take a connector rotation in response to the A plant, right? That would probably make the most sense here to arm himself. You could even make a case for grabbing the AWP and saving it.
Oh.
They know it's likely he's going to come from con, so they planted bankside and are just going to play around the post plant. Altex is taking that rotate up through connector, so he's going to be able to grab himself a weapon, but that's the only thing he's got going for him. Other than that, all the odds are stacked against him.
He might already be looking to save, but even if he went for it, the second he sees the bomb is not default, you're out of there. You know you can't win. No one on the plate. He's looking for the AWP in the hedges. Where be it? Way too far away. Hey, he had the right idea, but Fnatic cycle it out and cycle on another round on this T side. They haven't got enough. They want more. Greedy. And 12-3 is the goal. And likely the result. See nothing here for Astralis. More pacey short takes. Full blind, but he fires. Pepsol knows there's a guy close. Oh.
This is real slimy. Oh, still a Fessa kill. The boost at B once more, man. May's constantly getting thrown up here and constantly finding results from it. Even the Molly trying to force this player out from behind pillar, and it will give that swing over. Everything is so put together. There's always intent behind every little detail in these rounds. That Molotov to gift the B site to Fnatic Rising is a thing of beauty. Even though Astralis have moved another player down here, it's left a little weird. It'll occupied. Fessa taking it, and that's the bomb dropped at his feet. Now Fnatic have got to go back and get this. They were all the way up in A site. They're very far removed from getting this bomb back under control.
Yeah, but they have both gone. I like that. They didn't just leave one guy to it. Because if Volt failed this on his own, it's a done deal. He gets the bomb with a smoke. That's sick, but they got to kick on. Already out into middle is Vigo. 1v1 here. This is basically for the round, and Volt's going to win it. He has time to get to A and plant before the flank is in. He just has to believe. He knows Fessa was monster, or at least T-spawn area. Which side does he plant for? Going truck. It's the right call. He's got a molly as well. He can drop down CT and play that for the post plant. Fessa has no kit and no smoke. This is a clutch laid and set for Volt.
He has grabbed the kit on his rotate through middle. He's been able to find one. So that makes his life a little easier. Means he has a lot more time to work with, right? That extra 5 seconds can feel like a blessing. Especially considering he's snuck the entire way in, but he will have to start moving eventually. Will have to either tap that bomb or hunt the kill,
I think
even though he gets it. Oh my God! What's happened to the Molly? He's throwing a tiny Molotov, a tiny little pit of fire, and Fessa just huddles around it for warmth. Full caveman, and that's 4 on the board.
What on earth? It went inside the truck and it just bloomed in the truck, not on the ground. It didn't spread at all. That's so unlucky. To think if Volt just walked away, he probably wins it. The molly on the bomb is a good play. It's just a shame it blooms badly. That's unbelievable how Fessa just doesn't even eat a lick of damage from that molly. And maybe that'll give Astralis a bit of hype, a bit of reason to believe. Let's jump into their team speak and hear it though.
Hvad skal jeg flash her?
Lad os lige flække her.
Bare flash over B.
Hvor kan jeg flash over tidligt, så gem den anden, så er det vigtigt at kalde det.
Ja, den der gemmer sig. Højeste monster går op.
Ikke op.
Du skulle smukke høj fra start, bro.
Det gør det nu.
Smuk høj, smuk høj.
Ja, du skulle have flækket B-rush.
Anden omgang. Flash.
Bare flash, og så bare vent.
Flash her.
Så godt.
Flash nu. Flash rain.
Okay, flash rain her.
En UG. 2 UG, en dækket.
Tag vand.
En vand. Jeg tror, der er en vand. Nej. Vand der default.
Bad monster!
Der spikker Mikkel, kom.
Vi skal holde
Kom Mikkel.
Høj! Lad være med det.
Bad monster død.
Arm høj.
Høj.
Død UG.
Gemme. En til høj. Jeg behøver ikke pike ham. Jeg står noget rundt af ham.
Var acet eller hvad, gutter?
Hvis du skyder ham.
Nice, boys.
Nice, helt sygt.
Sygt. Fedt, gutter. Lad os lige fokusere nu.
Nu gør vi det nu.
Så smadrer vi dem, gutter.
Ja.
Well, a clean pistol for Astralis Talent is a nice way to start, right? Fnatic, they're going to take this eco. They like to do this. They don't often throw the money in second round. They want to get guns out ASAP.
Don't think we've had a second round force all series long, by the way. I think everyone has done this on either half. Can't think of an exception. Don't think we've even had teas with a bomb plant. Yeah, well, we haven't had any teas with a bomb plant losing, so I guess they would force there, but you're right. Just the full eco, the maul, and go next. Come again.
So there's 34 kills on all of Astralis, with the exception of Fessa, who's on 23. Kind of mind-blowing. Oh, looks like we have a little stoppage to this one. Little tech pause. As there does seem to be a problem. We've lost depression. That's right. We no longer have depression.
Man down. And well, that's a good thing, at least for Astralis, but he'll be back. Depression always comes back.
Like a flat circle.
Not an ideal time for this, but it's going to give time for Astralis to stew in it and have a little think about this comeback. It would be one thing if they lost the pistol. They'd probably just be sitting here getting more and more in their head, but off the back of a round win, a clean conversion, suddenly you're crafting up a master plan. Suddenly you believe in again. And this is not a done deal, as we've learned from every map of this series. These comebacks are happening, these games are close, these one-sided halves don't necessarily hold true. Obviously, after this game, still in the playoffs, we have yet to see Big since the group stages. They'll be taking on Team Spirit Academy. Some of the plucky underdogs of Spirit who have managed to battle their way through serious competition, taking down both OG and Young Ninjas in comeback series. And now they've got to face... I think that's a great bracket because they've got to face the best. The best. Undoubtedly this season in Big.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty cool matchup as well because it's one that has like a more even veto. I think you have a higher chance in that series of like a truly great team kind of rising up and 2-0ing on the basis of having a better map pool, right? Like, and that's kind of cool. I think one of the kind of bigger downfalls in some of these games is that you do occasionally get it where it's like both teams are really specialized on their map pick, right? That's not like terribly uncommon. I think that's one of the things that always made that Mao's NXT squad so threatening, right? Was that they had like a super wide map pool, one that encompassed pretty much every single map they were proficient on. And so it would make them that much more deadly because in some of these games, it can kind of feel like the team that picks, the team just wins their map pick because they've put all the prep in. They're all on the same page and they're really well drilled for that. And then maybe they're like pretty confident on their opponents, but nowhere near as close. Whereas, at the top level, you might have a favorite map. You might have maps that you dominate on, but you are good at the vast majority. So I think that's why we kind of have a tendency to have these go 3 and have scores settled on a third, more neutral leaning map. I do think that Big Spirit series sets us up for something pretty exciting in the veto, so I am looking forward to that. There's also games to be played with bans even in that one, as they do share a tendency of not playing Ancient, I believe it is. Yeah, it is. So, very cool. We'll definitely keep our eye out for that one. I think there's a lot to talk about in the pre-show there. But getting back into this one, Hugo, as the tech pause is now over. Astralis looking to change the pace after a lengthy little timeout there. They've gone fast towards B. They've taken short water away early, and now they're looking to move in. Pepsaw was not ready for that. He had knives out and was cut down.
Oh.
He's good for one, but will shortly after get traded. Altec's now spotted, tucked in. The man at back graffiti. And so Depression has to get the hell out of danger.
Yeah, they had to go back for the bomb, though. It's wasting time. However, it might work to their benefit. The longer that Astralis go quiet here, the more that fnatic doubt. And you can see that Heaven player watching their back, considering the rotation. And that would only help Astralis get back into this bomb site. The late recommit. It wasn't part of the plan, but they're making do with it. Re-smoke in the mid site. Both CTs are still here, though. They're going to walk in with the cover of the smoke. Breezer has got to get that bomb across, and both of them will find their fight successfully, putting 7 up on this comeback attempt. Oh, buddy. Maybe there's something to it after all.
Yeah, and you know, the kind of nature of the game's going to change as long as Astralis can keep these rounds coming down the pipeline. They were deflated, they were in their heads a bit in that first half, whereas now, like, if they can do this, streak together this fourth versus the partial buy, you know, suddenly you're not worlds apart anymore. There isn't like a huge tangible difference in where you're at on the scoreboard, and these T-side comebacks always feel nice. Oh god, hang on a moment, I'm talking about it like it's guaranteed, but the Pistols have opened up the round with a double and dropped the bomb out on short. Don't say this ends up being really clean. It's certainly looking like it could be. Fess has gotten deep within the B site. They don't know about him, so he should have one for free here. There's that kill to Banjo getting located. However, now that element of surprise is gone, and he's been smoked off at short.
Oh, good flash. But there's so many more players on this corner, and Pepsor, it had already faded by the time that he takes this fight. Vessel does walk back. They're not ready for this right away, but one man's still got his eyes on the prize. And that con player will be a surprise. Nice shot from Pepsor, man. 3 kills to get that force buy over the road. And that is not the round that fnatic should be winning. Not the round that Astralis want to be conceding if they were ever going to make this comeback dream happen. Huge influx of money. And these are the kind of rounds that Astralis were winning all series long, especially back on Ancient. fnatic, that might be their first eco win, all bo3. Oh, no way. Oh,
they
Astralis
failed
are
the
very
boost,
lucky.
and luckily
Yeah.
they did. Okay, Vigo, he's accidentally put auto run on. He's just sprinting down long. And, well, Volt could hear him.
Minute on the clock and plenty of util for this top site. Early warning is coming from Volt. He's tucked in. He's not heard anything yet. They're walking close, contact made. Now the smoke comes out and Volt gets cleared hard by Fessel. Depression going wide, dangerous on that headshot angle, and he doesn't have the time to get back to the safety. He should have, yeah, well, probably should have never taken that wide peek. Stay behind default. Wait till they commit, but stuck between 2 mines. And Astralis will find a follow-up round. I like that crawl towards A. They don't make a step. They get all the way up until the orb jiggles them. And then suddenly 5 players run it. Or 4, rather. It's awkward as well, losing that AWP. Pepsor might be able to drop one over. Or Volt.
Yeah, fnatic are still feeling the pressure though, calling out attack pause. Trying to figure out how they stop this from getting any closer. They dominated that first half. It didn't feel like a comeback was on the cards at all, so they're just as blindsided by this as we are. Astralis are always a team where, like, I mean, I'm not used to seeing them really, like, get frustrated, but they certainly were in the first half. However, to their credit, they are a team that don't need a lot of hope or cope or whatever to get their brains back in it. You know, like you'll sometimes listen in, even if they're getting wrecked in a game, even if they sound a little lower than normal, they'll win like one pistol round and suddenly they're all screaming with happiness again. So let's see if they're able to keep that faith building up. Vigo is once more just running it straight down long. I kind of like his dedication of doing this till he finds the gap. You know, it was only a matter of time that they might lean off long early. And then when they do, Vigo's going to get all the benefit of that, right? He gets deep down the long angle. He's now in the back lines of fnatic Rising. Depression might just die falling back into the site. He's out on an island at short. His teammate in Con has mopped up too, but they do lose that AWPer holding down the A side of the map. These rotates as well can't get into the site safely until they've cleared Vigo. And so with the smoke already down, with him just entrenched within this bomb site, it isn't going to be an easy job clearing him. And he's carved a path to a bomb plant for Astralis Talent.
Yeah, it's a great spot to be in despite the man down, but actually they're also still coming from Con up late. Mid players are not watching. Fessa has just turned around, but they still have that banana control to walk up on. He's only got a pixel gap and he leaves it for a moment. That's the moment Volt walks in. Good shot from Fessa. One more man, and he puts him to bed. Fessa's saved this round from the short side. Nice tap on Pepsaw, but a 2v1 now to close out, and he's eating grenades for breakfast. Smoke Kit is tempting, but he doesn't like the time. He doesn't like his options, and he will not win this round. Mr. ends it with 1 health. He got 99 in 1 there through, I guess, the wing mirror of the van. And it's a 9th round for Astralis. Harry, they're doing it again. They're doing the impossible. Whether it will result in a win, we'll have to see, but look at that scoreboard. It's all coming up green. Overpass is T-sided, apparently. We never knew.
And I'm still just amazed at how much of a central all Fess has had throughout. Like, the guy's almost 30 kills deep, and we're not even close to done with this one yet. Pepsaw aggroing short. It's a really nice flash to set him up. Mister on the receiving end of that. Now, there is an overwhelming comm presence for Astralis Talent. They could look to face these short men, but they've gotten out. Even a tag onto Altex. It's a lot of damage to open up the round. Astralis aren't really used to being here. A man down. Wounded on Altex. Vigo trying to take this space at long again, only this time there is someone holding for it.
Volt. Oh, he's been so good in mid, man. He keeps finding the bomb at the ground. Dropped 2 from Con last time. I'm looking to do the same right now. You can hear Fessa running his way. Going to force the fight. Dude, Fessa's quick, though. You said it yourself. He has been integral to this comeback attempt. Nearing... Oh, there's his 30th, as you do. 30-14 over 2 KD. They're being flanked, though. Pepsaw in the back line. Depression just needs 1 shot. 20 seconds. Pushed back by a molly. That's fine. He's still got this flank to help out. Pepsaw's tapped Fessa, and it might just be Breezer having to go down alone. Depression had already wrapped. Oh, that's actually Banjo. Depression got the kill, though, from stairs. Just over the smoke. And 13-9. fnatic trading rounds. They're more than happy to do so this late in the game. Money isn't pretty on the other way either.
Yeah, bro.
If fnatic win this round, it's GG.
That's what I was going to say. How awful is this? Like, no matter what you've been able to do in this second half, even if you've made it more competitive, now the hopes of a comeback are all hinging upon winning this this 4-spy round. If you don't, you're broken up against 14, and that would be a real GG type beat.
Lo-fi GG beats to relax/lose to. It might be in the playlist.
Yeah, and you know, in terms of firepower, in terms of being able to fake this out, you're even going to struggle getting AWPs off angles. You know, you've got some utility, but you don't have enough to get really gross with it. You can't throw a fake in. You just don't have the facilities for that, boss man.
They do not. Back to B though, trying to keep it simple. Resmoke, but honestly, it's not a bad time. You know what is a bad time? A second orb in the site for fnatic. A bad time for Astralis. Barrels molly might be good. Maze is just in front of the pillar though. Double monster setup. Banjo should surely be flashed, but that's why Pepsor is looking into the wall. There's a flash. Banjo sprays through it, and he gets a kill. Pepsor's also blind off a second, but he puts up 2 as they come through the smoke. There's the other orb, finding his kill, and Breezer knows he doesn't want to accept it, but the reality is that he has to save. Oh, spotted. Big info, and that's going to change Volt's routing if he wants to hunt this kill as well. Keep him locked in con. They're going to go for this. They might even find it. They're a bit far though. They would have to run. And even then, fnatic don't want to risk their already dwindled economy. So 14-9, they will take the stalemate. And this game might go stalemate.
Yeah, do Astralis have any more fight left in them? You know, they still have the orb that was saved forward. They bought a Galil, Mac 10, couple of pistols. Really trying to keep this one going till the bitter end, and it might be a bitter end indeed. Oh no, Volt got caught. He was fully white running into the wall, full flashed, couldn't see them, couldn't see his way out. Pepsor has helped, saved Maze's life. Depression gonna win that opener over towards A. That's the bomb tumbling away from Astralis Talent. If they do want to rescue this, they kind of need to trade this kill quick. The longer they wait, the more players are gonna rotate up and hold this bomb. And right now, Depression doesn't even need help. Putting on a clinic with the AWP. Fessa at 1 HP and Breezer still back towards Conside with this saved AWP. Struggling to find any impact with it.
One HP, and there's a nade in play. He's in con right now. Maze is going to be gun out for the round. But these two players are split anyway. Fess is, oh, he's been spotted on the jump. Depression knows what's up. He's going to leave it to Pepsor to kill that crossing player. And with this crossfire, there's no way in. Astralis, they're going for it, but they have no reason to. It's a done deal. It's shredded, 15-9, and it does feel like finally a winner might just be decided. The money getting broken in these last couple of rounds has been the undoing for Astralis. It's left them with nothing. 2K apiece against 15. We've seen Deagles do damn good for Astralis, but this has to be unbelievable, or we are donezo for this series at least.
Yeah, your heart kind of does go out for Fessa in this one, right? At 30-17, it's that feeling of what more can he do? Over on short, Pepsor trying to play a dangerous game here, flashed in, but will concede that territory. Didn't like what he heard. That makes sense to go challenging those pistols. Only way Astralis win this is if you kind of give them those picks, give them those weapons, and let them amount it to something. Instead, the decision will be don't fight, let them come to us, and well, come to them they have. Vigo with the Deagle secures that opener. This is where the orb's meant to try and plug this hole inside of the A site. One man up through the short side, one moving in through long as well. Depression's got his work cut out for him. They're all around him, and he's even tagged down at 20 HP there through the dice box. His teammates are here to save the day, however, and one kill away from being done. Fessa, last to fall, clean Deegs in the 1v4, but how many more has he got left in the tank? One man at truck, one up the dumpster. Fessa trying to make the best damn play yet. dancing around the dice box, but time is not on his side. They swing it together. Fess is on 3 out of 4. 1 still to find, and there's the nade to close. A grim way for a hell of a clutch attempt to end, but it's 16 for fnatic Rising. They take this series. They're now 1 bo3 away from the grand finals. For Astralis Talent, it's a drop on down into that lower bracket where they're going to be fighting with their backs against the wall the whole damn time.
Oh, if that round is not like just an analogy, a metaphor for the game, I don't know what is. Fessa does all he can do, and it's still physically out of his hands. He can't control that nade. He can't stop what fnatic throw at him or his team. A very nice try for the individual, but fnatic Rising step up big in this game. They pulled a whole reverse sweep in a bo3 after just a painful way to lose Ancient with a flawless overtime for Astralis. What a series this was. The level of CS has gone up in the playoffs. No surprises by it, but that was mad competitive the entire way through. And fnatic, they again do what we wanted. They proved that 8-4 score in the group, only just above Astralis and Na'Vi and the rest of them, was not a fluke. They were here to play today, despite not being warmed through the gauntlet stage like Astralis were, coming in battle-scarred to the playoffs. fnatic stand tall, and they end the series with their heads held high. Volt looking like a real talent as well, Harry. Got to go back to the motherland. Got to be talking about the UK here. It's nice to see a British player on Overpass under a fnatic roster doing well. We're pretty used to that with the main team, but that's a cool sign anyway. And Pepsor, a lot of people didn't rate him when he went on the main fnatic team, but he comes back here, and it was a quick jump, a very quick jump for him and Banjo to even play in that main roster for a bit against Tier 1. But he comes back into Academy League, and he looks so fresh, so ready to lead this team to victory, and had some great rounds as well. Heart out to Fessa, but that's just how the cookie crumbles. 16 rounds, fnatic do it. What a game.
Yeah, and like a real team effort. I think that's kind of the nicest thing about fnatic Rising is, even though you have guys who you might expect to be higher up the board, I think someone like Pepsor, fair enough, does have like some sort of eyes on him because of the experience he's had in the main roster, because he's been in this Rising squad for a long while now. But the fact that in a lot of these games there isn't a lot between top and bottom of the board, everyone's very consistent. It is a real team effort, and everything kind of revolves around that. Whereas sometimes with some of these other squads, and Astralis Talent showing us a perfect little case study on it, you kind of end up with these very top-heavy affairs. Fessa having to do so much in this game that ultimately it was just too much for one man to carry. And I do feel really bad for him. That last little 1v4, he gets it all the way down to a 1v1 with the Deagle, and then is naded out. It's the coward's way to fight from Pepsor, but hell, he got the round over the line. So yeah, as mentioned, fnatic Rising 1 bo3 away from the grand final. They'll be facing off against the winner of Big Omen Academy and Spirit. That's coming up later on. For Astralis Talent, it's an ugly little early drop into the lower bracket that they're going to have to fight through.
Yeah, exactly. And you say later on, Harry. Well, right now, actually, look at my watch. It's later on. That's what the watch says. So we'll be back after the break. We've got that next matchup coming right down the barrel. welcome back to our final match of the day here at the playoffs of the Academy League Season 5 of WePlay. And we have two more teams making their names here as we wait for Big taking on Spirit. Big, of course, from Group B, topped their group. They went straight to playoffs 11-1. Pretty naughty stuff. Their only loss being a 16-3 to Young Ninjas on Overpass. And now they go on to face Spirit, who went 7-5 in Group A, right? We're alongside Astralis and Na'Vi, neck and neck with those scores. Spirit went on through the gauntlet to beat down OG with a reverse sweep and even end it all against Young Ninjas, another 2-1 win. So well-earned dubs for the Spirit squad, and they have got some spicy players to keep an eye on, I'm sure we'll get to later. I'm here with Harry, and Harry, this is our first game we get to cover from Big this season. How you feeling knowing knowing what Big are like, having watched them in many seasons gone by, and looking at this current roster?
I mean, so Big OMEN Academy, something that you kind of touched upon last game that we know to be true is that they've always been able to make these playoff runs happen, right? But they've never quite been able to lift a trophy yet or really have much in the kind of ways of celebration other than being consistently in the top-ranked Academy teams, right? This is the moment, though, where it feels like they could be on that cusp of finally being a team to hoist a trophy and not just have this idea that they are consistent but not the best, right? I think they've really come into their own this season. Their group stage standing showed that in a very big way. And I also think that, like, for this matchup specifically, I wanted to talk Veto with you. It's kind of cool because Big get a little bit of a helping hand, right? Yeah. Big, they normally insta-ban Inferno, but they also don't like Ancient. Thankfully for them, Spirit Academy insta-ban Ancient every single time, so it let them take Inferno out of the pool. We end up on Nuke from Spirit. I think that's a pretty safe pick. Unlike Big OMEN Academy from, really, I'm kind of talking Season 1 here, but even when we had like Aqua IGLing in later seasons, this team used to like Nuke, and then we kind of saw them fall out of favor with it post-Season 1. They've been leaning away from it more and more, and it's a map they have a little more of a troublesome time on. So I think that's more of like a pick from Spirit to try and play the weakness of Big, right? Try give themselves a leg up there. The overpass pick from Big, I think, is a pretty safe one. I would like to think they can win that out. And then a Mirage to close this. That's a very even map between these teams. Honestly, I think we actually have like the perfect map pool to go 3 maps. The one that is a little bit scary is that Spirit are playing, as mentioned, to the weakness of Big as opposed to their strengths with that Nuke pick. And those kind of picks can sometimes let you down because it's not like this has been a staple map of the Spirit map pool. So I think if there was going to be a 2-0, it would be Big's favor, and it would be them winning a Nuke that I could see going the distance because it's a map that both these teams struggle on a little bit.
I can see that argument. On the flip side, I still think I think the numbers for Spirit, at least on a map like Overpass, are going to be deceiving because it's the results that are the most interesting, right? Just taking down some of the teams that they have, like Young Ninjas, just the other day. I wonder if that will play into things at all. Obviously, Young Ninjas being the only team that have beaten Big on that map. That being said, 12 out of the last 13 on Overpass for Big. Like to think that there's no way they can lose that. At the same time, map 1, Big haven't won Nuke since February, right? It's been 6 months. They've lost the last 6 in a row. It's not a good sign, right? Maybe it's not a home staple of Spirit's map pool, but it's clearly one that's not been going too well for Big. At the same time, the results should speak for themselves. 11-1 inside of the group. Big looking to 2-0 this series, no doubt. I just think that it's very hard to discount Spirit with some of the results they've been taking through this gauntlet. And not just the results, the way they've been getting those results. Down, seemingly out, pulling comeback, staying very calm, and winning games that they have no business winning. So I think that's going to be a big factor when you're coming up against a team like Big. There we go. It's already started. We're not even in the game. I'm already dropping big bigs. but
No, it's fine.
It
No,
never
you're
ends.
allowed. You're allowed to. Everyone gets to do a couple. It's only when you do it the third time that you get called out. Here you
well,
go.
okay,
So
one-
keep your
one
eyes
notch,
peeled,
one
big
notch.
guys. I know they're always watching these games.
Big
They're
guys?
always...
You talking about the
Yeah.
big or just
No,
generally like
you know
large
what I'm
guys?
talking about. Don't get pedantic. You're the one who messed up. Don't try to
Okay.
offload this onto me, all right?
Damn.
Right, look, here's what I'll say as well. Just to build on your overpass comments, I want to just reiterate how good a team Big are on this map, not just in recent memory, but throughout the entire history of this team actually existing and even broken down into the core components before these guys joined up on Big Academy. You know, like they're just doing incredibly here. They're hang on, I have to do a
Save
little
it for
bit of
later,
that.
mate. We're in the
I'll
pistol
save it.
round.
We're right in, Hugo. Here we go. I thought I had that ready to go, but I didn't. And here's a little A-pop on the cards. Big Omen Academy able to hold that off. Spirit sent packing on the A-play. Process, yeah, it's a little ugly there, isn't it? But now they know where this last man is. They know where the Donk's got to.
Donk, bit of a talent, bit of a beast, 15-year-old fragger. And definitely keep your eyes on him in this series. If Spirit were ever going to win, it's going to be off this guy and Art Frost. He's going to wrap back outside using both ladders. Got given an opportunity to win this after Process missed his headshot on the flank. And Donk is taking a nice wide berth back to main. World's his oyster right now. He can go heaven, he can go secret. What doth the Donk want? Spotted, and Process does not finish what he started, puts him down to 30 at least, but Donk continues to run wild and run down towards that lower bomb site. No one's stopping him yet. Aqua still holding for a heaven wrap. That's going to likely give Donk a plant. He's just got to care this double door. 15 seconds, he's clearing secret. He doesn't have the time for this, and he walks into Hyped, who will end that clutch attempt. Big Omen Academy with a sizable start.
Yeah, you know, I gotta say, a real part of me wonders as to whether or not Big Omen Academy's success, you know, season upon season, always making deep runs, is in part down to the kind of support from the main organization that these guys receive, right? There are some Academy teams that are kind of left to their own devices a little bit more. But with this big squad, they're always, you know, on land together. They're always boot camping in the big house. And I know that in previous seasons, they've even worked fairly closely with the big main team and the resources they have access to there. You know, I can't imagine what it would be like having people like Godby and Tabson weighing in on your Academy squad. Like, they're legends of the scene, right? So, very, very cool. And that's the support that the Big Org has always given this Academy squad all the way back since Season 1. Flash through this smoke, though. Going to try and make this retake happen versus the Force. It's not gone well to open up. Sin's doing what he can, and Hyped out through decom will get rid of another. But ultimately, there isn't time to win this round. The Force gonna find success for Spirit Academy. I haven't really seen Force buys in these second rounds today, but the first one we get to bear witness to is successful, it is profitable, and it set this round, or this game off rather, on a very interesting note.
Yeah, it's very cocky buy as well. They didn't have plant and pistol. That's often why you see those second round forces. You get a plant, you get 3 AKs if you're lucky, maybe Galils if not, and that's a pretty good buy against what the CTs have, lacking util. Helmets and kits, but no, that was just Mac 10 rushing, and it worked wonderfully for Spirit. Yeah, to build on your point as well, you know, especially. Oh wait, we got TeamSpeak. Let's hear the Germans.
Was? Die Rampe aufgeben.
Spiel auf Silo.
Na, in der 2-Lobby, die Bang. Das ist eher so Lobby-Default, langsam mäßig.
Rampe gemountet. Ja.
Eine Flasche nicht aus. Außen ist ruhig.
Ja, sie bangen die ganze Zeit. Wir werden sehr likely Mid-Round einfach Smokes machen. Einer ist auf Silo drauf.
Ich hab Silo gerade.
Jetzt einer outside
Unser
Smoke.
Smoke. Hinter Garage.
Ja. Einer dann unten.
Außen-Smokes kommen jetzt. 2 Außen-Smokes.
Rampe kommt. Taken Rampe.
Okay, Smoke.
Ich checke Ich checke
Einmal außen
hart.
down, Solo außen.
Ich checke hart mit Molo.
leise, pass mal Inside auf.
Ja, ich gehe auch Pommes drauf.
Ja.
Ich smoke euch Tür. Ja, ich hab grad, ist gerade noch
Ist
das
gerade.
Flash.
Kannst eigentlich jetzt resmoken, ja, das
Ja,
passt.
jetzt resmoke ist
Kommt.
gut. Du warst
Ich war das, ich war das. Pass auf, Jungs.
Ja, ich checke hart mit Molo. Einfach. GG Molo.
am Main kommen.
Unten David, ne?
Ja, kann man
Ja.
kommen.
Rampe regessen, Matze.
Danke.
Komm runter.
Außen.
Außen war eher einer nur.
Runterkommen.
Kommen jetzt auch Richtung Rampe zu euch.
Eingesehen.
Pass auf.
Ja.
Einer in Tür, einer in Tür.
Direkt hoch hier.
Gleich wollte ich
Okay.
die Tür rausgehen.
Nichts Rampe.
Ich muss Tetris droppen.
Kannst du droppen,
Ich
Matze?
sag Molo. Was ist der?
Wird gebankt.
Ich hab nicht mehr Rampe
Tür
drin.
raus, Tür raus.
Back.
Er geht links rum.
Zwei.
Zeit. Gegen.
Komm in Lobby.
On
In
one.
Lobby, Suju. Wo?
Den
In
nicht.
Lobby.
Anderen.
Down.
Oh!
Basic. Aber denkt an, was ich gesagt habe, ja?
Great play from Hyped, hiding backside, and Sin provided so
Right?
much
That was
cover
a
there.
really cool
Yeah.
little two-man setup.
They had no idea. Spirit are like hopping in with the bomb in their hands, thinking, yeah, it's just a Heaven player. What can they do? And Hyped comes out from nowhere with a double. Process hit the flank shot this time as well. A much harder kill, and he gets away with it. So the ramp flank works wonders, and Big break the bank back. But to even add on your point, the danger of missing a rush, like, yeah, God B just rejoined this team a couple of months back as well, as in the big main organization to the CS side of things, right? Moving back over from Val. So considering, yeah, not just Tabson had helped out this team in the past seasons, but Gob as well, back in this team, I think that's a very beneficial thing to this squad as a whole, and likely a large reason as to why we see them, make so many runs, being the one team to be in every playoff of Academy League, be in the grand final, I think, twice, and yeah, now the only team to be consistent, considering Mouse didn't make it this season. You'll also see bigger all boot camping. So yeah, just we do love the bigger organization for giving these guys the tools, despite being an academy team. Many of these guys are playing at home, of course, but never big.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that's evident with Big is that it is a bunch of people who really love esports. Like they're always watching the games. They're always getting on with their sponsors. Even the fact that we have like the big OMEN Academy being a thing for so long. It's cool. It's really nice to see. Big give a lot of support to all facets of their CS division. Now, Big, I will take that check by mail. Of course, this car sponsored by Big Open Academy. Donk! Oh, just one. Yeah, so this is kind of the one scary thing of picking to your opponent's weakness, especially when, as mentioned, even though Big's results on Nuke is bad, I think that's fair enough to say, bad results on Nuke as of late. We were saying in the pre-show, this used to be a map that this academy team used to frequent. For guys like Sin, Aqua, Hyped, they're very at home here on Nuke in reality. So I do think that like the stat line doesn't necessarily tell the full story. I think you're still going to have a lot of ideas for how to approach this one.
Smoke wall outside. In it comes over the top. There's no lower players yet. With Big being a man down, do they want to risk dedicating players to what could be a fake? They don't know. But Molly's messing smokes up in the yard. Or no, I think it just missed. It went out the map. It's fully out there. Still fine for Sin with a big gap. He's going to bite back. Owner will headshot him, crossing to what he thought was safety, and the drop down the vent just missed, but I think they might have heard it from, if not door, then outside. That could only send Spirit back into an A split. Processes rotate is so important here as he goes towards Hell. That's exactly where they're going. Oh boy, he might meet them in the rafters. And Sky at the back of the site has a lot to do.
Yeah, Owner's timing's everything, right? If Process is looking here, right, as he comes around, because Process's attention is going to have to come back to the site eventually. Now's the perfect time for this Heaven split. Sky's got to hold on, and Owner's bested him in the head-to-head. Hype now left in this clutch. 1v2 up through ramp. He's got reason enough to give it a look in, right? Give it a little peek, tempt some fate. Why not? See if they give you a reason to go for this round, but they're holding for him, and Owner completes it with 4. Lovely round from this guy. He's really solidified himself as one of the players to keep a keen eye on. You know, if I were to go through this squad and give you some guys to keep a keen eye on throughout this series, it'll be Artfrost, who not terribly uncommon to see and get more activated the longer a game goes on. And then definitely Donk as this very, very young, talented player. And then Owner as the third man, as someone who will, you know, while simultaneously trying to give a bit of direction to the squad, create a lot of space, take a lot of space, and normally just give us very, very stable performances. There's definitely something to be said about that.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool for an in-game leader to be the guy putting themselves in the swing positions like a Heaven Wrap, right? But it's also the spot where you're going to get the most info from and figure out how best to play around out. So nice Heaven Wrap from him. Process just getting caught with bad timing. He had the right read, but Sky probably called for some help. You don't want to hang your teammates out to dry. Again, Spirit, they love this A-site right now. They're looking for another top pop. They've not got much util, so, you know, Molly backside, a flash over the roof. That could be enough. It won't get Sky, though. Shouldn't, at least. The flash won't, as he's looking at the ground. The Molly, however, will push him out. He tries to fight from the top in the fire. Orb missed shot from Artfrost. Not good, as the bomb's been dropped backside. Aqua has no need to re-peek, and his right side is covered. Oh, dear. Missed main smoke as well. It's getting worse, but the second Spirit are getting chewed up. Spat out. The Orb still covers. Backside dead. There's Sim with support, but Artfrost is starting to flick back. Hyped missed his chance, and now Artfrost has to dance back and forth to try and find that bomb, getting crept by Lobby. 15 seconds. He's heading to vent, but is there really time for this? I don't think so. He's got to stick it. Hey, hello! Caught with nades out, or with a bomb out rather. And Process just walks through hut to close it. A little shaky there in the middle with some missed shots from above, but big hold on.
Yeah, a little bit sad for Artfrost there. I think those are the moments he really excels in normally. It looked like he did really want to drop vent, but I think the call came along. You don't have time. You don't have time to do that. And, you know, thinking he wasn't going to get hot wrapped, very unfortunate. But let's listen into the comms, see how Spirit are feeling.
Я не видел.
Ника смог дали.
8.
Я рамп подхожу.
Рамп.
Рамп пикает.
Да.
Ну, блять, кто-то стоит.
Дверь буду пробовать вырезать.
Дверь закрыта.
Я рамп иду.
Авик 9.
И 8.
И на 8.
Дефолт.
Опять нету, подойдешь?
9 авик. Дефолт убил.
Хасан, играй с типом, его не стой.
Но у меня, блядь...
Well, only pistols. About what you can expect. T-side nuke, slow deegs. But big building bit by bit on this CT side. I think Process is probably one of the coolest stories, you know, for an Academy League player. You know, we haven't had many swaps in between the league to different teams. I'm trying to recall any other than him. If you aren't up to date, he was in Fnatic Rising on Season 1, the team that was built and the roster submitted the day of the event. I remember being in Ukraine, being like, yo, can we get the roster? Oh, no, sorry, I think we were at home actually for the first season, but trying to get the roster and Fnatic just hadn't submitted it in time for the matchup. Only like an hour before did we find out. And Process, we heard in all those voice comm segments, who's obviously speaking in English, was very vocal, was very useful. And, Fnatic had a pretty good season in Season 1, and Process was a large part of that, and Big picked him up straight away, and he's been here ever since. So I think that's kind of a cool story to see swaps inside of the league.
Yeah, it's nice when Fnatic do the scouting for you, and you just have to rock up and say, oh, he's German, is he? Yeah, we'll take him.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Yeah. Spirit Academy, a man down, hyped, could get wrapped here, but he's flicked back in time. Very good awareness. Owner often able to find these little gaps and exploit these little timings. One door's blowing off as well, giving an angle over to Sky. He is trapped in a corner, hyped as well.
Run!
Buddy, trying to hide in the smoke. This is a 2v4 that's getting wildly out of hand, and now an AWP for Artfrost. Uh-oh, you've given him his favorite tool.
Oh, but he's all alone now. Got to pick his poison. They're both peeking him. He only thought there was one player on that side of Secret, and that draws him away from the single, be it half a door that's left in that doorway. 7 rounds to Big, a retake gets done, yeah?
Since, KD is kind of crazy considering how far into the game we are.
That's true. 17-3 in 9 rounds is actually cracked.
That's bonkers. Yeah. That's almost 2 kills around. He has 183 ADR.
Sin kind of good.
Sin kind of best, maybe.
Oh, the massages are coming in, baby.
Look, man, Big do everything. You want to have a break,
Where's
eat
the
some
bowl
nuts,
of fruits?
get your back rubbed. You love eating nuts while you get your back rubbed.
No comment.
Pistachios, I think.
Was that pistachios or cashews?
It's the hybrid one.
Okay.
It's got a shell.
Did you know?
And it's
Inko taught me this yesterday. Peanut is not a nut. It's a legume. It's a bean. You won't believe me, but Google it and you'll see. It's not a nut.
That's pretty interesting.
That is interesting. Crazy how nature do that.
Well, hang on then. So explain this one, Hugo. If a kidney bean is a legume, what's a kidney stone?
Painful.
Yeah, you got that right.
You ever had kidney stones, Harry?
Nah, I got a couple form, and I can tell. I just drink a lot of minerals, Marie.
Minerals, Marie. They're rocks.
And, even more so than that, when I jump around, my stomach sounds like a 2p piece or like a guitar pick rattling around inside of a guitar. So, there's that. Here we go, Spirit Academy with the Force Spy.
Rattle, rattle. They got some Mac 10s and some Galils, some ugly sounding guns, and they're going to run out A. I'm not sure how well this is going to go for them. Hasnate has already been spammed as that smoke blooms in main. Spirit, they've called it off between 2 mines. And again, the question of depth on this map gets drawn, right? They've picked this to counter Big, not necessarily because it's their go-to map. Do they have that depth on the T side? Wide on ramp, hyped. Oh, he almost considered it. He now knows the smoke will give it away, thank goodness. They might walk through this. You've got to be careful. They jump through 2, chasing him down. Hyped had an escape route, but he was really hungry for apples, and he'll get him poisoned. Zontix even peeks through a hut smoke and gets another kill. That's 2 smoke walks, finding 2 kills for Spirit in this round. Big, not getting given much respect. Sky does get a bit of a kill in response, but this plant for heaven is perfect.
Slow walk in CT. It's almost like you want to die to the AWP. There we are. Owner posted. He's so mobile. That's what makes this guy so annoying to play against. You'll see him in like hell or like ramp, and then suddenly, he's like secret stairs, and you're wondering how on earth have you done this in 20, 25 seconds. He is a very mobile player, and I think that's a big part of what makes him so frustrating, but at the same time, so clutch for his team.
Get ahead of it early, big cooling pauses. Gonna be watching a lot more smokes now, I imagine, after that round. They can buy another orb. If hyped once. And he does indeed. CT Nuke. Definitely one of the more enjoyable places to play it. Eyes on Artfrost. I mean, you know, last round Spirit just walked through door with their first player, got picked. I'd love to see them play around this T-side AWP, let him work an early kill. You know he's got it in him. Plenty of options. In terms of taking safe opening fights with an orb, Nuke gives you so many chances. You know, nading door, peeking door close to main, ramp, hut. Not so safe when Sky's on top, though. Artfrost gave it a go. They gave him the room at least, but this is a really good angle from Sky to stop that exact peek, as you're either likely going to be looking to the ground or looking to the rafters at heaven. Now, they crossed the smoke, and I don't think Big saw that. There's no gap. But already down to B is one player ahead of this. Aqua's getting that info, jump spotting. He can throw a nade as well. So Spirit, this will come at a cost. Big playing nice and safe in a 5v4, making Spirit work for this lower site.
Hyped. There we go. There's that first. The second man has already made it out past that scope, and they don't know about him. Waiting here, gonna try and strike, but that's the bomb dropped over at ramp. Things are getting pretty dire now. Zontic's desperately hoping he can find a fight out through these B doors, but he's not being given one. It's a dominant return to form here with that bomb dropped at ramp. It's real wishful thinking that anything else is gonna get accomplished in this round. OMEN 1v5, and he's swung out through the doors by Aqua. Put an 8th on the board for Big OMEN Academy. Real convincing CT side thus far. I do think, you know, they need as many CT side rounds as they can get, because Spirit are going to get a down site better in this second half. The ideal kind of range is one where the pistol round would do the bulk of the work for you, right? That's what Big are shooting for.
Or whatever they're shooting, it's hitting. So let's see if they can get that aspirational scoreline of the half. Process caught with an awkward spray, only goes 1 for 1. Panic mode activated. Look at these rotates. Down secret, down vent. Big. They seem convinced, and they're not wrong. The smokes are down and lower. Maybe some spam for Sky. Is he lining something up? It's going to be Sin flashing his way back into double. And even holding on. This guy's not stopping right now. 5.0 KD. He's got the bomb. The bomb on Dong went tumbling down the stairs. Could not have gone worse. And Sin follows up, puts Hasanated in a hearse. He's going to his funeral, and it's closed casket. No face to find. Good shot from Artfrost. 3 on 2. Spirit are in the site, but without the bomb.
Hyped's even still hunting with this AWP. Re-smoking the stairs. That's brutal. They've just waited for this util to fade. And now a new one has taken its place. They're going to lob in a smoke at the doors. Artfrost going to try and play around with them. Could open it up and try spam this, and Sin might get caught on the receiving end of that. Ooh, it's close. But Sin's still alive. This guy's done so much throughout this game, and this round is no exception. 2 big kills, including the one that dropped the bomb in this really awkward spot. Artfrost with the wrap. Not holding it yet. Oh. This could be the lineup. Sky's going to trade, and now Hyped, he needs to nail this. Sin's dead. OMEN walking across, and Hyped is not missing a beat. Quick flick to find him, and that's 9 for Big OMEN Academy.
Dude, they're playing really well. I mean, that's all down to the bomb getting dropped, though. Entry, a 1 for 1 at ramp and a plant. That's suddenly a great spot for Spirit to be in. But Big just get gifted that round on a platter. Not to say they don't play it well once they have that bomb. The double re-smoke, the reload, swap side, the clear of decon. You know, Big didn't want to sit in that awkward corridor forever. They go and find the kills. And Hyped, of course, just solid with this AWP right now. More smokes down. He's not going to be able to stop across outside. Smoke shots won't connect either. Close main player dead. That might look like a fake, but a player still did make it down lower. Process has got to be careful with his ammo count. They are counting as much as he is on a reload. They can rush this smoke. They've already shown a tendency to do so. Process goes back up on a better angle, and ooh, he's dropping lower, but the awkward timing of Hype taking that position instead. He's even flashed, and if he goes B, he's going to get flushed into Owner, who already made it down lower. There's the free B, and B now free. They can drop in and plant, hopefully, this time.
Yeah, one man who can do it all with quite the impressive resume still in play. It's Mr. Sins coming in down towards Secret. Setting up his teammates with this flashbang. If that gets them the kill, this could be the thing that kickstarts the retake. Instead, churned up, good trade.
No
Sim with one. Can't get any more than that. Artfrost will hold the line. And once more, I mean, you know, the round might be closed by Artfrost and the gang over at Stairs, but Owner really is the kind of MVP there that kickstarts the whole round by opening up the B site on his quick drop. I really think we have an IGL quite like him in the Academy League, if I'm being honest. No one else is able to bring this kind of real fast, timing-based style to create in space, but he nails it 9 times out of 10. Hyped, yeah, that's a rough one on the edge of the smoke.
Oopsie.
Zontic's further away, was favored in that fight, and that's now the big ticket item removed from play. This might be Spirit's way in right at the end of the half.
Pop out the door, that's the bomb again, and there's no one even near it. They're gonna have to wrap back from hut, but Process provides cover. 2 coming from door, the re-smoke down, and Sin trying to stop this outside lurk, but that smoke fade does not do him well, and Zontix even spams the smoke. It's all Process, they're coming from everywhere, and he's just caught turning from flashes. It's Zontix who puts up 4 kills in the round, goes ham to find 5 for Spirit, and despite a very strong start for Big, this is leveling out by the end of the half. The money isn't there, 6 should be attainable, and that's a decent T side, especially considering some of the throwaway rounds that Spirit had, such as the bomb drop, such as some of these A hits. You'd like to think this should be the 9-6 half.
Oh, good nades early on. They've done well to soften up Spirit, but they're going to need more than just a bit of chip damage. They really need something to kickstart this round in a nice way. 3 players already down Secret with a 4th crossing. Owner's made it to the vent, and once again, like, he's hit this timing. Big Omen, look at that. Oh!
He's going to turn. Oh!
Owner? 4x3!
How?
How?
What? Yeah,
what?
okay.
Knife!
I don't know.
No way! Owner's just knifed Aqua. That is a sight to behold. Neither one of them looking at each other, and now Hasinator in with a double. This is looking like a Spirit round all damn day. They get a knife kill, and they end it flawlessly. A 9-6 half for Spirit, as they are able to right their wrongs and recover that near the end to put up 6 rounds.
Not only how did Owner not see him earlier, even for 4x3, that was ridiculous, but then how did Aqua not see him walking backwards into Decon, just like moonwalking into that area? Such a weird timing. Owner's up top of the board for his team, though. He is, well, clues in the name. I'll let you do the maths. 9 rounds for Big on the CT side. It's decent. Could have been a lot more, though. Pistol round will make it very much so. Oh, main drop. That actually doesn't go well. Sky falls behind main. A lot of damage. His team weight ramp. Oh, Oh, nice entries. 2 of them from Sky, running wild. Everyone is Hell. It's 5 players at Hell and Ramp right now. Big are about to find out the hard way. They do catch them. Sky gets killed, but there's a flank on a flank on a flank. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to hide from Sky, who gets 4 frags in that pistol round. My goodness, he went big mode. Here with a 10th and likely no force here. Spirit looking to play for that 3rd round buy in the half.
Yeah, as is often the case, you know, this first rifle round is weighted super heavily for Spirit. When you're the underdog, when you're kind of on the back foot already, and you've saved for a buy in the 3rd, you need it to be successful versus the bonus, because if it isn't, Big Omen Academy are going to run away with this game, and there is very little chances you're going to have to put a stop to it. So this follow-up round is the real important one. In this round, I think really you're hoping for damage. You want to be realistic about it. You know, you can tell me these rounds are always winnable, and they are. I wouldn't dispute that, but it shouldn't be one you win, and more often than not, you don't. You just get absolutely annihilated. So that should happen in this one, as they've already taken Heaven. They've got outside. They're waiting back in lobby. Nowhere is safe for this A stack. And, well, it's been dismantled. 1 kill comes out, but that's the end of the line. Oh, 2 actually.
Mm-hmm. Here's where the game starts, though, really, for Spirit. It's their map pick as well. That's the scariest part. And a pretty bare bones T side now has to be met by a stellar defense. (27-9). Kind of cracked.
Okay, Ona with a little one-way, trying to peek through the underside of this smoke. Has been flashed off for now. Keeping him a little wary about outside. Sin's the guy he's going to be running into. That's quite the clash. Therefore not who I'd want to find myself up against anytime soon. And the rest of Big Omen Academy are trying to get out the double door. Oh, sorry, the squeaky door. Spam from main is clean, but Sin's mopped up that trade. Now Artfrost and his scout up in heaven. Oh, also going to get dealt with. It's clean entries here to get them in. A 2. Oh, make that 1v3 retake. Now being asked for out of Spirit Academy, and they can't justify going for this. Ona, the man who was in secret, left in the 1v3, would have to come up the vents to win it. And that's not happening anytime soon. That is a rough one for Spirit. We said, like, this buy round was so important that they found success with it. They really needed this because now Big are on to 12 with another eco locked and loaded for Spirit. And even more impactful for that, it's just this feeling that every round you lose is going to feel like a 2-for-1, where you're having an eco, you're having a partial buy. And at this sort of scoreline, at a 12-6, that could be what ends up having Nuke stolen away from you.
Yeah, not much room for error. Might not even really get many Artfrost AWPs in this game either. He had a couple on T side, but really kind of a shell of what we've seen from Artfrost this tournament. Donk's trying to fill the void, but it's really him and Ona being the only ones stepping up to the plate here for Spirit. Good to see Big still showing the same form they showed all group stage long and making quick work of these games so far. Sin still with a over 3.0 KD. Reasonable.
Oh, bloody hell, that's
Ona.
the hero gun. Nailing 3 on a fast vent drop
Crikey.
attempt. Out of all the ways for that round to have gone, that really is worst case Ontario. My goodness. Aqua gonna give us one back the other way, but there's a lot more where that came from. He's looking for the bomb, but he can't find it with the smoke in his way. And a re-smoke now in at the doors is problematic again. He's trying to figure out how to get to this. He's like feeling the walls, and he's finally found it. Walking the edge of it. Able to get the bomb back, but now needing the answers in a 2 versus 4 where as you leave, as you vacate the doorway, Spirit are going to arm themselves. They're going to get more dangerous the longer you take. Over outside, Ona sits pretty with 3 kills to his name already. Hell, why not give him more chances?
Oh, he'll take him. On for the ace right now. 3 health the difference. Don't repeat. Don't give it to him. And there it is. Ona puts up 5 kills with 1 gun and with 1 health for Team Spirit Academy. That's... you gotta love to see it. What a round from the captain. And I can't believe they vent dive into the 1 gun. If it was anywhere else, Big just win that round straight up. But as luck would have it, and as skill would have it, Ona mauls them, full blind. Must be funny to be blind, then to suddenly come back and just see your kill feed lit up in red. And that's going to send Big back to the drawing board, Big back to the Yerman Yeags here. As they look to make a mountain out of a molehill.
Yerman Yeags. It's going to need to be super guile if they want to win this one, Hugo. Donk just looked right at a man. Oh, he's so close. He's so close to finding it every time. Every time he's right there.
There it is.
Right on the edge, and there's Donk delivering the kill. It was only a matter of time as that smoke fades. He gets the better of the man out through the doors. Just down to 3 now. Make that 2 now. Make that 1 and done. 5 alive round for Spirit, an important little cash booster, and this will be their route back in if ever there was one.
Ich stelle mal Silo, okay? Yes.
Ja, kannst du machen. Ich werde ihn wieder naden, wenn er gleich Smoke gibt. Wieder ein Smoke gelöscht.
Amanek hat
Gleich Smoke gegeben. Amanek, einer. Er hat direkt gleich Smoke gegeben. Damit macht er nicht mal was. Tür direkt gesmoked.
Kann dir Rain Flash geben auch gleich, wenn ihr
Ja, close hat, dann steppen.
Wir gehen mit vielen gleich außen, okay? Wir gehen
ich
mit
komm
Liquid Smokes. Ich werde Garage gehen und ihr geht Secret runter.
Die smoken Türen
Wir
nicht
machen gleich guten Rain-Check, okay?
Warte auf mich.
Pass mal
Matze,
oben
gib
auf
gleich
Dings
bitte Dings Molo, T-Rot Molo. Und du gibst dann gleich, rennst zurück, Tom, gibst Rain Flash.
Ja.
Jetzt war ich.
Ja.
Go Smokes. Ich hab noch eine Flash. Gib Molly.
Kommt.
Rain
Flash
Flash.
kommt.
8 kann dauerhaft schieben.
Boom. Ring close frei.
Dritte Tür smoke
Die Secret runter, okay? Matze muss Heaven ziehen. Das Shotgun
AP ist
schieben.
oben.
Rampe gemollet gerade.
Ich bin in Garage drin. Geht runter noch schnell, Jungs. Smokes werden. Boah, scheiße. Hat uns wahrscheinlich reinsteppen. Get right, einer. Einer ist Get right.
Weil das wir sind.
Ja,
wir können. Lass auf jeden Fall vorarbeiten. Hier ist keine AWP.
Ja.
Wir können hier einfach ein bisschen auf Duell gehen, nicht so kurz.
Ja. Ich glaube, man
Ja,
stimmt, das laut machen.
Ja.
Jetzt gegen Single.
Mit Easy Ending einfach.
Ja.
Ja.
Ich komme mit
Da,
euch
du hast
mit.
gehabt.
Ja, mach ich.
Ready?
Chillen. Wartet auf mich.
Einer Rampenspieler ist geschoben.
Ja,
Rampenspieler
schieß
ist bei
auf.
euch.
Ich hab links.
Ich mach
Na,
Mollo.
UCAT einer. Ich hab UCAT vielleicht eigentlich.
Flash kommt.
UCAT, das ist der Main-Spieler. Vielleicht 2 unten bei euch.
Stark. Down. Nice, einer mit Rampe, komm low. Ich leg für Single einfach.
Die Rampe,
Single.
Dinge.
Fuck. 2 Rampe.
Rampe.
Oh, ich darf nicht für
Ah,
Single
nice
legen,
try.
glaub ich.
Lass mal Timeout nehmen, okay?
Ja.
Timeout time. No survivors, no orbs saved, no chances here. Spirit continue to put on a show, a bit of a class of masters. As this comeback gets closer and closer, Harry. Big. They're feeling the burn, judging by that round. Bomb denial. Fast ramp flank. No way Spirit are going to do it. Surely not. But we've also talked about Big's difficulties on the T side of this map, dating back even seasons ago. Are they rearing their ugly head yet again?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big reason they moved away from this map was their underwhelming T sides. So that was always the worry, right? That's why back in the first half we kind of said, like, yeah, they are going to need as many rounds as they can get here, because it was going to be a harder time in this second half.
It's going to get worse before it gets better. Pistols getting picked apart by the big green. One health. Frost ace time. Well, already denied, and Owner shoots him through the door to end the round. But this is it for Big. They have to go now or never, or this game suddenly equaled up. They've had their timeout. They've had their chance to talk. Time to put their money where their mouth is. And again, if they go outside, we need to see more walls of smokes. That has actually, allowed Big to cross pretty safely. Because Art Frost is starting to turn into the menace that we know and love.
Or Owner outside, playing around these smokes. Sin is crossing around them. He hears that util go out and just jumps up at the perfect timing, right as Sin started to back out of there. That's when Owner finds himself going up and over. Full util layout into the A site, but it's a ramp take right now. They need to flush out Zontix, who is good for a double before all is said and done. Fascinator's dropped down B very, very quickly here, faster than Big were ready for. Even more damage through that smoke. Plant might be available, but how much further can you take it past that? Gonna flash out, try to do something to this bomb planter, but the nade goes a little deep. And so Big is still in this one. Going back to try and flush out ramp. Owner's not moved a muscle. He's waiting for this ramp fight. And once again, perfect timing. Right as Sky starts to look back down to help his teammate out. That's when Owner swings. Now just left at the end of it. Owner posted, taking an angle over the bomb site, and well, the spam, it nearly gets him off the bomb, but nearly's not good enough. Nearly isn't going to win you this map. Spirit back in the swing of things now with 11.
Dude, how has this happened so quick as well? Felt like nothing could go wrong for Big. A perfect, well, not a perfect CT side, but a good CT side into The pistol and conversion. Ever since we've hit guns, it's all Spirit time. 5 up in a row. More pistols for Big. A good round to go for a fast exec. Maybe hit that quick A site. They're going to do it, but just a little bit delayed. Smoke's outside, but it's already been cleared. Owner's there. He's in T-spawn, rushing yard and picking them, lining up util on the roof. Don goes 1 for 1, but they actually get down the vent loud. They go back up. They saw someone in the smoke. Hasanator doesn't know where to look. He's just shooting ghosts right now. They're inside of the smoke. He ends up in lobby and ends up in a body bag. 3 on 3. Owner's come back from his yard push, back to main. Artfrost is helping out with the AWP as well, and Owner, as the smoke fades, is picking them out of the middle of the site. 1 on 3. Process may have found the gap, but B is not as free as he would think.
Yeah, Frost is holding the extremities as well, and I mean, there he is just nailing that last player. Process dead in the water, and a 12-all game.
Owner's going sick. He has snuck up very quickly with some just impeccable reads right now. Like, off that full outside exec with no assistance from his team. He has a spawn and he just takes it. He just runs red, catches them lining up A util. Not only does that clear the outside fake, but it just tells his team to be ready on that top site, and they are. Yeah, it's a good eco for Big, but still another round on this massive streak back for Spirit. Full smoke wall now to cross them outside, but look who's already there. The aforementioned man Owner in secret. Oh, sorry, he's back garage. My wrong. He's still smoked off, and Big are actually going to split main. Nice call.
Yeah, fast in. Owner with 1. They do flush out one of the backside players and the Heaven Man, but they don't know about Donk, who's hidden in this smoke. He's doing what Big did to them so many times, dropping the bomb, doubling down, Donk doing it all, and now it's left to Owner to complete this one. A 1v2 on his plate, but this guy's been so clean in these last few rounds. Gonna dodge the util up in Heaven, staying mobile as ever is Owner. Going back up once he's dropped down, trying to keep the element of surprise. Big Omen Academy have both backed up into lobby, and Owner's gonna drop straight in. No waiting around. He seems very cognizant that they've just played fully around this bomb. And Molly's nice, gonna cut out one of these angles, right? Maybe give him an easier time to tap this. There's an immediate swing out through the hut, and they're just playing with him right now, wasting time off the clock. Owner, how on earth is he meant to win this? I tell you how he doesn't. They've played it well on the big side, playing it to time. They walk that one over the line.
That flash wins him the round, right? If he gets that molly in and just jumps on bomb, like the AWP is indoor, Aqua's very passive, Owner has a chance to either stick or force the 1v1 onto Aqua, get a kill, go back to the bomb, but that one flash through hut from Aqua completely blinds him, scrambles his vision, and Big, despite not even checking Donk, hiding in that smoke. I love that bait play from him. He gets 2 kills off of it, but Big still managed to come back in and win the round. Scary game right now. Completely uncertain. Spirit's map pick, and Big are fighting back. Their first round breaks the streak of 6 that Spirit just picked up. I think Owner's under silo this time. Again, he's been so aggressive outside. They're above him. He hears the steps. Sin's holding for a push. Owner's already wrapped T-spawn before. They don't want to get caught laying up a util, but he can go later. The longer he waits here, the more he knows that nothing is coming outside. No late smokes. Can activate at a moment's notice. Ramp peak deep with the boost. Finds nothing. Zontix is tucked in with a re-molly. He may as well use. Just keep them out. Few more seconds of sanctuary here for Spirit before eventually big crunch on the ramp.
Yeah, it is only a matter of time, right?
Owner's going.
Good nade timing for Zontix, and yeah, now Owner pushing through the yard, hot on their heels. He's called for reinforcements at ramp, but Owner is being considered this time. Sin's gonna deal with him. Process spotting a B rotate, knows that Hasanator's already down at lower, but they're not gonna let that deter them. Got to be careful with all these smokes down. It could give Hasanator a way out through Decon. Hoping that the spam connected, but it doesn't. And now Hyped, if he nails this first shot and is able to get out of there, that would be huge. There's the swing. First man dead and drops the molly. Doesn't allow that trade to come through. He's going to occupy the back of the mind of ArtFrost this whole retake. Till this guy in control room is dead, this round is real tricky. And with just ArtFrost left, he wants to save that AWP. He wants to stay alive. Meaning Big keep this lead in their favor at 14-12.
Dude, what a time to clutch out these rounds as well for Big, considering, you know, Spirit knew exactly what was going on. It was honestly a pretty weak fake. They had one guy throwing util from T-Roof into that A site, and then they were ready ramp, considering Owner had all that outside. What? You cool, Hyped? You cool? Apologize to the man. It shouldn't matter, but you know, if this goes 30 rounds, yeah, let's check the money. Oh, that's awkward. Knifes his teammate at the end of the round. Awkward indeed. But yeah, weak fake. ArtFrost gets 2 kills on ramp. Perfect setup with Zontix. Goes 2 for 1. And Big still clutch it out on lower. Good round from Hyped despite the last 2 seconds. Last time out for Spirit as well. Oh. Captain gets nade dunked down to half. Zontix plays with fire at ramp. Big methodically try and take outside late with some utility, red, molly, flash. But they know ArtFrost's AWP has been a bit of a problem piece. It's not there. It's close hut, I think. It's pushing in to that lobby area with the AWP. This is crazy. But ArtFrost feeling up for the task.
Oh, Dunk's going to beat him to it. And now they try to play this buddy system.
Oh.
Woo, missed shots either way. He's still trapped in the hut, but no one goes pressuring. They let ArtFrost get out. They let him get away. They're going to try and take ramp instead. Zontix got spotted on that jiggle, but he does win the opening fight. Hyped, you need this trade. You need it now. Losing players elsewhere. They have opened up a path in through ramp. That's going to give Big Omen Academy one last chance in this round. Dropping down lower. Hasanator's already here. He's always been that point man, the first to rotate over. So they need to try and locate him. Plant in the smoke, but it's very claustrophobic. No time to get in post plants in this one. And Hasanator winning that opening fight now leaves it all on the AWP.
Even getting ramp flanked, he's got to move. He's got to get a better spot. This is not the one to stay in. They're running it in one by one. Almost gets his second shot off, but Hasanator's there to trade. Yeah, his rotates have been really on the money. Have Hasanator always in B. The second there's any action ramp, the second anyone's even fighting, let alone dying, because Big, I don't know how Zontix gets this kill. Process saw his arm. He knew he was there. Would have been, I guess, in hindsight, nice to wait for a teammate, get a molly in, trap him, but he just really desperately wanted that kill off of timing. Could have been a very different round if they killed ArtFrost coming in through hut. They had chances. But this game is undecided and the money is not there for Big. They would have loved a bit of bonus cash on Sin if only he didn't get team killed. And it's times like this where that team kill did actually make a difference.
They try to hit the go button with the fast A play, and they do at least chase down Hasanator, but it's one kill amidst a field of Spirit frags.
Wow.
And there's the closes from Donk, who puts on a clinic inside of this upper site. Him and Ona having one of their kind of classic tag team games where it very much is the two of them dominating the board. Big Omen Academy, this is the last chance to keep some semblance of control here. they don't win this, it's all going to be hinging on a mishmash force to lock in an OT. And no one wants that. For Spirit, they just need to keep this up, man. They've come into their own in this second half. And Owner has been a big part of it.
Yeah.
Donk as well. There's still that much more to come alive if you get Art Frost activated.
This is what it's all come down to. 2 rounds in a row. And at least Spirit have the money. If they lose this, they can fight for overtime. If they win it, they probably just take the whole game. The ecos for Big have not been good. Sin 31-19, gone a bit, I would say a bit quiet. I mean, you know, didn't keep up his 3 KD. Kind of difficult to when you get this late in the game. It would probably already be over. But we need a second man. We need a guy to step up alongside him. Aqua's not even on double digits yet. I think this is one of the prodigies of the Academy League in Season 1. It's a lot harder when you're pulling the strings and these puppets picking up kills. Owner over his one-way, finds a kill outside. Double swing on the top side, but the molly is a problem and Donk is the solution. 1 on 5. Spirit are poised and ready to end this round, end this game, and take their map pick. The turn couldn't have come at a worse time, and Zontix will do it flawless for Spirit as they find 15 first, and Big are kicking themselves. Ample opportunity to close this game out, but that massive 6 streak of rounds in the middle of the half for Spirit was worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, they're going to call an attack pause, try figure out, you know, like, firstly, what can we put together? What do we need to make this round happen? And also, how on earth do we break through? This was a really lovely first half for Big Omen Academy that so quickly is dissipated here in the second. Just unable to get that ball rolling again.
Let's see what it comes down to. Another yard take out of spawn this time. Full smokes down. No one actually watching outside apart from Art Frost all the way back in hell with the AWP. He's got a long angle to fight. Owner jumps into the molly just to get B early, and look at what he's done. That's such a big play. He smoked them off. They wanted to actually rush B through outside. That's why they had the molly in the vent, but they can't do anything with it. All this control, but no space in that B site. Owners lock the doors shut on them, and if they want to go back through main, Zontix has at least the info, if not kills, to boot. They're going to walk close to hell, though. Can be a very awkward angle here for Zontix. Oh, awkward indeed. He just couldn't pick his poison. He needed to make up his mind on whether he wanted tight or wide angle.
Oh.
Aqua's lurking ramp. Uh-oh. Oh, the backstab. The AWP's dead. Big, this is pistols. This is Galil. This is not supposed to be their round, but they want overtime.
If Hasanator can kill the main player, then Donk can focus all his attention on Heaven, but now he's knocked out, and Hasanator puts up 3. A very, very quick 3K coming through the pipeline. And now Owner given a chance, still in the 1v2, right? The odds still against him, but Hasanator's made it a doable round. It's that AWP in Heaven that's problematic. No smoke, no molly, no way to make that awkward for the man in Heaven entrusted with clutching the round. Process might get fed to the wolves, though. Owner has crept into the bomb site up close, wins that first engagement, now getting on the bomb, but there's the swing. The man who was meant to clutch does in the 1v1, and we run it back in OT.
My God, this game is a nail-biter, Harry. It's a roller coaster, and there's more rounds to be played here in overtime. Some of the work that Owners put in with Donk into this CT side recovery would have been easy to write off this map, but they have not let it slip through their fingers, not yet.
The fact that Owner is now tied with Sin on a prettier stat line is wild, considering Sin started 8 rounds in, 17-3.
Yeah.
Like, I don't. He had such a head start, and Ona's really risen up quickly.
Oh, no. How is Hyped alive? Reboosting rafters. That should have been her. There was jumps on the hut roof. Very heavy A hold with Artfrost again. Up to no good. Pushing into the hut with the orb. Ona's tried a myriad of off angles in the yard. This is a new one. And he's already caught first player, done some damage on that cross. He's stuck red, he needs 2 and he only gets 1. That might just do. The double push hut again with Dong just running in dry, no util, gets that kill. Artfrost doesn't even need to do anything with his orb, not yet at least. Donk's followed up, he's found Process. Bomb's back in lobby, these 2 players are outside, they're nowhere near it. There should be no way back in this round for Big, and Hassanator is making that so. Trade is good for Sky, but it might be too late with that bomb in no man's land. Oh my god, 2 kills?
And another man, he just learned about him. He just discovered this second main player. All right, this could still get weird. 30 seconds, but they're going to discover the bomb.
Yeah.
They ran to it. They saw he didn't have it, so they put 2 and 2 together. It had to still be somewhere outside, and they'll go and take that away from him. Now, Sky can't really win the round. It hinges on getting faced, being fought. There might be a situation where he gets 4 out of 5 and then loses to time. That's if he even survives this. Oh, Sky's nailed the shot. 1 man still to find it. Zontic's back in spawn. But 4 out of 5 and then dead trying to hunt down the last. It's so close to an ace clutch. But close is not good enough.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have impact in overtime, right? 12.5, you have enough. You can buy everything. You can't abuse orbs, but damage isn't going to change the course or the outcome of this overtime at all. That hurts. It's good for the feeling, good for the confidence, but life getting sucked out of Big now with a round like that. Donk is so oppressive in Hut, man. Just keeps running through. Again, more smokes outside, and again, no one watching, but Ona actually swings out. That other smoke didn't land, or maybe it bounced on the Molotov. Oh yeah, it didn't bloom correctly. It's back by main. For whatever reason, possibly that molly. But if anything, it works in the favor of Big. They get a pick onto Ona peeking yard, and they fully up and leave back to the lobby. Aqua's already down B, and Artfrost wasn't ready for him. 3 on 5. The lobby takes good timing. Everyone's just got here. Oh, they might get caught. That's the orb getting shot in the back. They run down the vent trying to avoid this backstab. There's still a player in spawn. Sin, anything will do, and he can't even get 1. The retake now has been given a possibility here for Team Spirit.
Oh, they changed the plant spot really late. But, I mean, if this comes down to like a final few seconds on a retake, that can matter. That can make all the difference. You'd hate to think that could cost them, but it certainly could. Process needs to go huge here, playing up on the mini ramp. 1 is not enough. Need more from this guy, and it is just the 1 kill. Sky with a kill of his own, and now Zontic's left to be, and he'll walk it over the line. Wow. A lovely double. Couldn't complete the ace clutch last round, but does get the 1v2 here, and now Sky is well and truly online.
Yeah, he's woken back up. He had a very quiet start to this game. He was the bottom performer for a while, but leaps and bounds ahead now, all except Sin. What a time to recover, what a time to come alive. Final tack for Big. There's none for Spirit. They cannot pause this game anymore. They've got to use Bigs with theirs, or as theirs, rather.
So, where it gets nervous, right, is if Big Omen Academy get 2 T-side rounds. That's where the alarm bells go off.
Absolutely. 9-6 halves. I think we have a tech here. Get that hydration in. If you're able to peel your eyes away from the screen.
dude, it's so neck and neck. And like, you know, coming into it, we said that like we thought this could be the case. What with it being a team that, or sorry, a map that both teams have kind of struggled on, right? It was going to be some kind of odd clash of who was ever so slightly better. So I kind of thought we'd be splitting some pretty fine hairs on this one. I wasn't expecting an OT in the first map of the series kind of close, though. Especially not when you think about how it all started, right? I think that's why you really do have to give some credit across to Spirit for once again showing their kind of signature resilience in this whole thing. I know it was Big who forced them into this overtime. They weren't able to close it out initially, but they were massively on the back foot for virtually the entirety of regulation.
Absolutely. This was 12-6 at one point to Big. Oh no, he's been spotted. They know he's here. Shadow. He tries to turn. Oh, and he does dodge the flash, but he can't dodge the bullets. Sin shuts him out. Smokes land late to stop that gap from getting exploited, and Process even spams Hassanate outside through it. Oh, awkward. Knifes the window, gets in position, but they now know he's here.
Donk is desperately trying to save the day. Digging deep in the vent hole, but will get dug a shallow grave. Zontix and Artfrost, they hear that this could have changed its mind, and it looks like it's going to with Aqua already out in the A bomb site. Now, thankfully, Spirit are ahead of this. Like, they're quite happy with how quickly they're in this position. And Molly does slow them down, but I still think they're here faster than Big will be entirely prepared for. I mean, hell, Sin is still down on the B bomb site right now.
Oh, nice shot. Molly's down, though. Oh, hit the wall bang. One more of those will end Aqua's round. But he taps him right back. And if you get a late activation of Aqua in this game, that's when the worries really start to appear for Spirit. If they haven't already. 2T rounds, Harry, you said, was a bit scary for Spirit. Well, that's gone down for Big right now. 1st and 19 in this half.
Yeah, it's even scary because, like, for T-side calling on a round deficit, ignoring the fact that this is, like, a CT-sided map, both just in terms of the overall meta, but even more so, like, with how this specific matchup has shooken up in the first two halves of play, which is a weird sentence, but we are in bonus play. You know, it's one of these things where you can't really be very experimental here if you're Spirit Academy, right? Like, you don't want to call like a fast A-pop. Maybe that would work wonders. Maybe you'd have a great time, but you feel that that's too risky to actually call or run as your first rifle round. So instead, you kind of need to take it slower. This is leading to them getting picked apart. They don't have this same kind of furious pace they were able to set earlier on. And instead, they've had 2 players picked out of the ranks super early in a 3v5 with nothing to show for it. It's not even like they have space anywhere, you know? It's just 3 guys grouped up in lobby, hoping that they can have a big multi-kill on the entry.
Exactly what needs to happen. And they've lost Donk. Artfrost with no AWP. Smoke and a flash. It's not a pretty set here for Spirit, but they've got to make do. Hassanate leading the front. Onus setting them up, here to clutch. He's got the bomb as well in case he needs to drop down vent if things really do go badly, but B's also covered in big players. Sky has that cross, the flash is in, and the mauling as well. It's all on Owner. 1v5. We saw Sky get damn close, but there's just simply not the time for this one. He knows it. Gonna try and reroute Hut, flick back, can't react in time, and it's 18-16 as Big find map point on Spirit's pick. They have had to fight tooth and nail to get here, but they are here nonetheless.
Back to this outside control then. Gonna see if they can have it go down a little bit differently this time around. Zontix even tagged up just right away. So far from ideal. Sin won't get this angle over the smoke. And Hassanate has opened up, trying to accelerate the pace into A now. Our Spirit Academy, but Aqua back at the site. His teammates dropped in. Aqua don't need help though. Down to the 1v1 and on for the ace to close it. This would be the most Aqua thing ever. Pushing into the lobby. He wants all 5. He's hungry for it. He can feel it happening and he doesn't get it. 10 HP the difference. Too hungry for the ace. And that's 17 for Team Spirit Academy, who still managed to keep their heads above water. Aqua, he was all over them. But they swim out of there just barely 10 points of health. In the difference between Nuke, dead to rights, going the way of Big, or them still having a chance to haul this one back into another overtime.
Oh, don't doubt it. You can't. Frost has got his orb back. What a nice try for Aqua. These last few rounds, he's been coming alive, but one bridge too far. He's at least seen over the smoke. He knows no one's dropped them with that utility coming in from rafters. Frost just trying to get out of dodge. Maybe take that orb back outside for late smokes here on Spirit. Who will be that B drop player? Because Process is very close up on ramp right now. Needs support if he's going to be dropping, just to take his ramp from outside. Smokes it down. It's a fake out though. 1 player, 2 players heading out. Owner might even be ending up on a main split while Zontix tries to sell this one down B. But they haven't even run into Sin yet, who came down the vent, so there's no reason for Big to be panicky about that B bomb site. As far as they're aware, it's a full fake out, spam through the smoke. Hassanate gets it done. Here's the main split. Orb drops into the sight lines of Owner, and even though he goes down, he set his team up for a round.
Oh dear, now they've lost the Hellman. Sin just messing around in the vent, really hoping and praying that anything connects in his favor. Sky's got to be the one to make a play. He needs to defend this A bomb site, or else Big are in hot water, wrapping the lobby. It's being held. The orb bears down upon him, and Sin now left in the clutch, dead to the rotator Zontix. We run it back into double OT at 18-18. The battle rages on, and now I'm worried for Big, because let's face it, they had this game 10 HP away from being over, and Aqua, I really strongly believe he goes hunting there, not through fear of letting that 1v1 play out, and you know, I don't remember who it was, you know, the Spirit guy getting away from him. You know, he goes hunting to try and get the ace, to be a bit unexpected with a hot push. But if he never did that, if he just played more standard with so little time left and sat back in the A-bomb site when 1 bullet was all that was needed to end this map, could have been a very different story. And those are the moments, regardless of if you think he played it well or right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It's something that Aqua's going to be thinking about, at least. I can assure you of that, knowing the kind of perfectionist player that this guy is.
Yeah, Big can't afford to play scared, but that being said, 5-on-4, they can tuck in here. Play a little bit more passive in this round. It's going to be a ramp crunch. 1 lurk outside. Zontix on the move. Spotted, dealt with. Rest of the T's locked in the lobby. And they were boosting for a ramp peak, but it's an AWP at hell instead to deal with. Hyped hits his shot and starts strong in this round. Big 5-on-2. No one wanting to offer up a way back in now. Open area to go down to B, into Process, who's tucked in back at dark. Big beckons Spirit into the unknown.
Yeah, they want it to feel like the red carpet's rolled out and that the site is empty. It wasn't. Process was meant to be the fail-safe, but Artfrost has been able to deal with him. Hassanator even follows up with another. Aqua peeking out alone, has given up one of these kills. Luckily enough, Hyped has come in. Now maybe that saves the day. When Artfrost is still alive with the AWP in hand, you're always a little paranoid.
Oh, no.
Closing the distance. Okay. Hyped is dead. Artfrost is trying to make a play. The bomb is planted for him here. He's in with a real chance, as if he somehow engineered this to happen. Up close through the ramp, doesn't know about the close player, and he was never even needed. Sky wins that fight straight up. It gets super close considering that was a 5v2. It certainly wasn't the most comfortable win. But Big, all they care about is the round tally at this point. The cleanliness of the rounds is no concern to them. They ain't clearing up the mess afterwards.
Again, moving off of the AWP here for Artfrost. Going back to AK, he's done this a couple of times in overtime. Not really had the openers that we often see from him, but Big haven't offered up the angles either. Other than the AWP outside, which again hyped is donning back at the garage. More smokes in the yard. It's been a consistency of this T side for Spirit. Whether or not they use them is another question entirely. Sin goes up and over. There's a player right below him, but there's also owner deeper by the blue boxes outside, or at least there was until they all picked him. Player makes it down B. They have no idea, but the timing on the jump up is perfect. Sin sees all. And Zontex pays for his sins. Flash through the ramp smoke, turn into the wall. Process lines him up, and that's 3 on a platter. He kills two out of them. And the flank back to lobby should not be enough for a round. Artfrost is gone, and Big miffed. They dropped their ball and lost their opportunity last overtime, and looking to make up for it in this.
Yeah, a chance at a flawless CT half. I mean, that would just be the cherry on top, right? Don't get me wrong, it's impressive that Spirit have kept longing these out, have kept it competitive through and through, and even themselves up on map point at one point in time. If you end up having a couple in a row, though, for Big Omen Academy, it is kind of leading you to a trend that they're going to be the ones setting the standards of victory, whereas Spirit are always playing catch-up. Outside, the AWP going to win that head-to-head for Big Omen Academy. Hype has opened up. There is more. Artfrost has been dispatched to try and deal with his AWP counterpart on the other side.
Hello? What happened there?
I thought they were friends. Like, I thought they'd, like, you know, they were like ghosting for a moment, but instead,
what on earth?
They were just looking at each other for ages. We were on that shot for a good few seconds.
Oh, behind red. Oh, footsteps made. Aqua, he gets one, but he's going to get punished for this. No, he sneaks back into the garage. Now the AWP spots Owner at red. That has gone so awkwardly for Owner. So unfortunate. And a 1v3 for Hasanator to try and keep this game going, to try and get a round in overtime. It's a flawless half for Big. 3 on defense. It feels like they have to close it here. Both teams have had chances. Both teams have dropped the ball. But this is the best chance yet.
Yeah, I mean, 3 opportunities to close it out, right? Admittedly, it is the T side that Big Omen Academy are moving on to. So they probably will need these 3 chances. I still envision this gets a little closer before all is said and done. Team damage in spawn. Hate to see that.
Yep, trying to shoot those windows out, thinking your teammates. Smokes actually all land. Molly helps, and they land quick. Full run it down B for Big. This is a very clean way down lower. They've never had such an easy opportunity, and Aqua doesn't want to die. He'd rather just go back to lobby to live and play that late lurk.
Doors blowing off. Sin saw that as an invitation. Tried to go peeking with it. Ends up paying the price. They look for the trade. Sky will nail that. And the follow-up. Sky is really coming to his own when we've hit the overtimes, hasn't he? Slipping his way into the upper echelon to the scoreboard. And one of the defining reasons as to why Big are even in this position now. A 3v3. 2 coming in from ramp for Spirit. And Process on this swing, along with Sky, looks to seal the deal. It's just Owner left in the 1v2. Out through Decon, and dead to the man at Silo. Big have stolen Nuke away. Spirit Academy's map pick in this series goes to the German squad.
Unbelievable game, and I think you have to give Spirit so much credit because again they almost do what we've been touting them all tournament long. Their staying power, their ability to remain in matchups at ridiculously down score lines and pull them back to OTs and even win them. Not this time, but this game was 12-6 for Big at one point in the matchup when Spirit suddenly came alive on defense and pulled together a massive streak. They had 15 first, they had the first chance, but Big also botched the second, so, you know, you win some, you lose some. However, that felt like Spirit's only way to win this series, to take their map pick, going into Big's near 100% map win ratio on Overpass over a lot of games as well. Spirit held on so long.
No, and this is the saddest thing, right? The other day, even when like Spirit were playing and we had like the Young Ninjas game, we were saying, oh, well, you know, Young Ninjas, great overpass team. We saw that they can be bested, and Big are also similarly a really good overpass team. But the difference here with Big Omen Academy is even going back to the inception of this roster, where you only have, I believe it's 2 of the players left still from that, you know, like kind of a debut time period. Their stats on it are 18 and 4, and that's over like the last like year and a bit. So, you know, throughout every iteration of this Big squad, one of the maps they've been able to depend on and rely on is Overpass. Do I see that changing now? No, not really, if I'm being honest. The fact that they just grinded out a victory on what is their worst map in a double OT affair, after dropping the ball in the first overtime as well, it's all boding very, very well for Big. I think we could be onto a 2-0 here, Hugo.
Yeah, and it hurts to say that because Spirit have been just so hyper-competitive every step of the way, including in this game as well. But again, folks, be reminded by the fact that it is not single elim here in the playoffs. It's bo3's double elim. Big, if they win, they go forward and they fight for the grand final up against fnatic. If you know, the loser will go down and face Astralis in that lower bracket matchup for elimination, and that will be a banger no matter who plays Astralis there, even if it is Spirit. It's a scary time to be a Big fan though, with a game like that. 2 match points and they finally close it, or map points rather. Crazy highlights, crazy moments, crazy recoveries from Aqua, from Sky, from Donk. But unfortunately, Artfrost did go a bit cold in this game, it felt like, in comparison to some of the other maps we've seen from him. At least starting CT Overpass, where they shredded Young Ninjas the other day, is some benefit to Spirit. And I actually think that's great, because now we get to see the test of Big's T-side on their best map, like against a team that can play it on Overpass. Very hard to get T-side rounds. This next map's going to be a banger, no matter what. I think Spirit will still put up a fight, despite Big's exceptional numbers over there.
Yeah, no, I have no doubt they will still put a fight up in this, right? You know, that's the thing about Spirit Academy, is like looking at the stats only takes you so far with this squad. I think they've really been above the level a lot of folks have anticipated them to be at. So, you know, I still think there's a world where they could turn this around. I think if they do beat Big on Overpass, that is huge news. Like, we should all be talking about it. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see for that one, because the jury's still out. So Overpass coming down the pipeline in just a minute. You don't want to miss it. Hey there, my little bugs and worms. We're going to be digging around the garden here to try and figure out what's happening in this series, Hugo, right? We just saw Nuke go down. It was a double overtime affair. There, the king of the castle was Big Omen Academy, now a map up in this series, and their kind of home pick next of Overpass. Hugo, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one as we get ready to head into it.
Yeah, well, Harry, you know I love a number. I love a number, maybe two numbers, maybe more. And the numbers for Big, well, they speak a very good story. They speak an almost unbeatable story. The last 13 games they've played, they won 12 of them. That's in 3 months. If you go back 6 months, it gets even more dominant. But yeah, only loss being in this season to Young Ninjas, 16-3 out of nowhere. Can't explain that one away. Didn't catch that game. Don't know what happened, but what I can tell you is Big love a bit of Overpass. And while Spirit, they've taken some nice wins here. They even beat Young Ninjas just the other day. I think with the context of that first map, even with Spirit's dependability to come back and to long out series when they shouldn't, look at those numbers, man. 92% map win rate. That's just ridiculous. When does that ever happen over such a sample size? You know, you'd like to think Big could just prove their worth here and close it out 2-0. I have faith they will.
Yeah, you know, I think on basically every observable metric, Big Omen Academy are favoured here. You know, the numbers, Hugo, they look good, don't they?
Yeah,
you little man.
They're pirating the series. They're boarding the ship. What do they call that? Is that just pirating? Is there a word for
that's
boarding?
The word. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they're pirating.
Is like both. I can't believe I've forgotten my.
You wouldn't download a bo3, Harry, would you?
No, well, actually, I might.
Maybe the VOD.
I would never steal an NFT. That's what I would never.
Well, you
steal.
couldn't because it actually belongs
That's
to
true,
the original
because actually
buyer.
it's on the blockchain. And if you heard about what Web3, sorry, right here we go. Look, we're going to get into this one. Overpass, the map in question. And for Big Omen Academy, the Boa, they're looking to show the size of their snake in this one.
All right.
They're hoping for a 2-0.
Pretty constricting metaphor there, Harry, but I'll let it slide. I'll let it slither for now. And we're going to wiggle our way into this second map of the series. Spirit.CT. I don't need to tell you CT Overpass is good. I will. CT Overpass, pretty good. So let's see if they can build off the back of it, or if it will be similar to what we saw earlier, where this map was T-sided in that Astralis game. In we go, folks. Map 2, and what could be the last if Big have their way.
Yeah, a little boost up over here for some vision at short. Condor ain't blowing off. So no idea what's happening there, but with Zontix having gone all the way through Monster, he's told his team, guys, 100% it's not B. It can't be B. And well, as luck would have it, Big Omen Academy are going B.
Yeah. Quick flank shot. Oh, Zontix, that's clean. Double kill before all's said and done. And now Spirit with the flash, they can flood in through CT spawn. Don't block each other, boys. These Glocks up close need to tear through these CTs, and they certainly did a good job to start. Process, does he know? Both there, the call has been made. The kit is in play in the bottom. Didn't even get planted. Faked out. He's been swung by one. Can he isolate? He's trying to, but they're running at him, splitting him into pieces. Artfrost will close it. And yeah, big... they got off the bomb. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, hell, Spirit ain't complaining. Can assure you of that, Hugo.
No, the only people who complain after a round win are my teammates. There's always something wrong.
Yeah, sorry about doing that all the time. Here's a little play out through short. And...
There was a little play out through short. There's a team kill. They're still in the round.
This is a little bit wild.
Yes.
This is just Glocks making it like way more uncomfortable than it ever should have been. Double swing on the SMG, and Artfrost gonna churn them both up. So he's helped alleviate a lot of the pressure. Considering you had literally nothing in that round other than a handful of flashbangs, I think you'll be quite content with the 2 kills that you were able to get there.
They also TK'd. Aqua killed his teammate, so... or someone did. Without that, would have been maybe even winnable. I don't know. Let's see if Big can win this one. Let's listen.
Deine Flash noch droppen, Nico, Flash. Ja, mach ich.
Ja, lösch du.
Flash, ja.
Weil ich Moment.
Flash selber. Bitte Smoke.
Flash kommt.
Flash kommt. Ist nicht.
Ach, die haben genadet, Digga.
Monster, Molo. Konfrei.
Kon gesmoked einer. Er ist hochgerannt. Okay. Die Straße weg. Kannst du aber rutschen springen? Und einer spammt, glaube ich. Okay, dann eigentlich... Ich hab kurz Reverse gerade. Ich will trotzdem mal tasten.
Der Robs nicht.
Obwohl, ja, ne? Wir haben Kurzkontrolle.
Die haben Kurzkontrolle?
Ja, haben Kurzkontrolle.
Die haben, okay.
Ach, Inner Smoke? Obwohl, die haben keine Arme. Lass nicht in der Smoke stehen.
Kein Guardian.
Take Kontrolle mal. Ich hab grad kurz.
Ja, ich halt lang Tor, das war ich gerade.
Also Inner flashen? Er geht gerne Montag, Jungs. Ja, passt das mal auf. Wir können noch mal lang in das Scoutieren.
Können wir lang Tolles gehen?
Ja, komm in meinen Arsch.
Können wir Guardian checken?
Ja? Kurz kann er reinschleichen.
Ja.
Kann ich flashen, Jungs, von hinten. Montag? Ja. Ja. Noch ein Montag noch.
Flash
kommt. Peaks. Boom.
Nice. Einer inner Tor,
geht B, kommt B.
Einer noch outside.
Renn mit runter, Matze. Gib Feuerprotokoll, Modo.
Ja, Smoke Modo, ja.
Der Monster ist frei.
Kurz frei.
Ja, Monster ist frei. Ich geh schon mal Kontakt.
Ja, ich komm mit Monster dann.
Ich komm mit Monster.
Ja, ich geb euch noch Flash.
Ja, gib ihm.
Nur einer. Kommt jetzt.
Holz frei.
Ich hab UG.
Private Flash. Kommt.
Hey. Gut.
Ich spiel Smoke Heaven.
Default.
Ja, mach.
Smoke Heaven.
Ich hab UG.
Aztec.
Maybe Monster auch. Aber
Ja,
wahrscheinlich eigentlich.
Werden sehen. Ich hab Heaven.
Ich hab Zelt, wenn man rausgeht. Ich werd jetzt unter holen. Dann kannst du mich besser,
oder?
Das war
Ich.
David.
Okay.
Kannst mich besser traden jetzt. Peek einfach auf meinen Kontakt, David.
Ja. So, wegkommen, Nico.
Ja, aber die haben gute Waffen gesaved. Wir haben die B-Spieler eben gekillt, die haben M4s wahrscheinlich gekauft.
Ja. Sehr gute Runde. Sehr guter
Wir
Call.
brauchen Doppel 4 Kit, ne?
Ja, aber Unas Rotate-Spieler, wir haben die beiden...
Alright, Hugo, what did you make of that then? I know you've got a keen ear for German.
Nein! I don't speak much German, but it sounded good.
Much being the operative word there.
Yeah, and by
you're
much,
being
I
a little
mean-
too harsh on yourself.
You're right, I don't speak any German.
Oh man. Come on now.
Full short water. Spirit have a lot of room here. Gonna free up a rotate. You having fun over there?
Yeah, sorry, man. I just laugh when you talk sometimes.
All right, buddy.
Aqua. Look at this guy. Woo! Fancy little jumpy, spinny attack.
Beyblade
Super
mode.
Effective, yeah. What type of Pokemon would Aqua be?
I've never played Pokemon, sorry.
Well, no, but just like what type? Like water?
Pikachu.
No, that's a breed? Question mark? I don't. I've also never seen it.
Breed.
Here we go. Sky down the short side. Oh, look at him go. Look at him go. Line up for Ona. Nearly something great.
Another
Aqua's
team
even helped
kill.
him. Aqua hates his team. He wants them all gone. Frost. Oh dear, things are heating up and the frost is melted. Now it's just wet grass. Zontix 1v3 in through Monster. And I thought he would have been seen there on that little jiggle. But right now, he's dead as he is being flanked. And the flank wasn't even needed because Sin was keeping his wits about him anyway.
Who did Aqua kill? Did you see? Okay, he killed Sky last time, so he's now killed 2 out of 4 of his teammates. He's working his way through his little death note, bit by bit. And a timeout for Spirit, getting on it early. They know, you know, they can't get steamrolled. They don't want to get steamrolled in this game. And if there were any team to do it on any map, on any half, it would be big right here, right now, ready to run. Already broke back since their guns. Now we've got full eco. They get to just think it through. Think that next round through in this one. Get those USPs out the way. And then come in with a big old buy.
Oh. Yeah, this one's going to be nice and easy, isn't it? The 5v3 USP run round extravaganza. Right, here we are. This is like paper macheing a dent in your car. There's something here to do something, but it shouldn't do a lot. And there it is. Sin and Aqua. I mean, to be honest, it actually ended up being way more effective than I thought it would. And I kind of felt a little bit showing up.
You want to take that back then, that paper mache comment? Or you want to apologize to Spirit as a team?
I'm sorry to both Team Spirit and
Org Spirit.
Any paper mache out there, if you're listening.
Well, they are listening, so it's good that you're on the ball here. 3-2, bigger on the ball. They're rolling right now, 3 in a row. Orbs out for Art Frost, though. He's going to go for that mid-peak, of course, over the top of the smoke. No, he's actually back at long. It's the nade in from Zontix. Does nothing. Donk looking pretty as ever in his camera. Got one of the best foreheads in the game, I would say, right now. Yeah, Aqua made it this time. Not an easy jump, but he's done his prep, his prac, and no aggression towards B short. Now Process is taking that up anyway. Big is just abusing B right now, and with 3 on that top site for Spirit, this is the perfect time for Big to just waltz on in to the bomb site.
Yeah, up around Pillar, rushing down. These two players in the water. Sky will die, and Process, much the same. Uh-oh, they haven't been able to get the foothold they thought they had. Here's the lineup attempt, but they just refuse to go down. Hyped, it's clean, but there's still a second man, and he didn't know about Not an Eki already having got past him. Not an Eki staying alive for an ornament amount of time down on that B bomb site.
It was on his mantelpiece, and he is a mantelpiece of work right now. 4 kills and lower, pulls the pistol to fight the AWPer. Welcome back, Not an Eki. Thank you for playing, Hasanator, but the swap is in, and it's already screaming results. Spirit, come in with a gun round. AWP out for Hyped again.
The porcelain, he didn't want to move. Like a horse doesn't, because you can't make him drink water. But, wait, you can lead him there. So
you can lead into water, but you can't make him drink. Yeah, you can actually make horses move pretty easily.
Yeah, they were kind of like cars before they were a thing.
Yeah, dragging people around. They're out mid now, but Big aren't liking what they're seeing. 3 on A again. Spirit happy to take risks, make gambles. Bomb, I think, will go back to B, though. Look at this. They're resetting Monster. The smoke came down about 5 seconds ago at Monster, so it's kind of good timing for Big as they get grouped. It's going to fade by the time they're ready to go, but this long push from Zontix has cleared out so much info. These A players need to rotate. They're still here. They're flashing long for some reason when Zontix has just cleared out the entirety of mid and long. Yes, Toilets is not emptied, but at this point, you need to see rotates for Spirit. They're just coming down in time. Entries out for Big. Double entry from the Monster side. Donk dead after 1. 3 on 2 since dinked, but he still made it through. The only dangerous is big flank from old Zontix.
Zontix the wise in the back lines. And no one is even considering it. It's not even like a passing thought. He's just going to kill the bomb planter. Yeah, and that's the round with it. Hyped, he could try plug in these numbers again. He needs cover. He needs cover. And he's not going to get it. Yeah, dude, Big, these look really ugly. When they actually get some control, when they get the entries, I feel like they don't do enough to actually make it comfortable to plant the bomb. You know, pretty gaping hole left there over towards Monster.
Let's hear from him. Oh, wait, pause first. Don't want to leak too much. Yeah, I just think Big were expecting more fights there. They knew the Spirit had the numbers, had the info. They were all there, but with 15 seconds, missed their opportunity to plant. Waited far too long after they got the 3 entries. They didn't have the clock to run fakes either. Now no money. Not much you can really get done with this buy. Big are going to fully invest. This is a risky one. They had 2K on everyone. They could have just full ecoed and bought next round. This is a surprising decision, but it shows Big have some master plan. However, if it doesn't work, it's going to send them back a couple of rounds. Let's listen into Spirit instead.
Oh, yeah, в руках у тебя.
Молик, Зик.
Flash mids.
Я подойду, парень.
И уже дело.
ПГ не видно.
Я не прыгал, Ариан.
Я в ПГ. Мид, не ждите.
Я даю на монстр.
Я ушел
Подойди в форт,
Б.
Да я с тобой, я с
Я
тобой.
ПГ себе смотрю, мид может.
Я перед домом стою. Кидает Б.
Молик, Зик, я убил?
Да.
Я
Я в
фул.
спину бегу.
Монстр
Я
вышел.
фул.
Монстр.
Бегу в
Монстр.
спину. Бегу в спину, парни.
Еще
Зик
Зик
монстр.
монстр. Зик монстр.
Я в спине.
Бомба у меня. Взял бомбу.
Деф. Дали молик на деф.
Я молик девнул.
Не дали. Зон с монстра играет.
Я
Тебя
с ним.
давит, как будто, Тём.
Хорошо.
Плант не вижу, тебя должны давить.
Хорошо.
9 буст,
Еще.
по девятка вас.
Я убиваю.
Nice.
Найс.
Как меня эти так 9 в упоре заебали.
What do you make of that post point, Harry? Trying to boost towards heaven. pushing all the way through.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of a scuffed 2v3. I can kind of get behind that one more, weirdly. Like, you know, they're just trying to be unexpected, aiming for a bomb plant, hoping that they could, you know, really, like, gimmick their way into a favorable spot, because I think they knew they were already getting wrapped. So, yeah, you know, there's no real, like, right way to have played that 2v3. It's very subjective across the board, and I think, you know, they looked for a way out of a pretty dire situation. Unfortunately, the monster wrap really did hurt them. Now, that's an AWP dead over at long. Zontix also dinked and now deleted. This round could get super weird with the AWP in play. That's kind of an ideal gun for these armorless players. AK dead at the toilets would have loved a 1-for-1 out of Process. Instead, the AWP's got to trade it. Needs to nail this shot, does hyped, and well, Sin's at least there to pick up the pieces. Second man in the long corner and a push up through connector. Sin's getting a war on two fronts that he doesn't even know about, and as he crosses in the toilets, he's a dead man. Still an expensive round when all is said and done. Big Omen Academy could try and capitalize on that in rounds to come as they forced a good bit of reinvestment out of Spirit here.
Yeah, but they've got to make use of it, right? They've got to actually win a rifle round, maybe a couple in a row to break this bank. I'm still a little worried about the long-term results of that force buy. You know, it wasn't necessarily a bad call. It just, you know, wasn't necessary. They could have easily gone without it. And it's only let Spirit get further and further in the lead right now. 6-3, timeout for Big finally coming in. Zontix flash peek middle. They've already crossed playground though. The AWP long battle. The AWP head to head. Hype needs to stop moving. You can see his, you know, scope going blurry. Artfrost will be quick to peek this. Oh, he's just left the angle.
Oh, this is an owner double if ever I've seen it.
Yep.
There's one, and there's
nice
just one. All right, this is a donk rotate / boost trade if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, well, if you list every possible outcome, then you're going to get it right. Oh, back turn.
Good flick. Art Frost in the toilets. Oh, and a second. Go on, Art Frost. Show us some of your fancy flicks, some of that fancy finger work. Let's get it. Oh, Zontix going to beat him to it. Peeking down the short side, in with two of his own. This is a really good looking CT side out of Spirit Academy right now.
Another bit of a broken buy. All they can afford, all they can muster. Pistols, SMG, and Spirit just doing what they want and getting away with it. Owner back down and Con as well. He needs to peek though if he gets overwhelmed without getting some warning. Oh, that's a good kill in response. Double headshot with the MAC-10, but still Zontix keeps a man up and gets out and lives. Tucks in close towards the toilets. He hopes his AWP can come in on rotation, but it might take a few seconds to get set up. He's already blind, full blind, spraying. Nice flash over from middle. Process sets him up. AWP, wow, is quick as ever for Artfrost. And there's only two more T's left up. Should be dead with ease with rifles all around the toilets. Inside, outside, good night. Artfrost is here with a double. And Spirit up to 8 here on the CT side. Exactly what a CT side of Overpass often looks like. Getting out of control very quick. Big need an answer. They've only had success towards B.
Man, when Arfrost is having one of these games where he's like really feeling it, 14-4, he just becomes so terrifying. And there are times where, at least when you watch his gameplay, the shots he hits might even feel a little simple-esque. And there's actually a good reason for that. He uses simple like sense and settings. Fun fact for you about Arfrost. Really trying to mimic the GOAT. Big Omen Academy, this is a lot more resistance than I think they were anticipating. They've never really struggled on overpass.
Yeah.
The challenges have been few and far between, not just in this season, but even in seasons gone by.
Pick. And the boost looking for more, but it's a triple monster setup. They saw the jump up. Donk knows what's up. I don't know if that info goes both ways. Owner again on the big flank. Flanking big. Zontix from Con with a gap in the door. They need to go right now because this monster player is dead to the big flank. 2 players left up. Akko gets dinged. Kill might not matter with 20 seconds and 2 more still in the site. Plus this flank. He's boxed in and now he's in a coffin. Another hold on B for Notaneki. He's solid right now. Not letting them into his sight. And when B was the only thing Big could rely on, now they can't even get in. 9-3.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried, like, considering how good Big's overpass is meant to be, honestly, this looks really kind of sloppy at times. Very, I don't even want to use the word, but I'm going to, very amateurish occasionally. Like, they keep kind of getting blindsided by these aggro flank plays. And, you know, the first few times that happens, it's very forgivable. You know, you haven't seen it yet. But as it's happening more and more, just little kind of angles going unchecked or unaccounted for, giving room to a mid flank no one was holding connected despite the door being blown off. It feels like they're expecting a lot more respect than Spirit, who are 9-3 up, ever going to give them. You can't play like you're winning when you're getting kind of wrecked.
Oh my god, it's fast.
Look, another round where mid has been entirely conceded. They have fully given up this info. It is an eco, so they just want to play a little bit faster into B. But all this kind of, all this is doing, having to wait for this util, is giving time for Spirit to move players over. These B guys now know it's going to be an all-in play, so they're more than ready to have 4 players running at them. It's exactly what they were anticipating on the back of no contact in mid.
Yeah, it's scary because, you know, with Artfrost just popping off in middle and multi-killing you every time you come A, I understand the pain of not wanting to run into that AWP, but Big need to run either, you know, quick con rounds up to A or be more methodical with their A takes or even A fakes, you know, just getting in, divider util, toilet smoke, divider molly, flashing the AWP all the way back to the site, and then at that point Artfrost will have to be reinforced with triple holds. You know, when Big early in this half had a couple of really nice B post plants, so they kind of ballsed up, and yeah, you know, that was based off of having the 3A holds that Spirit have now got because Big are taking middle. They've just got to try and keep them there. This is methodical though. This is nice. Molly and Con, they've taken B short, they've got middle. It's just trying to figure out where Artfrost is and putting a stop to him, or at least pushing him back with utility, because you can't let him keep grabbing 2 kills before your round's even begun. These are the rounds that Big need more than ever. These last 2. Spirit putting on a show right now. This is what they did for Young Ninjas. This is how they just embarrass them on the CT side. Oh, turn. Zontix is back though. Trade is... Oh, it's not there. 2 kills for Zontix. That should never be happening. And Donk and Owner have flown in out of nowhere to finish off the job. There's only one man. He uncrouches into the flash and he gets headshot by Zontix. There is no weak link right now for Spirit. Every player popping off, and they're looking to make this a 3-mapper, Harry.
Yeah, which is just insane. Like, you know, we spoke to no end about how good and consistent Big's track record is here on Overpass. This is not a map that these guys are used to losing, ever, really, even dating back to when this team was first put together. You know, 18-4 over the last year. It's kind of insane that this is so dominant, so clear-cut, the way of Spirit Academy. They deserve all the props for it. Their path to recovery is looking good after Nuke went against them in a tight double OT game.
Another opener. Another 3. Aqua trying to light up Util, and Zontix catches him from behind. Sky, no respect. They're running at him from either which way, and they've got a 12-3 half. Spirit are here with a vengeance, here with bloodlust, here with 10 rounds in a row. No bomb plants in any of those rounds, as our observers pointing out. 1 for Big, 1. And then it was none. My God. It's a statement for Spirit. And not even just the Artfrost Donk show. Donk's the only negative player. It's Zontix on long and Artfrost everywhere, in your head, rent-free, running around, clicking kids. 12-3. This would be a comeback of the ages. I'm not buying it yet. Spirit. They want Mirage, Harry. They want it now. CS makes no sense sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where, like, if you went and crunched the numbers, if you ran it through a simulation, like, maybe, like, you know, 1 in 10 times Spirit Academy win this. And, yeah, we're getting it here in ludicrously dominant fashion. Big OMEN Academy, they do get the opening kill in the pistol. This would kickstart the very long road to a comeback. These are clean USP shots for Sin. He's fired 2 bullets so far. And 2 kills deep on the back of them. Couple of Glocks holding shift and walking around. That's what's on your screen right now. More at 10. Here's a little play out towards the short side. Door is heard. Process comms that across, his ears fluttering in the wind like a butterfly. And now everyone's down here at this lower side of the map. Still, they've lost that first man. Sin dead. Donk takes it 1 step further. Oh dear, Donk in with a big double. The big donkey double, and now just Process to try and put a stop to it. He does drop the bomb at bridge. He's going to need his teammate to nail this shot. Not Aneki's been able to retrieve it, tap on the bomb, hoping this baits a peak, but Process doesn't commit to the fight. Not Aneki's going to go hunting, looking for the last man, and Process somehow wins that fight out.
How? I mean, the round was over anyway. When you drop with 4 seconds, you know you can't win, and he really couldn't have. He couldn't stick. He was going to get jiggled. He was going to get peaked. So, all right, there's a pistol for Big. There's something. Nice shots from Sin to start, like you said. But, yeah, very messy in that 3-on-5. The fact that Spirit even had a chance is concerning to Big. Can they build upon it? Full eco. I love it for Spirit, especially with no plant. It just makes sense, but sometimes at this score you can be cocky enough to buy. Definitely not to play, knowing that guns are just around the corner. Play as many rifle rounds as you can, and even bleed what you are able to out of this one.
Sin wants to leave. He just got dinked on a Glock peek. Like, that's really not a nice way for this to start. Hyped mows down 2, makes a bit of money before he's vanquished by the Glock army. And then his teammates move in to deal with that little toilet attempt out of the Spirit squad on a Glock round. Now we have the AKs, though. Right, and a bonus round coming through the pipeline for Big Omen Academy. If they win this, they could well and truly be back in the swing of things, right? They'll make some money. They'll send another eco the way of Spirit Academy, and suddenly, you know, we can start entertaining the idea of a comeback. If it falls on deaf ears here and now, they're going to have one more investment, but even then it's going to have a lot of limitations. And at which point, you know, we would really be looking at that third map. It's kind of really hinging on them finding success with this bonus.
Oh, is Sin gonna flash him? No flash available. It's stuck in the toilet. Owner, nice clear. Crouch peeks into Hype there. Doesn't let him get away. Util getting swapped out for Sin in the bomb site so Sky can play committed. Doesn't want to fiddle with utility. Aqua has their retreat cut off. That means you can 3-stack A. This is a nice setup for Big, given the man down position, but Spirit are in no hurry. 50 seconds, they're holding flanks. Spots have come in on that jump. Scene divided players. Aqua doesn't want... Oh, this is a jumping of the gun. He might get 1, he might get 2, but there's the shot in the back of the head, and now they could consider dropping. They have plenty of time to do so. They've seen 2 players in the site, but they've got the entry. Sin still here. They don't know about Sky, and that's the bomb. Committed, stuck on short. Sky trying to close the round at a 1v1, and he's going to swing, and Owner will win it. Perfect headshot with the AK, and Spirit, the first gun round, locked and loaded. That is their opportunity to steamroll the map now before Big even wake up.
Yeah, at a bare minimum, it came down to a 1v1. And so Big's reinvestment here, even though it's going to come with limitations, can still disrupt the money of Spirit. So this is the last chance to save Overpass. You know, this is still not ideal, really. You know, you're coming into it with a collection of M4s, but for the most part, the weaponry looking a little underwhelming. So we need someone to step up. We kind of need that hero figure to get behind. Hype's going aggro in mid, and they haven't seen him yet. They don't know about this guy being pushed so deep into middle, but he might have just missed the timing. Will drop the bomb. Owner dead. Can he follow up with another? It's a dink either which way, but in the end, Hype is knocked out, and that's one of these M4s now removed.
Oh, stuck in the smoke, and Zontix clears him. Only a deagle. And even waiting on the short lurk. Donk's got a double. They just feed him their feet, and he chews those toes up, spits out the nails, and they head back into B. They're about to walk into this one gun on the top site, but with a double entry like that, there's no reason to. Zontix will wait, and it will deliver to him. Easily done, 14-5. Spirit stay alive.
Could have done without the feet-eating imagery, if I'm honest, but it is
Don't like
what it
the
is.
toenails being spat out?
No.
Well, they get stuck in your teeth, that's why. It's like,
Welcome back to Watch Mojo's Top 5 Horrible Phrases You Never Wanted to Hear.
That's only number 5. Just imagine how bad they get.
Well, this feels like it's going to get settled on Mirage. This is absolutely huge for the Spirit squad. Like, it was one thing for a double OT win for Big Omen Academy on Nuke, where both squads, you know, you weren't really expecting a lot from. This is the polar opposite of that. This is an absolute demolishing on Big's home map. The map that they're meant to be the very, very best on. And that now means that Spirit have beat, like, 2 of the best Overpass teams in the league. Does that make Spirit the best Overpass team?
Yeah, I think so. Proof's in the pudding, mate. That pudding is chock full of evidence. I've submitted it to the authorities, and they're looking into it right now. Don't go hyped. Don't do it. Don't do it. There's always a later player mid. Yep, same as Aquafan at the hard way. Oh, run. They're right behind you. And now they're running forward. Into this stack at least. There's 3 players in position. Dropped off after 1. Sky getting spammed, but he's still going to get away with at least a kill. The 5-7's a mess. And Spirit are churning their way through this bomb site. Flank is not good. 3 on 3, though. Low health on all of Spirit. Is there hope?
Yeah, Process does have a good timing here, but they know about him. They could hear him running this whole way. He has turned the bomb around, and with only 10 seconds, it's going to be a save for Spirit Academy. They didn't want to have to save here, but they weren't left with any other choices. They didn't really have the time once they lost that first man out through the short tunnel. So Process might have whiffed the flank initially, but he hits the one shot he had to right when it mattered most. And that's denied 15 to the Spirit squad for now, keeping Big Omen Academy in this one.
Just about. Skin of their teeth, we'll call it. Got a couple more rifles to play with here for Big at least. Spirit walking out mid-contact right now. One man's eyes on the prize. It's hyped, but he gets traded. Double conflank is good, but again, they just go so early. Spirit, to be fair, at the minute mark, haven't even taken middle. They're going back to long instead, completely bypassing this setup. Only Sky going to get a spot with a FAMAS. Donk late mid-lurk, as always. There's always one late one. Spot is big there for Sky, gets a lot of info. Tries to stop them exploding into the bomb site. And that frees up 2 rotations as well as this big flank from Process. So Bigger set up well, but Spirit are coming in numbers.
Yeah, they're fully committing to this. They've run in with the bomb. There was a chance they could have ducked out down connector with Donk still existing on this side of the map. But now with that bomb committed into the A site, they need these kills and they need them now. 20 seconds left and nothing's getting provided their way from Big Omen Academy. And there's the final 2 kills to take a 7th over the line. With that as well, the money's finally going to get called into question for the Spirit squad. You'd like to think an 8th is right around the corner for the big boys.
Punch that ticket, scratch that freebie. One Deagle, I see. Hyped won't offer up that free AWP, nothing worse than dying in mid. Against Deco. Put lots of distance between himself and the problem. All 5 in middle. And actually, this is the perfect time for Sin to peek in support. Can peek as early as he wants because he has the weapon advantage. Can easily pick these players one by one apart. There's the kill. Deagle dropped. They might just be cycling out this Deagle, to be honest. The only way to make this round interesting. But it's a bit of a shooting gallery. Nice one Deag and running away denied. So 8 rounds as you claim, Harry. But how many more before Spirit come in and do the dirty and close this out?
But here are the guns, Tommy. Right? We got AKs out. 5 of them, to be exact. If you're quick at counting on your fingers, you might have figured that out already. Toilet smoke's blocked, but not really to Sin's benefit. He tried to give himself a little gap here. He does have a tiny one to try peek through. Nothing meaty should come out of that. They're already close in the toilets, and he's got no idea. Process has now pushed Monster, so at this point, Big have started to wisen up to what's happening in this round. And Sin correctly has made the decision to kind of back out, go through the motions a bit. That's going to leave him in the sight with the rest of his team, no longer out on this little island. Util getting prepared by Big to try and stifle this exec. They've dropped a molly just to try slow it down a little. Everyone's ready to come up around short. Big have sent 3 players up into this A site with a 4th man actually dropping late into B. They've really misread this. They've got all the info that mid's clear, and they can hear Spirit running around, and yeah, Aqua is lost to the hands of Time down on the B site. This triple stack of defenders need to hold on, and the trades haven't exactly favored them just yet. They know about Process's wraparound as well, so that's going to get dealt with now. And this is the beginning of the end, perhaps. Hyped 1v2, cut down by Artfrost, and that's Spirit Academy onto 15.
Yeah, felt inevitable, well earned. They've just been grinding out these contact A plays round after round until finally they get them gone. Even though Big had that flank as well, yeah, like you said, weird rotations down lower, not believing it perhaps, but the flank completely missed the mark. Process, if he just, I mean, he walked back, he lost his divider angle, and in that time a player crossed from from close toilets to deep toilets, and yeah, just walked right past him. Very unlucky for Process on the flank. And that was a swing kill, it felt like, to actually stop a retake from materializing. Spirit, 5 more kills will do it. 1 more round, and you know they're running up A. Nothing stopping them. Nice shot for Hyped. Maybe he can, but does still feel like a delay of the inevitable. Whoa!
Yeah, the smoke hit Notaneki. Still, he's been able to get out of there alive. His teammates aren't so fortunate up here in mid. They're all trying to run down Con. Help out Notaneki. They are getting churned up as a result. They've had to just write that off and give up the connector. Donk has hit this timing here. Finding Hyped up close in the toilets. This Con wrap is going to get there too late. And Notaneki over in party, will get shut out by the Famus. It's all on the Donk. 1v3 as he's opened up onto that first man. He wasn't ready for a second. Tagged down low now and wanting to get out with the AWP. Looks to be his prerogative, just trying to get onto this angle at long, but Sky ready and waiting. Somehow Donk wins that. 25 seconds if he wants to go for a historic play. But something tells me he does just want to save this AWP. 2 kills on the save. Looking to keep it in play in the next round where the rest of his team won't have a hell of a lot to work with.
They'll allow it. Frost is going to be a happy chappy after that one. I imagine Donk will probably keep it, to be honest. They're 2K a player. May as well just run it back, baby. But still, long road between Big and, come back in an overtime, even materializing, let alone being won. Spirit haven't even really tested or tried the B bomb site. That's the best part. They've got so many options open to them to just, I mean, this shot is sick. How? Oh. Ugh. 3rd timeout for Spirit, making the most of them. They know that Big still have the tenure on this map, and that must be respected. Wow, Donk, selfless player, gives Artfrost the AWP, who buys up armor and drops him back a deagle.
I like it though. They're giving a lot of room to Artfrost to decide when and where he wants to fight with this AWP. And, you know, I'll always say this in rounds like this, but you sometimes see Artfrost win rounds where he has this hero AWP to have to get a lot done. I feel like he kind of thrives under the pressure of these moments. Gonna be easier said than done, obviously, but he is getting a lot of assistance to gimmick his way to an opener. Oh, that could have been it. They just disassembled the boost as that jiggle came in. It's about to be aggression down towards Monster as well. So in just a moment, oh no, Big Omen Academy have decided against it, but they're fine to play this like 3-2 setup right now, knowing they're not up against a lot. Looks like the AWP is already saving. Artfrost just wanting to hold on to that while his teammates run in and try to do damage right as the door closes on the round. All of them want to die apart from Artfrost, who's going to be good just having that AWP in the next round. Not an Eki. Tries to make it a bit more expensive by removing that AWP from play, but isn't able to seal the deal. And yeah, you know, out of all the ways for that round to have gone, I kind of like the idea. Just really throwing Artfrost into as many boosts, as many little kind of annoying angles as you can. Hope he gets given something, and if he doesn't, he just goes and saves. Not exciting, but you know, you can appreciate the idea behind it.
Oh, another mid-peak, hyped, waiting for flashes, but they're not here. Finally, Spirit going a bit more B-bound. If they don't at least get hyped a bit further back, we won't see this 4-man lower stack receded for Big. With the help of Sin down and connected with the door off, he can assist towards short, provide some cover, if not just the paranoia for Spirit that they're getting peaked. They've got to clear Con. They're going to do it right now. Is that the AWP clearing Con? No, sorry, it's not an Eki walking through. But he's been smoked out. Hyped still has a good bit of mid-info from behind Divider, getting flashed out. Flash into Monster, Process ahead of it, though. That's awkward. Now they're committed. They have no choice but to go back on a recovery mission. Process will not allow it. Re-Molotov. There's still 2 mollies and a smoke left up. Big can delay this pickup for some time.
They've only got 1 flash. Owner has to make this the God flash if they want to survive this journey out through Monster. They're going to try and peek short with the AWP. Artfrost set up to attempt it. Has a teammate ready to swing as well. They're hoping that Artfrost could trade this. That's a good flash. Owner did nail them with it. They're spilling out into the site and looking the wrong way. Hyped falters, and there's the win. Spirit Academy, they run down the B play. They might lose the bomb early. They might go a man down early, but they're the ones picking up the win, sending us to a 3rd map of Mirage.
Yeah, so many eyes are on Monster. They were not ready for a short pop there. Only 1 AWP, and it got flashed off immediately. Everyone's still staring at that Monster smoke, even when they're getting quad rushed through short. You said it needs to be the God Flash, Harry. Well, that was the God Flash. Horsehead in the bed, and Big, they lose their 93% map win ratio map. I have no idea. Just too slow to get started on that T side. The CT was coming together, but you know, with 3-round half without a pistol, or with a pistol, you know, it still wasn't enough for Big. They were fighting a losing battle the entire time, and Spirit send us to Mirage, the decider for this playoff matchup. It is up in the air. It is anyone's game, and I can't believe Spirit just have this staying power. Unlike any other team we've seen in 5 seasons of Academy League, we've seen the opposite. We've seen plenty of teams that will happily give up leads, throw away match points, lose in overtime, but Spirit are the inverse of that exact kind of roster. They just will not go down, even in a BO3, losing in an overtime affair, and then doing that on a map they never should be. Very impressive stuff for Spirit. You've got to give it to them, but a lot of question marks for Big going into the final map of the series. Harry, who'd you put your money on? Map 3. Mirage. Oh, we've got a man down. We've got a man down, folks. I think he's coming back, but yes, either way. That is map 2 done and dusted, folks. I think we're going to be throwing it to a break. Anyway, here's the stats on your screens. Don't get me wrong. Harry will be here for map 3. Oh, he's back.
I don't know what just happened there. That was interesting. Yeah, very cool, very based. But
No
here
worries.
we are.
I'm going to kick you out of here anyway,
Yeah,
Harry.
good.
I'm going to let the players get ready for map 3 of this series, and make sure to stick with us, folks. Last map of the day. Don't want to miss it. It's all for Mirage. It's all for that upper bracket to go forward in the playoffs. There's only a few BO3s and a few days left of the Academy League, so stick with us. Mirage is up in a moment. Thanks for staying with us. Final map of the night here at the WePlay Academy League Season 5 playoffs. And of course, it is big, taking on Spirit. If you've missed the series already, what are you doing? It's been a banger. It's been crazy. We've seen streaks broken. We've seen hearts broken. And we're going to see more of that as we get into the last map of the day. Harry Mirage is where we end our series. A pretty even map, all things said and done. Given the comeback now that Spirit have already shown, not just in this series so far, but in the previous games, in the Gauntlet, that play-in, and those BO3s, how do you fare for Spirit and Big in this final map?
Well, I think Spirit have got to be riding the high of turning Overpass around, right? And suddenly it kind of changes the context of that really close opening map. They can think to themselves, oh, well, in reality, you know, we had a chance to 2-0 this. Let's deliver on that right now. I think if you're Big, you're going to be a little bit down in the dumps. Like, that wasn't just a loss on what is meant to be your best map. That was like a dominant loss against you, right? Like, you kind of got pummeled. One thing I am looking forward to, though, is it's not one of these ones where, like, we have a third map that both teams are like all right on and they've kind of like handshook something. Like, no, this is a really good map for both of these squads. So I think it's going to be very high level. And I'm expecting something pretty close as a result, right? That's why I don't feel too safe calling this one like 100% to be a Spirit victory, even if they're riding the momentum big. They definitely have it in them to build back into a series like this. I will say, though, I think if Spirit come out and they win this series, to go on to face the Fnatic Rising squad, I think Spirit could be favorites to win the whole damn thing at that point. This team has really impressed me this season, battling through the gauntlet, having multiple occasions where the run could have come to an end. Kind of a similar story in this series. You know, it could have been very, very different. There were ways where this could have been a big 2-0, especially after that nuke loss. And yet they've been able to keep themselves in line, in check, looking really good throughout. And I don't know, it feels like to me they're kind of in this real hot streak phase where just everything's clicking, everyone's feeling it, everyone's believing that this squad has what it takes, and you really get a sense of that when you watch them play.
Yeah, it does feel like this is already the grand final, right? Like, I despite, or regardless rather, who wins here and who loses, I think there's a good chance we see this rematch. I think we probably will see it in the grand final, just based off of the form that we've seen already today from every single team. Hyper competitive series, going the distance, final game here tonight, and it's Mirage. It's a classic, we all love it. No, we don't want it gone from the map pool when things like Dust exist. Let's get into Mirage. Knife round for sides, and it's Big who are going to win it. They get CT side start if they want it, and I presume they would.
Plus, Inferno should be removed.
Yeah, true, but people don't like that opinion, so I don't push it as much as I push the minus Dust 2 opinion. I think that's, you know, I just don't like Inferno because I don't like retaking because my teammates lose B every 5 seconds.
I don't know who we're protecting by pretending that it's good, because I don't even think anyone, like, I think everyone's scared to speak out against it through being judged.
True. I've said, I have, yeah.
I don't know if there's actually that many Inferno fans out there.
Well, ain't gonna find them. What you will find is a little B rush. Going classic. Spirit, smoke, flash, run.
Yeah, the old smoke, flash and run. It's a bit of a classic here, but it's not really gone well for them. Going a man down, they might get the plant, but they do have to battle their way through this one. Over at short, a fight taken by Zontix, one that he might want to forget about. Ona trying his best to hold the line up in the apartments, and he's got it down to a 1v1 here. One man still to beat. It's Aqua already inside the site, but it doesn't need to be a swing. There doesn't need to be a peek. Aqua's got to come hunting for him, and he's missed the jump up. That's a disaster. That's lost him the round right there, I think. He's going to try and run this kill down. He's going to get it. He does have the kit, so it's going to be very, very close. And actually, he just has it. Big Omen Academy win the round. Aqua.
You cursed it.
No, I mean, I'm glad that he was so quick to commit to the jump the second time, because, once you've fallen, it's like a real coin toss. Do they face you? Do they try to, catch you as you're jumping up? Right, again for the second time, because you only had the element of surprise the first time around. And usually players might slow down a little bit there, right, anticipating a repeat, but Aqua full sent it, knowing well that if he got that kill quickly, which he did, he still had enough time.
Another back-to-back fast B. They've dropped in, but these M4s are just churning through the MAC-10s. Little drop shot for Art Frost, and oh my goodness, headshot as well, but not scope for the third. That'll do. Great damage for Spirit, but that was a force buy. They wanted the plant. They wanted a reason to rebuy. Hey, honestly, that might be reason enough to put everything back in. Many teams would, but without the plant. Oh, they're doing it. They're doing it. I really like this call, honestly. I think at map 3, you might catch Big sleeping, you might catch him off guard, and just running back-to-back force buys. If you win it, you smash Big's money into the ground and start building early. Obviously, the payoff, if you don't do it, is quite a problem. They're going to go B again. 3 CT still here. They have every round. Big have been ready for these rushes, and they are once more. That molly is a problem. It's cut them into 2 pushes. And this force buy has not gone anywhere near as well as the last. Hyped is even in the flank, right behind them, waiting on that smoke. Whoa. Oh. Easy does it. Yeah, here's the pain of that double force buy. They're not going to get guns until round 5. It's really going to delay things for Spirit. Deeg's out.
Yeah, it's also...
What?
Okay. All right, Process unlucky, I guess. Like, no, not really much he could have done to avoid that one. Just don't stand there next time, I guess. Lol. Still, should be a clean round. A nice, tidy, clean one. One wipes all that's needed. 4-0 for Big Omen Academy. And lots of money made for Hyped, who sat on 12.5K.
Right, and Molly behind the boxes, making that top mid take it a little more difficult. Hyped even hit a smoke shot through connector to find Zontix, who was popping off last game, the latter of which.
Spirit play these very, very kind of slow T-side rounds. But then when they do set their eyes on something, it suddenly changes. The nature of the round suddenly changes. It stops being this kind of slow, methodical gameplay where they're waiting for peaks to suddenly you'll be getting swarmed in Spirit players. Looks like they want to try and take the avenue of Con while this AWP watches over them from top mid. Does mean that bomb's going to rotate a long way back, which could prove problematic if they don't get the entries. And, well, they haven't got the entries. This is kind of scuffed. And it might be a save. Bit of a non-starter of a round, really.
Yeah. Couple of them now. Well, that's how the cookie crumbles, Harry. Surprising Big don't go hunting, really, with 10k a player, already a massive bank built up. They probably won't get chipped away at for a good couple of rounds here, and it won't be this one. Unless Spirit buy, they could, honestly, they could get 3 more AKs with nades on 2 of them. It's tempting, but seems like they're going to lean away from it. I like that's a responsible decision made by owner, rather just have a full buy than risk it all on a few rifles.
Oh, good little nade set. If only the second one went deeper, that would have been a kill. With very little effort put into it. Instead, you've put Donk onto half HP. Hello, Prosus. Right up into Palace, fighting them close quarters. He's not deterred by the fact they're only pulling up with Deegs here. Zontix put in the dirt. It is just slaughter all across the map. And even though Artfrost is going to get a kill trying to save that AWP, that really is all he's going to be able to do here. I'm assuming that Donk doesn't go massive, and yeah, 1 kill. It's all right, and it could carve a path to a bomb plant in A, but I don't think it's ever worth the risk for Artfrost to try and run this one in. Even as he's getting out and he's kind of thinking to himself, yeah, it feels quite clear. Well, enough time has elapsed that these players are coming back. He will have a one-on-one there, but left a little to be desired in the peak. And so it keeps this this flawless CT side going for the Boa boys. 6-0, an attack pause called out for Spirit Academy. I think it's a sign of the times when Spirit are calling in attack pauses. They often only do it when they feel like the situation's really calling for it, and the fact they're bringing it in around 7-6-0 down is screaming to me that already they feel like they don't have much of a leg to stand on here. And there's a P90 bought up on Hasinator. P90.
Oh dear. Welcome back to the server, Hasinator. Not the buy I expected to see from you, but hey, if it's a B rush, I'm all for it. Bit mad. Maybe a misbuy? I don't know. Palace P90. Rate it, Harry.
4 out of 10. Great if they peek you, bad if not. And they're not peeking Palace, I can assure you of that. Instead, it's going to be a lower tunnels play at a height, and it's netted that opener with no way of a trade. Considering on Overpass, the interplay between Spirit was incredible. Like, that was why Big couldn't do a thing. Like, every single kill got traded, and they would very rarely win the opening fight. And sometimes rounds would just come down to a flurry of trades over, like, 8 seconds of just, you know, X kills Y. Y kill, well, Y is dead. You get the idea. You know what trades are. Y'all aren't stupid. So look, right? We're not really seeing that right now for Spirit. They're getting churned up.
P90.
P90 out of
Harry,
Palace.
It did get all of the kills in the round. It did get more kills than any other weapon.
That's true.
So
Unequivocally
technically, it's the best.
7-0, Hugster. And almost 16k on 3 players for Big Omen Academy. Of course, I am rounding to the nearest 1,600 to 16,000 to get that amount, but you know, they're nearly there. And another eco out of the Spirit squad means it's gonna get worse long before it gets better.
Yeah, it's getting worse, all right. Another opening kill, a second AWP. 2 AWPs on CT Mirage is painful to try and get past. They are basically wherever you go at all times. Just so quick to move around the map, swap between sites and mid, no matter where you're playing. Hyped is ready for a reswing. D looking at B, but car player ready to uncrouch. And there's the uncrouch. Easy does it. 1 by 1, Spirit drip dry. Oh, nice Deegs. All right, all right. Any more? No. Lineup. Sin mauls a double. Bomb in the open. And Sin is ready for the fight. 8-0. Is there any saving Spirit?
I mean, something's got to give, right? To make an eggnog, you got to have a couple of eggs. And right now, Spirit, they got none. They got some hens, but they ain't laying yet. Does eggnog contain eggs? I'm assuming.
I'm presuming, yeah. I don't eat eggnog because I'm not, like, you know, perpetually in Christmas. Ho, 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 and a bottle of eggnog. They drop down lower. Hype goes back to mid. Look at Big have confidence and eggnog flowing through their veins right now. Nothing's going to stop them. They're juiced.
Oh, no, it didn't. Artfrost never normally misses those kind of flicks. They're the easy ones by his account.
He does look tapered.
Well, Spirit might have connector, but the bomb's still in top middle. They've had to go back and get it. And oh, little head getting spotted. Little head action down in the connector, and then a late swing out through. I don't know. These rounds are just kind of sailing by, aren't they? We're all just sat here in the wake of the big ship sailing away from us. You know, like They're really running away with this game, and it feels patronizing for me to tell y'all that. You guys know that a 9-0 is brilliant by Big's account, and there isn't really much in the way of resistance either. They're just getting outdueled in a lot of these fights. Once they've lost man advantages, this usual idea that Spirit have of sitting around and waiting for the aggro, it doesn't really work because they're not given the aggro. Also, Hyped is on 162 ADR. Like, what's happening there?
Yeah, it does. It just feels a bit shocking for what we've seen from Spirit all tournament, and today especially. Like, it's not what we're used to. And even though, again, we call this team a comeback team, I don't feel like I'm seeing anything that would imply that Spirit would pull a comeback. I mean, you don't even have a round. Don't even have anything that works you can fall back on. Just getting steamrolled. Okay, more standard A round. This is a nice call for Spirit, but what is Big solution? It's a mid take by 1 and 4 coming out through ramp and palace. Bomb out ramp, but again, no flash. No flash. You're not going to get past the setup with no flashes. Nate goes in, does something. More util. Molly slows it down. Mid player's not even out yet. We do have a guy at Tetris, but that's the bomb. That's all the info. And the bomb back on ramp. The Tetris player has to back up. Palace guy drops back under Hyped. Flashed out finally, but he's got so much cover from under. Prosa swings out to stop Donk. And yeah, mid kill is nice, but they've still got to get the bomb if they want to reroute.
Yeah, and even getting the bomb back scary. Like, for all they know, Big Omen Academy could have pushed ramp, right? That's why we see them lining up this flash to try and retake it. They don't have any smokes either, so the flashes they do throw have got to be damn near flawless. They've got no way to cut off the AWP sight lines, and considering the AWP is the big problem right now, the guy 15-3 is the one wielding it, that's a pretty concerning fact in this. There's also a second AWP holding the line, looking down through the connector. They were able to retrieve a smoke from the body there, and so they have put that to use, nullifying one of these long-range angles. Still, through the smoke, that bomb plant is denied. And now with so little time left, Spirit Academy are in a very bad way. That was nearly the collateral on the fade of the smoke. Instead, Hype's there to take the final kill at 16-3. He's having a whale of a time. As are Big, who are up 10-0 for crying out loud. This is after getting embarrassed on their home map of Overpass just moments ago.
Yeah, that kicked them up the arse, didn't it? It really woke them up. And wow, what a game we're getting out of them as a result. 16-3 on Hyped. No signs of stopping. Second AWP solid as well. We've barely seen those B plays come through since the early force by rushes. Just kind of Spirit dribbling into bomb sites. Foaming at the mouths are Big, though. Rabid. Nice shot. Oh, good response from Owner. It was about time. Remember Nuke? Feels like so long ago now. That was his playground. More deagles, more death. And no nades to get past this fast AWP. Even if they do, the rifle is also on the apps angle. Big know what's up.
Oh, this Deagle's really clean. Owner's having a bit of a moment here, but it might be brought to an abrupt end. Enough time's been bought, really, by this sight hold to make it way too hard for Owner, and there's Sin catching him on the cross to keep this flawless CT scoreline going. Big, they really wanted revenge. And they're getting it all right. Spirit Academy using yet another timeout, but they could have all the timeouts in the world to cook up a solution here. It's going to be easier said than done. Donk, one of the usual reliable factors, having a very rough go at it. Art Frost topping the charts for his team, but it's not saying much. He's not having a lot of impact. No one is really. Zontix, nowhere to be seen either. And Owner might have given us a couple of D kills there, but up until that moment, he was also having a really, really rough go at this game. So all these usual stars that you have to occupy the ranks on Spirit have all gone silent in one swift go, like a quiet rapture. They're gone.
Oh, top mid AWP again. How many times? He even hit the tag. That's going to stifle Owner. He can't hunt the kill. Zontix is mollied out under. Now Hype's barrel might stick out here. He's got to be careful. He's got a bit of support though. Sin's come in for the spot. So Hyped has been given a wall of smoke to play behind. Aqua's top mid as well. There's no getting a break. He's getting flashed up top mid. It's perfect. Oh no, he's blind. The T's also pop a flash his way. And somehow Hyped still holds the line. Aqua gets out scot-free. In and out. You never saw him. He's already back to B.
Yeah, just like a really good bait and switch. Kind of examples of synergy that we're missing on Overpass. We're getting a very good look at now. And I mean, hell, I'd be content with this. If this is Big righting their wrongs for dropping the ball on their favorite map, and their map picking this series, if this is how they make up for it, I'm all ears, man. Gonna try the comm walk, and no one's really looking this way. You do have an underplayer kind of fixated in on it, right? That's process making contact, but everyone else is having to react. Doesn't matter because Aqua and Sky both just pick him off from afar, and they make it real easy for Sin. So there might have been a moment there where that round, you know, kind of teased you with the idea of, oh, maybe this is the interesting one, but nope. Right back to just watching Spirit get absolutely bodied.
Yeah. There's been a lot of that in the last 20 minutes or so. More dropping into middle, big. Just can't find them, uncomfortable. You can't find a place they don't want to be. Oh, there's finally a man up. The second entry kill that Spirit have had all game. And it's gone untraded. Oh, the unscope, that's weird. Hype needs to get back to a sniper. No doubt he was not even ready to fire when he re-peaked. Getting a bit antsy, getting a bit ahead of himself. Maybe a way in for Spirit, but in a blink of an eye, 3 kills. Eviscerate Spirit's attack. Ramp player, watch out. He's getting pressured. Sin doesn't know where to look. And Aqua now walking up from spawn. The B anchor has got to sail this ship on down to success on the A site.
If he wins the 1v2, the 16-0 is happening.
Yeah. I'd be willing, yeah.
Up and over, looking for his way back in, but they've both eluded him. Yeah. Skirting round towards jungle. He's hot on their heels. He's hot on their heels. He's read this well, at least. He's closing the distance between him and Spirit Academy and doing it all silently as he goes. Aqua's still in with a chance here. It's whether or not he's ready for this player that they've left behind in market. If he can open up onto Zontix, this clutch is teed up, but he's not considering it at all. Oh! There's the flick back. Wow. And even though he does a lot of damage, Zontix will be the one taking the frag when all is said and done. And so Spirit, it takes them 13 rounds, but they get there first.
Finally. And yeah, I think there were some definite obvious mistakes there for Big. And I'll call them mistakes, but really it's just 12-0 effect. You're just fighting, you're re-peaking, you're chasing kills. And I mean, that's what got you here in the first place. So it's not really a problem. I think Big could throw away both rounds now and still be absolutely A-OK. Flashes into middle, Sim with a double. And here are the double orbs to wreak havoc yet again. 2 more players left for Spirit. They won't be able to celebrate for long. Donk out under, but that molly hits him. He still gets a kill right as it does. Suddenly 2 trades back. Suddenly a chance, perhaps. Hyped. Really wants to take this kill, but he's been smoked out a window. And Aqua again on another flank. But this one might have results. Bye.
Plant in. Donk trying his best to maneuver this one. If he can find Aqua, if he can deal with him here, oh man. There would have been a real chance, would have been able to capitalize on the low HP Hyped, but unfortunately Aqua, doesn't want to let any more rounds get snuck past Big. One is enough as far as they're concerned. And so they're going to try their best to 14-1.5. Pretty good chance of doing that now. Rayby coming back through for Spirit, gonna have the AWP for Artfrost and all the little bells and whistles you could want, but let's be real, even if they get 2 rounds, their pooch is still screwed on this one.
Another A attack round with a mid lurk. Question is, will that mid lurk last long if Sin pushes up the top side? Smoke's coming over A and flashes. So Spirit are telegraphing this play. Big are very ready for it. They've got 3 players, already a 4th moving over as well. Don't block the orb shot. Hyped almost had that, but his teammate got in the way. Seen enough team kills today. Flashing for his default player to swing Tetris. Out he goes. Lovely flash from Hyped, and Process does him justice. Double kill from the site. Orb follows up. And that mid lurker's done nothing. They threw their nades, they sat around. Owner's got to come all the way back to ramp to rejoin Artfrost after the smoke fades in 15 seconds. Oh. There's an angle there. No way, if only.
Oh, Owner's making it happen. Big double kill. Bomb now crossing in. There's a ramp flank from Aqua.
Ugh.
And Sky trying to deliver, and yeah, I mean, talk about missed smokes, right? That's a bad one. Attention to ramp. They're holding for this. Aqua thinks he's got the element of surprise, thinks he's got the drop on them, but he's being considered, being held by the AWP. Seven bullets for Sky. Only needs 1 for Artfrost, but needs at least 2 for Owner, and it's not going to happen. They don't give him that fight, and so they do muster up a 2-round half to Artfrost and Owner, both 11 kills deep towards the end. Both doing all they can to try and put anything between Spirit and Big. But 2 rounds should not be enough. It leaves this pistol round of key importance to decide whether or not this game is given the room to get interesting. If Big win the pistol, they win the series, right? And they're going through to play versus Fnatic Rising for that shot to the grand final.
And what a cool story that is, right? Just the fact that we've got these top 2 group teams in Fnatic and Big who went straight to playoffs, proving their worth in their BO3s today against teams who have warmed up, who have grinded. Big and Fnatic sat back, they relaxed, they studied, they prepped, and they've come through with wins. And this one almost guaranteed at this point. I've given a lot of consideration to comebacks in our matches. I'm not even considering it here. I'm not even pretending. As Zontix pushes top mid, there's 3 players waiting for him, and they run him down. Couple of pistols coming out ramp now, but in no hurry are Big. They're going to wait for the full regroup.
Yeah, and like being real, I don't even really like that move. Like, I get you don't want to play scared. You don't want to play like you've only got 2 rounds, so you try to do something a bit unexpected, but like, you're 3-14 heading into that round, and then you solo peak top mid in the most important round of the game so far. It's just very, very ballsy, we'll say. Will they come to pay the price for it? A lot of damage done to these A players that were attempting to hold the site down. Over at short, Donk's come in with 1, but is that going to be enough? Owner's getting hunted all the way into the CT cubby. They run him down, and now they've just got Donk left to finish.
Easily done. 14-2, folks. This is the championship winning team we wanted to see here at the Academy League. Not what we got out of last map, not what we got out of their T side of Overpass. This is the Big that's here to play, and it's a good time to show up. Better late than never. Grand finals wait for these guys. This, of course, isn't the entry into the grand final. It's the upper matchup that is. But Big, after this game, only 2 BO3s away from the trophy, in theory.
Zontix once again wants to get involved early. He was the guy who fell first in the pistol, pushing middle. And he is in a very dangerous spot up close ramp. He wins that first fight, but that's the end of the line. Down in Sandwich and up on the balk. They didn't know about Hasanator, and they haven't checked Sandwich, so dropping onto Owner's head gives him that kill for free. Now he's armed, now he's dangerous, and looking to put a third on the board for the Team Spirit squad. They pull up with the force by Big. That's a little disjointed, I think, really. Like, you know, that wasn't a very kind of put together execute. It was very much just about getting in there and hunting the kills. I think that comes with the territory of being 14-2 up. You're expecting to just overwhelm them. But playing it a little loose, we'll say, and not checking all their angles, right? Everyone was very focused on fighting forwards. The fact that Hasanator and Owner both got away with kills from just sitting in a corner and going unchecked, and that happened twice over at the A-bomb site, definitely caused them some issues. I hope that doesn't unnecessarily make this a lot harder than it has to be for Big, but it certainly could.
Yeah, it's just going to make this a little bit longer. Some tedious rounds a Big have to play out. They have no choice. Some ecos before they try and close. Oops.
Gonna try play this round real slow, like wrap through lower, get your pieces set up. They've actually found an opening kill. Even getting Aqua up into the window now. He is 1 point of health. A flashbang could kill this guy. And his teammates are getting mopped up over here in mid. Another kill out of the Glocks and a bit more damage done onto this short man. Hiked. Oh!
That's
Bloody
nasty.
hell! 4 HP, and the nade will finish the job, but
that's so nasty, Harry.
you'll take the style points of a Glock ladder stool burst beat down over on the short side.
That was so nice. Kill of the day. Kill of the day. No impact. Kill of the day. Don't care.
Even better than the Breezer flick on Ancient.
Yeah, kill of the day. Yeah. Look at this. Oh, he literally swapped to the Glock to do that. Who swaps to the Glock when they have a rifle?
I mean, the A1S had to reload as well. So he quickly threw a mag in the Glock and was like, I need to burst him or I'm dead.
Impeccable scenes. But this, Big should just end it now. Don't make us worried, Big. Don't give us cause for concern. Just shut this game up and send Spirit to bed. Top mid push again. No fear, but maybe you should have some. 1-for-1. It's dangerous. Oh, but it might get away. Zontix could leave with that and sit pretty in a 4-on-3. A swing into mid with no support. Man up our Spirit. What will they do with it?
Their back's turned to short. Timing's everything on this swing, but yeah, it looks like... Oh, I was going to say, looks like Zontix is going to hit that timing. However, they turn on a dime and deal with him to find this 3 versus 3. And now they might change their mind as to where this play is even hoping to end up. Aqua is trying to deny rotates, playing on top of the cinder blocks. He's not looking to build anything. He's looking to destroy, cut down these players as they try to move in and reinforce that B site. There's the first man dead, but the bomb's dropped out on Cat. Oh, luckily enough, Hype's going to win the head-to-head. And it's a 1v1. Clash of the Orpas inside of B. Can Spirit keep the comeback dream alive, or do Big Omen Academy move on to 15 first? Artfrost out the window, and a missed shot from both parties. Uh-oh, Plant's going in. Artfrost has respected it. Now onto the Deagle, and he's going to run down down Hype to find 6 for Spirit Academy.
Can't believe he stuck that knowing that Artfrost was rushing at him, but he faked the footsteps. It was a good call from Hyped, but yeah, they both missed the shot. He had his chance. He had his opportunity. Artfrost keeps this game breathing somehow, someway. The only positive player right now on Spirit Academy. But Ona's had his impact, without a doubt. Dear, oh dear. Very nice try. All right, Donk. Up to no good, and some more damage through the smoke. Get him. Oh, wallbang, baby. There's a gun gifted, and Sin's done something with it, but 2-on-3 with only one weapon. Up cat they go. B split. Only one guy here right now. There's a chance, and Sin's making it work. He's dropped another weapon for Hype to pick up in the post plant if he can cross there in time. He might be fearful they're already here. They're actually way out, super far away, coming on the cat flank, and they better start walking as to not get hurt by Sin. But Hype still only now getting the gun. They start running up cat. Sin's made that comm. Hype can play off of his contact. Missed shot, blind, oh, mollied out as well. Hassanator stops it from getting a bit too weird and finds 7 rounds for Spirit Academy.
Yeah, I'm not worried yet, but there certainly is an element of
this is how every
every
game has gone. It feels like this is how every someone gets a 12-3, and then we have those 10 terrifying rounds, and then they close it. It feels like every game, at least in this series. At least, maybe it's just a Spirit thing. They're on both sides.
Rap fight? Question mark? Ooh. Oh, dear. Molly gonna get extinguished ahead of time by the smoke. A bit of extra space gained for Hassanator, and he's gonna fight over the top of it. Process knocked out of the round. Big Omen Academy, man down. They might have a chance at the plant here, but they do take some damage getting that bomb down. Sky holds the line. Zontic's dead, rotating over. 4v4, one of the best chances Big have had so far on this T-side. High shot over the top of Tetris. But it is still traded, a 3v3. Not out of the woods yet, a Big Omen Academy. The round's not over, but Sky's little CT flank should seal the deal. Should look to lock this one in. It's wasting a lot of time going back to clear him. Even though they get rid of him, the kit's down in con on Artfrost, and he is saving. He's out of there. So this is 15 for Big Omen Academy. Locked, loaded, and on the board.
They said it couldn't be done. They said the comeback was coming. They were wrong. At least for now, 15 guaranteed. And they just got to push it over the line, Harry. Should be easy. End it with a B rush, perhaps. Flex those muscles. Show Spirit what they're up against. Or just go with what works. Solo mid. This is what Spirit were doing a lot of the time, right? Just running these default A rounds with a mid player, selling it, keeping a lot of eyes on, keeping the AWP in the wrong place. Oh, but it's in the right place. As Sin runs down through the smoke, he gets picked. Back on the Balk. Dead. And now Big come flooding in.
Spirit had taken a full gamble. I mean, hell, at this point, you kind of have nothing to lose, right? Moving everyone around to go and reinforce this A side of the map right as the take's coming in. They've got 3 sat back in CT on the other side of this smoke. That's good damage, but it's hyped. Breaking the silence first. Donk dead, and a flash to set up a CT swing. Artfrost is also brought down low. Owner's trapped on the other side of this smoking con. Sky is low, trying to get this bomb planted. A bit of spam could drop that bomb out in the open. Maybe that gives them a chance. Numbers getting plugged in. Plant not denied, but the kill still found. Owner trying to give us a reason to believe, but a 2-on-3 up against 15. It's do or die for Spirit.
It might just be die with no smoke for this bomb. Oh, sightline's opening up now. Aqua spams. Owner jumps back in the window, but they've heard every single footstep. Put him down low. Aqua here to finish the job. Finish what he started. 16-7. A couple of consolation rounds, but ultimately big. Stand tall, get through that game. And yeah, sure, their overpass streak is broken. Never fun. But hey, they come back in with a winning series and they go through that upper bracket match against fnatic. Still heads held high for Big Omen Academy and Spirit. A game that didn't look like the Spirit we've seen all tournament or even all series long. Sad to see, but still one of the most exciting rosters in this entire tournament right now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even the fact that for a moment I found myself getting concerned for Big here on Mirage, I think is a testament to the resilience of the Spirit squad. For Big, I do think this was still a statement victory as far as they go. I know it got a little closer towards the end, but there were certainly some missteps towards the end of that first half where it only happened because of the scoreline. You know, you're almost too complacent, too confident in your ability to win some fights, and you end up giving a couple of rounds away, and that did allow Spirit to like bank up a couple of extra rounds right at the end. I don't think Big were ever that worried about it getting out of control, and they do set a bit of a statement win in this one, right? Like, teams are going to look at this, maybe it entices like a squad like fnatic Rising to not feel as worried about their overpass, but perhaps their Mirage just got that much scarier with the way they were able to dominate Spirit here.
Yeah, that was brutal on CT side. I feel like, you know, we've seen seasons gone by where games are super T-sided in the Academy League, but as things, I guess the level starts to increase and rosters start to understand each other and get more familiar with each other, we're seeing a lot better CT-sided games, like a lot more stumpy 10-0 CT sides to start, at least this season here in bo3. So yeah, it's a good sign, but also, damn, there's been some comebacks already, and Spirit have been at the front of many of them. Not tonight, however. They go home empty-handed and have to battle it out back through the lowers tomorrow. I imagine that will be up against Astralis Talent as Spirit take on fnatic. Very open right now with these four teams remaining, right? I'm glad we got double elim. There are some more matchups I do want to see. I would love to see this rematch even to see if Spirit could change the result and show up better. But here's our bracket for those wondering what's going on. First game tomorrow at 3 p.m. CEST will be that Astralis Spirit game, followed by fnatic against Big. And yeah, it's an exciting time here in the Academy League. Here's the schedule. Why did I tell you? We've got all the graphics for it. WePlay come prepared, my folks.
Yeah, I mean, these are actually, like, these have shaken up really nicely. I know it kind of falls into the remit of the gauntlet teams playing each other, and then the playoff, like the direct playoff teams going up against one another. But exactly, it shows that all that hard work in the group stage wasn't for nothing, right? And they really are like a cut above the rest. Very, very cool for Big and fnatic. The fact that we're going to have one of these squads in the grand final guaranteed, I think there's a lot to talk about there, especially when you kind of run down like the Big train of thought about them trying to finally cement like a trophy lift moment in a grand final at the WePlay Academy League. It's super exciting, super hyped, and the games today were such a high level. I think it just goes to show that by the fact they all went 3 maps. They basically all went the distance. I'm talking, you know, like 26, 27 rounds minimum. We had lots of overtimes. It's super competitive in it, like this upper echelon of Academy teams, and I mean, they showed us that today.
For sure, yeah. Be sure to be back tomorrow. We have 2 more days left of Season 5, Saturday and Sunday, and then we are donezo, and we have our grand finalists. We have our champion and the winner of the lion's share of $100,000 here. So make sure to tune in tomorrow. Same time, same place, same people, same teams, and we'll see you there 3 p.m. CEST. Thanks for watching, folks.